close, 0.004 seconds behind in the line, but Peppers is able to retain first place, and a hit to Night Rivers from behind from Aerofrog, giving. And now I can give you the official welcome to Event 1 of the Quadrilla World Cup, the Dribble to the Goal event. How this event will work, we'll have marbles going down the Quadrilla track, down to the soccer field, and then they'll have to try to get through the line of goalies down into the goals. And if you get into the goals, that will give you more points than if you do not go in the goals. You still get points if you don't go in the goals, but the goal is to get into the goal. So we'll have to see how these marbles do, what strategies these marbles will take to get through the goalies and actually score the goal in this tournament. Let's talk a little statistics here. We have 4 countries that have not competed in the Hapag Quadrilla tournament before, and those countries are Qatar, Japan, Vietnam, and the Philippines. So those are the 4 countries that you want to keep your eye on and see how they do in this tournament. And we also, of course, want to keep our eye on the other 16 teams competing. But they have had some experience in this type of tournament before. So we'll have to see how the 4 new rookie teams are going to do in this tournament. Fans are excited, all in the respective fan groups for each country. You can see China there, Switzerland, Portugal, Argentina. They're all there, all waiting for the start of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Here is the bracket system for the first event in the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. We have the first group, and then the bottom 2 from each of the first groups will be eliminated, and bottom 3 from the second groups will be eliminated until we get to the final. Now it's time for Event 1, the Dribble to the Goal. Time for Group A. Japan, the United Kingdom, Spain, Qatar, and Vietnam will be starting us off. Who gets out to the lead first? Looks like Qatar and Japan, but it is Spain and the United Kingdom who are in that funnel. And who comes out first? It's Japan. Japan gets up there, not in the goal. We don't have any goals so far. Japan lands in a 2 slot, as well as for Qatar and the United Kingdom. And unfortunately for Vietnam, they will be eliminated by time. So if there is a tiebreaker, it will be broke by time getting to the goal first. So Vietnam was the slowest marble to score, even though he had a 2. So did all the other teams that would eliminate Vietnam because they were the slowest one. At the time of 15.567, which almost a whole second behind the United Kingdom. You can see there, all 3 of those marbles had already made it before Vietnam even got there. So Vietnam and Spain will be eliminated, and that will advance Japan, Qatar, and the United Kingdom to Semifinal A. Now it's time for Group B. Which marbles will it be? China, Argentina, Mexico, Canada, and Brazil. And they are off. China having a rough start all the way down in last place, and everybody's being led by Brazil and Argentina, 2 rivals. Let's see who gets out first, and it is Brazil who will score a goal first. Look at that. Some of the goalies are dislodged, and Canada gets a goal. That gets them 8 points. Instant advancement for Canada. Mexico comes in at second with 2 points. And Brazil in third with also 2 points. All the other teams did get 2 points, so pretty much at this point, it's all up to time. And Mexico and Brazil were the first 2 down. Argentina coming in third, but unfortunately, Canada scored a goal. And if they hadn't scored that goal, they would have been eliminated. You can see how important these goals really are. Also, an interesting note, 2 of the goalies got dislodged from their locations. Look at that, China bumping Canada into the goal. They really are regretting that now. So Canada, Mexico, and Brazil will advance to the semifinals in this first event. Now it's time for Group C. India, Portugal, the USA, Switzerland, and the Netherlands. And it is Portugal and the Switzerland who is coming out first. Look at that. There's the Netherlands and India. And India gets out first, but no, it's Portugal who is running away with it. But there goes Switzerland. They get the first score. And then the USA and Portugal up next. India and the Netherlands, both blocked by the goalies. They have lost all momentum. They are not moving anymore. and that will eliminate both of them because they did not finish. So Switzerland, the USA, and Portugal will advance. Lucky for Portugal, India and the Netherlands didn't score. They were the last one down who actually finished. So Switzerland, the USA, and Portugal will advance to semifinal B. Now it's time for Group D, the last group stage in this tournament. Indonesia, Germany, France, the Philippines, and Italy are competing in this group. Who comes out first? It's the Philippines and Italy in that funnel, but the funnel in the middle seems to be the slowest one. And here comes Indonesia and Germany, and there goes the Philippines. They get 2 points, but there they go. They are in third place because Italy and France both get a score, 8 points. So Germany will be eliminated with 2 points, barely, because Philippines also had 2 points, but they were there first. And then, of course, Indonesia, they did not finish. They got blocked by the goalies. Unfortunate for them in this first tournament. It really was a wild round. Lots of marbles all going out at the same time. Philippines taking the quick route. That only scored them 2 points, and then they later found out Italy and France both got 8. Philippines were lucky. So is Italy, France, and the Philippines advancing to the semifinals of this tournament. Now it's time for semifinal A. And here are the results for 13th through 20th. All the marbles who have been eliminated at this point. We only have 12 more marbles left in this event. And in the next round, the bottom 3 marbles will be eliminated, so we'll only have 6 left in the final. Here we go, semifinal A. Japan, Mexico, Brazil, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Qatar. And it is Brazil leading the pack in that middle funnel. But as we've seen before, the middle funnel can be slow, but Brazil is still able to get out there first. And it is Brazil going to get a goal. And then there goes Japan, who gets 2 points, as well as for Canada. And all those other 3 marbles up in the left also got 2 points. So really it came down to time, except for Brazil. Brazil in first, United Kingdom in second, and Qatar in third place. That will eliminate Japan, Mexico, and Canada. United Kingdom and Qatar both having 13-second finishes. Japan having 15-second, and everybody else below him was slower than 15 seconds. So pretty big gap between the advanced and the eliminated. See there, 2 of the marbles going quick to the left, and that's what advanced the United Kingdom and Qatar. They both were actually faster than Brazil, but Brazil got the 8 points for the goal. So Brazil, the United Kingdom, and Qatar will advance to the final round in this event. Now it's time for semifinal B. The Philippines, Switzerland, France, Italy, the USA, and Portugal. And who comes out? It's the Switzerland being followed by the USA in that middle funnel. But here comes Italy as well, and they overtake. They get 2 points. And here comes Portugal and the Philippines as well. And Switzerland flirting with the goal, but they just aren't able to do it. So really, it came down to time. Italy, Portugal, and the Philippines were the fastest marbles down. Italy with a 12.772 seconds. See, Switzerland and the USA were fighting there, but they just were overtaken by Italy, as well as for the Philippines there and Portugal, who all went towards more of the left side, which seems to be the better side, because if you go to the right side, it's only worth 1 point. So it is Italy, Portugal, and the Philippines who will be your final 3 marbles to advance to the final of this event. So this is the final round, and here are the results from 7th to 12th and the points associated with each of the ranks for these marbles. So it will be the final round. This is all just for the podium. Top 3 get the medals. The bottom 3 still get good points, but it's no medal. The first medal of this tournament is up for grabs right now. Who comes out first? It's Italy, being followed by the Philippines and Brazil in that middle funnel. But here comes the United Kingdom as well as Qatar. The United Kingdom gets a goal as well as Qatar. And here comes Portugal as well. That will seal his bronze. Qatar gets the silver, and the United Kingdom gets the gold. The first goal, as well as being an actual goal, not just points. A phenomenal finish by the United Kingdom. Qatar also having a phenomenal finish, coming very close behind the United Kingdom, going in the other goal. And then there was another goal, a comeback by Portugal, who I believe was the last marble to finish, and they got a goal as well. Yeah, Portugal 16 seconds. The second slowest time was Brazil at 14, so really a comeback for Portugal, getting third place. All the Portugal fans have to be happy with that one. So it will be the United Kingdom who will be your first champion of the first event in the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run tournament here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. Here are the full results and the points associated with the results. United Kingdom getting 25 points, Qatar getting 20, and Portugal getting 18. We'll have to see how this changes as the event goes on. So here are the overall standings. Pretty much the same, but the United Kingdom does get the one for the gold medal, as well as Qatar and Portugal for silver and the bronze. Definitely something worth being proud of. Also, Qatar, one of the rookie teams, getting second place. They are also going to be the host of the 2022 World Cup. So they are doing good in the Quadrilla World Cup. We'll have to see how they do as this tournament goes along. Also, another rookie team, the Philippines, got 5th. They're doing good as well. Japan got 8th. And unfortunately for Vietnam, they got 14th. Congratulations to the United Kingdom for getting first place in the first event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Qatar coming in at second, and Portugal in third place. An incredible performance by the United Kingdom, getting the first finish of the final, as well as scoring the goal. So combined, that was the greatest run. Hello and welcome back to the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, presented by Hoppe Toys here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah, and I'm glad to welcome you to the second event of this tournament. In the last event, the United Kingdom won, getting first place, Qatar coming in close at second, and Portugal in third place. How will these three teams do in event 2? We're about to find out as we enter the race to the goal. As we take a look at today's track, it is a little bit different than normal. Also, don't forget to use the coupon code Hoppe Marble Run at the Quadrilla Marble Run website to get 25% off all Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Here is the layout for today's track. As you can see, it's different than last time, and the goal of this event is a little different as well. The main goal, get to the goal as quickly as possible, and that is how you will win this event. As we take a look at the track, we have funnels, we have chutes, we have the blue catching bells, as well as a plinko section at the very start of the course that will stratify the marbles right at the beginning of the race. And now it is time for event 2 of the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, race to the goal. Here's the bracket system for this event. 4 groups as normal, and the bottom 2 will be eliminated, going down to the semifinals, and the bottom 3 will be eliminated from each semifinal till we only have 6 left in the final. Now it's time for Group A. Indonesia, Brazil, China, Germany, and Portugal will be starting us off through the plinko for the first time, and Portugal gets a huge boost of speed. They bypass the entire plinko section, but since then they've already fallen down, and it is Brazil and China leading the pack in that left funnel. Into the bell they go, and now they're going to start going through the domino section, and who's going to get to the goal first? It's Portugal with the comeback win. China coming in at second, Brazil in third place, and that will unfortunately eliminate Indonesia and Germany, which I'm not sure if Germany even finished. Let's take a look at the replay. You can see Portugal there really just going off to the right side and bypassing the entire plinko section. But then they have a hard time getting through these little metal catching bell elements, and that allowed Brazil and China to come and overpass in these little plastic spirals. Somehow, though, Portugal was able to catch back up. Let's take a look here. They were neck and neck with China. I think China got deflected by one of those dominoes, and that's what let Portugal take the win for this first heat. So we'll be Portugal, China, and Brazil advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group B. Group B, we have Netherlands, the Philippines, Switzerland, Qatar, and Vietnam. And there goes the Netherlands straight through the Plinko like we saw with Portugal in the last race. Let's see if they can come back and take the win like Portugal did, or will some other marbles be able to overpass them? They're still in the lead, a little bit different than Portugal in the last time. But here comes Vietnam and Netherlands back for the win. Vietnam almost took it, but got slowed up by the dominoes there. And Philippines does come in third place. That will be the last marble to advance out of this group. So Netherlands, Vietnam, and the Philippines will advance from this group. Qatar and Switzerland will be eliminated in this group stage. You can see there Qatar way back in the spiral. They didn't even finish last though. I'm not sure what happened to Switzerland. You see there Vietnam getting slowed down by some of those dominoes, allowing the Netherlands to catch up, and they were able to take first place. And then Vietnam, and then the Philippines. Qatar and Switzerland were way back there, and Qatar was able to get fourth. So it's Vietnam, the Philippines, and the Netherlands that are going to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group C. We have Mexico, Canada, the United Kingdom, India, and Japan. United Kingdom, the last event's champion. Let's see how they do in this second event. They're in third place right now. Mexico is in the lead, being followed by Canada and then Japan. United Kingdom is down there in fourth place. Now they're in fifth. And it is still Mexico in the lead, but it's being followed very closely by two other marbles. But who's that? That's Japan. Comes out to lead, but hits a marble. Not a marble, a domino. They still are able to take first place. Mexico coming in barely at second. And Canada in third place. The United Kingdom getting eliminated in the first round. That will definitely hurt them in terms of points. India in fifth. They will be eliminated as well. See there, Mexico was in the lead, but somehow Japan came through the other spiral while the camera was watching Mexico fight off those other two marbles. And Japan was able to do a comeback win. Didn't seem like much of a comeback though. Once they got to the field, it was Japan in the lead by a lot. So they have secured their spot in the semifinals. So Mexico, Japan, and Canada will advance to semifinals B. Now it's time for Group D. Spain, Italy, France, Argentina, and the USA. And they're off. And it is Italy who comes out through the Plinko first, being followed very closely by Spain and the USA. France and Argentina are having some trouble, especially Argentina. All the other marbles are already in the other spirals. Argentina's still lagging behind. And it is Italy coming out with the win. But here comes Spain, and they overtake, but they mess up. And it is Italy who comes out with the win. USA getting third, barely over France. What a crazy round. Also, Argentina getting a DNF. They didn't even get to the field. Let's take a look at that replay. A lot of action there. Spain was the first one to that little metal bell, but Italy was actually able to exit first. Let's take a look at this finishing replay. Italy in the lead by a lot, but then they have some trouble with that domino, and Spain uses that domino to deflect, passes Italy. Then they have a rebound off of that wall, and Italy just keeps it straight and strong, and they got the first place. And then France hitting that knocked over domino. They almost had third place, but USA came out with the third advancement spot at the last second. Great move by the USA as well. Spain, Italy, and the USA will advance to semifinal B after a frantic round. Now it's time for the first semifinals after we take a look at the results from the 13th to 20th place of this event. Qatar, the last event's second place finisher, did not do very good. He already got eliminated in the first round. Now it's time for the first semifinal. The bottom three marbles in the semifinals will be eliminated. We have Brazil, China, Philippines, Vietnam, Portugal, and the Netherlands. And off they go. Who comes out first? It's Brazil. And then China coming in second, Philippines in third. To the first spirals they go. And Portugal is still in the lead now, being followed very closely by China and the Philippines. And here comes Brazil, and a surprise win by Brazil. China coming in at second. And who comes in third? It's the Philippines. Let's take a look at that replay. No marble really came out really quick, and then Brazil was able to kind of get out of that plinko quick before any other marbles could. And they were able to get out to the lead first. But I think Portugal actually was able to get to the spirals first. See there, Portugal was the first one out of the spirals. But then China was able to get out of that catching device first. But I think they lost out to Brazil. They hit a domino there. And Brazil just went without hitting any dominoes. And Philippines came in at third. And unfortunately for Portugal, they're the first one out of the spirals, but they lost out just because of that little blue bell section. We'll have to keep an eye on that as we go into the next races. Brazil, Philippines, and China advance to the final. Now it's time for Semifinal B. We have Mexico, Japan, Canada, the USA, Italy, and Spain. And it is Italy and Spain who come out first. Spain has some trouble in that little blue bell. And it is Japan and Italy in the lead in that spiral. But don't forget about the USA. They're over on the other spiral. Into the bell they go. And it is Japan going out for the win. But they hit a domino, slowing down quite a bit. And a bump from behind from the USA. And they get first place. USA gets second. And Mexico gets third. Spain gets fourth. And Italy and Canada have both a DNF. So there's Italy. They were doing so good in the spiral section. What happened? Canada didn't even get past the plinko section. Very surprising and unfortunate for Canada. Let's see if we can see what happened to Canada in the replay. They're still moving here. They just aren't able to get past that peg. See Italy in the lead, entering the first spiral. And their first went into the bell as well, but then the other marbles pushed them aside. They were able to get out though. I think they hit a domino here and slowed down quite a bit. Yeah, almost to a stop. And Mexico and the USA both pass. And that's all they needed to eliminate Italy. See there, Spain also trying to get up, but they weren't able to do it because of that domino. So Japan, the USA, and Mexico will be the final three marbles advancing to the finals in this second event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, presented by Hape Toys. We have 6 marbles, 3 of which get to sit on the podium, 3 do not. We'll have to see which marbles are able to do the best in this final round. The final round is about to start. The USA, Japan, the Philippines, Brazil, China, and Mexico. And they are off. It is China and Japan coming out to the lead. But here comes Brazil and Mexico, as well as the Philippines, who are leading off the pack. But it is the USA who's probably going to get out of that first spiral first. And to the field they go. It is the Philippines in lead. But here comes Mexico. And they are able to take first place. And they will be the champion of Event 2. Brazil coming in at second. China in third place. Philippines and the USA both DNF on that domino. A great performance by Mexico. Brazil coming in at second with the silver. China with the bronze. Mexico with the gold. Let's take a look at the replay. China was the first one to get out of the plinko section, being followed very closely by India. But it was the USA and the Philippines who came out to the first spirals. Mexico and Brazil were following closely to the USA and the Philippines. And let's see what happened after that. The USA and the Philippines were the first one to the little bell section, but Mexico was the first one out with the Philippines. The Philippines were actually ahead, but then they hit a domino on that left side. That allowed Mexico to just go straight, barely hitting that domino. And that allowed them to take the win. The USA and the Philippines stuck on that sideways domino. And then Brazil and China coming in second and third. China pushing Brazil into the goal. So it will be Mexico who will be the champion of the second event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Congratulations to them. Now let's take a look at the full results. It is Mexico coming in at first place, Brazil coming in at second, China in third, Japan fourth, the Philippines in fifth, USA in sixth, Portugal seventh, Vietnam in eighth, Netherlands in ninth, and Spain rounds off your top 10. Here are the overall standings. It's Mexico who has taken over first place with 35 points, Brazil in second, Portugal in third place, the United Kingdom has fallen down to fourth, the Philippines are in fifth place. Unfortunate for the United Kingdom. We'll have to see if they can have a comeback in the next couple of videos of this tournament. Congratulations to Mexico for being your champion of Event 2 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Brazil coming in at second and China in third place. Mexico getting the 35 points. Brazil has 34 and China with 22. We are back here at the Fubeca Stadium for the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. I'm Jeremiah and I'm glad to welcome you to Event 3 of this tournament. The stands are packed, all cheering for the respective countries in the respective cheering sections, all rooting for their country to be crowned champion of this World Cup. We have another event for you today, Shoot to the Goal. So it'll definitely be an interesting event. Here are the overall standings. We have Mexico in first place with 35 points. Brazil very close in second, only 1 point behind with 34. With Portugal coming in at third with 31 points. Don't forget you can get 25% off any Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run set on the Hoppe website using the discount code Hoppe Marble Run. Also go down to the link in the description and guess which marble will win in the upcoming events. And if you guess correctly, you can have a chance of winning $149 worth of Marble Run sets. Let's take a look at today's track. It starts off with the Plinko, down into the little blue stairs, wooden spirals all around, down to the bell, and then down to a red spiral, down to the final section. And how this will work, the marbles will exit on either side, and the goal is simple, get into the goal, past the goalies. And now it's time for Event 3 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, Shoot for the Goal. Let's take a look at the bracket system for today's tournament. We have Group A, B, C, and D. As always, Italy, Spain, Switzerland, Indonesia, and India will start us off. And we are off. Who comes out to lead first? It's India, being followed by Switzerland and then Italy. And they all go on different paths, so it's a little bit hard to judge who's in the lead. India and Switzerland are up there, but here comes Spain as well. There goes Italy first into the bell, or India, and then Italy, being followed by Switzerland. India has a lot of slowed down there, and they're all neck and neck in the spiral. Let's see who gets a goal first. No goals yet. There's one for Spain and one for Indonesia. And there's one for Spain. So those will be your three marbles advancing to the next round of this tournament. Unfortunately for India and Italy, they were both eliminated. So if there's a chance that there is a tie in the third and fourth, or if no marbles score, it will be time, of course. So it is a racing aspect, but it also is the scoring of the goals that is the most important. And that's what Spain, Switzerland, and Indonesia did the best. Indonesia would have for sure been eliminated because they were the last one to the field. They did get that goal. So that's what allowed them to be advanced. Bumping India aside. Some ruthless play by Indonesia. And then Switzerland barely getting into that goal right there. They had originally hit the goal post, but they were able to score. So Switzerland, Spain, and Indonesia will go to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group B. Japan, the United Kingdom, Portugal, the Netherlands, and Brazil. We're going with Group B. Who comes up to lead first? It's the Netherlands, being followed by Japan, and then Brazil. Portugal is in that first funnel as well as Brazil. And who comes out to first? It's the Netherlands, but they're stuck on the track. They get hit by the United Kingdom. That allows Japan to gain the lead. Let's see if Japan can make any goals here. Netherlands close behind. There's a straight goal for Japan. Netherlands having some trouble. They get blocked by a goalie. And there's a goal for Brazil and Portugal. So Japan, Brazil, and Portugal will be advancing to the next round. The United Kingdom and the Netherlands, unfortunately, will be eliminated. Possibly because the Netherlands got stuck on that little curved section of the track. The United Kingdom had to push them forward to even get to the end of the track. Let's see if we have a replay on that. So the Netherlands being first at the beginning, but they did get stuck after the funnel. See that little curved section right there? They were stuck in the entry after that section into that little block element, and the United Kingdom had to push them forward, and that cost them the win. They both kind of lost their bearings after that, and neither of them scored. So Japan, Portugal, and Brazil will advance to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group C, the Philippines, Germany, Qatar, and then who else do we got? We have Mexico and the USA. And they are off. It is the USA and Mexico off to lead, two rivals in this tournament. They go in separate lanes on this track. Let's see who can get out first. Mexico and it looks like the Philippines are in the lead at this point. Philippines overtake for the lead, and Mexico is gone. Where did they go? Mexico is off the track. I think they're going to have a DNF. Philippines, though, going, and they miss a goal. And here comes Spain and the USA. They both get a goal, as well as for Germany. Philippines don't get a goal, and what happened to Mexico? There they are on the ground. What happened to Mexico? An unfortunate event for the leaders overall in the points of this event. Let's take a look at the replay. Mexico's definitely going down on the leaderboard after this event. They may not even get any points. If you DNF, that might even put you last place. They got hit off of the track by the bell. The Philippines hit the bell so hard that it hit Mexico off the track. Very unfortunate event for Mexico. Now it's time for Group D, China, Canada, France, Argentina, and Vietnam. And they are off. It's Canada off to lead, being followed by France, and then Argentina and China. Vietnam is in last place, but they all get stratified in this wooden maze. Who comes out to the lead first? Looks like Canada, being followed by Argentina and then Vietnam into the red funnel. So Canada will have an advantage on terms of time. Will he be able to score? No, he misses completely. Argentina gets a goal post. Vietnam scores. France misses, and then there's China. So Vietnam and China will score. Canada will also advance because they were the first one down. Just like I was saying, they did have the time advantage. Even if they didn't score, they were the fastest ones down. So unless Argentina or France had scored, Canada would have advanced. So luck of the draw for Canada, and unfortunate for the two blue marbles, Argentina and France. They were both eliminated. And hopefully some of these marbles are taking note on the safety of that bell element. Make sure they hit it correctly. Make sure that they don't get hit off the track like Mexico did in the last heat. China almost hit Canada in that goal there, but would have still advanced Canada anyway. So Vietnam, China, and Canada will go to the semifinals with Qatar, the USA, and Germany. Now it's time for semifinal A. Here are the results for the 13th through 20th place. And unfortunately for Mexico, they get 0 points, as I thought. So their overall score is still at 35. And they're going to be overthrown from the leader position in this tournament. And they are off. This time it's the bottom three who are eliminated from this round. And it is Portugal, Switzerland, Japan, Brazil, Spain, and Indonesia competing in this first semifinal. Who is out first? It's Portugal, being followed very closely by Japan and then Switzerland. And where is Switzerland? I think somebody fell off. It wasn't Switzerland. I think Spain fell off the track by the bell. Who gets a score? There's Brazil, Switzerland, and Indonesia. Portugal and Japan, both the first marbles to get down to the bottom, but neither of them score. And again, we have a marble on the ground. Unfortunate for Spain. Let's take a look at the replay. Take a look at the yellow and red marble. That's Spain. They were more near to the back of the pack when they were entering this kind of stair section. Kind of a unique element from Hoppe Toys. But let's keep our eye on Spain. There they go through that little blue teeter-totter section. Alright, here we go. There's Portugal. And then Japan. Spain was in third. The same problem that happened to Mexico. They just get shoved off by the bell. The officials of this tournament are definitely looking into the safety of this bell element for the better well-being of these marbles. Qatar, Vietnam, China, Canada, and the USA will go up in semifinal B. They have started. Hopefully you don't have any more accidents like we've seen for Mexico and Spain. We'll have to see. USA in first. So the first marble is not usually the one who's hit off. It's usually the third or fourth. USA survives. And there goes, who is that? Canada? Canada falls off again. We've had another accident here on this course. USA scores. No one else has scored yet. There's a score for China and Germany. So Qatar, Vietnam, and Canada will be eliminated. We've had another accident here in this event. USA, China, and Germany will advance to the next round. They're lucky they didn't get hit off the track like Canada, Mexico, and Spain. 3 marbles this time. What is happening in this event? Let's take a look at what happened again in this replay. Probably the same thing that happened to Mexico and Spain. Where is Canada? They're in third, going down this left side. See, there's Vietnam, and then Canada getting hit by the bell. The main problem is you have to pass the bell while it's traveling away from the track, not when it's traveling towards you, because it is big enough that it can hit you off the track. It has more weight than a marble can weigh. I am getting word that the placement of the bell has been moved so the marbles will not actually contact it after passing to ensure the safety of the competitors of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. We definitely want safety for these marbles, and these finalists will not have to go through the trauma of dreading being hit by that bell. As we get started with the final, USA, Germany, China, Switzerland, Indonesia, and Brazil are your competitors. It is the USA and Germany who is in the lead, but here comes China into second place. No marbles hitting the bell, and it is the USA who has the time advantage. Will they score? They don't score. Let's see who else can score. There's Indonesia and China, and no other marbles so far, and that will make China the winner of this event, being the fastest marble to score. Indonesia coming in at second, and the USA in third place by time. Let's take a look at the replay. Very nice to know that these marbles are safe from the bell. China coming in at first, Indonesia, and then the USA, Germany, Switzerland, and Brazil unfortunately not making it to the podium, but they still did get in the top 6 overall in this event. That'll definitely get them some more points. You see there, the bell was not moved when the marbles passed them. Very good decision by the people at Fubeca's Marble Runs and Hoppe Toys. And you can see Germany getting blocked by the goalie there. And Indonesia and China were the first 2 to score and the only 2 to score. I believe China scored first. No, it was Indonesia, but China was the first one to the field. So it is China who will be your champion of Event 3 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, presented by Hoppe Toys here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. Congratulations to them. And now it's time to look at the full results. China, Indonesia, USA in your top 3. Germany, Switzerland, Brazil in your top 6. Portugal, Qatar, Japan, and Vietnam will round off your top 10. Unfortunately, our previous points leader, Mexico, in last place. Mexico has fallen all the way down to 6th place. Brazil has rose to 1st place overall. China in 2nd, and the USA in 3rd place. at the end of event 3 of this tournament. We'll have to see how this continues as the entire World Cup continues. Congratulations to China for being the champion of Event 3 of the Hop-By Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Indonesia coming in at second and the USA in third place. You can see their point standings. Brazil is our overall points leader as we get started with Event 4 of 5 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hop-By Toys. Hey everybody, I'm Jeremiah. Welcome back to Fubeca's Marble Runs. As I said, Brazil is in the lead. The home of Fubeca's Marble Runs, being followed very closely by China and then the USA in third place. Three powerhouses in the world of marble sports. As we start Event 4, you can see the overall standings here. Brazil with 48, China very close to 47, and USA with 45. We only have 2 more events to go until this overall tournament is complete and we will crown a World Cup champion. Here we see the layout for today's tournament. The starting gate is a little bit different than the last couple of events in this tournament. We have spirals, we have splitters, all of the best things from the Quadrilla Marble Run series, all to lead down to the next World Cup field. Don't forget to use the discount code Hop-By Marble Run to get 25% off any Quadrilla Marble Run set on the Hop-By store. Also, go down to the link in description and guess the winner of the next event, the final event of this tournament, and if you guess correctly, you will get $149 worth of Marble Run sets from Hop-By Toys. You can see the field here. We have a little Plinko section that will block the marbles from getting into the goal, and we'll have to see how they react in this tournament. Time for Event 4, Plinko Soccer. Here you can see the group system. We have Group A, B, C, and D as normal. Starting off with Group A, Qatar, Germany, Argentina, Switzerland, and the USA. And we are off. Who comes out first? It's the USA, being followed by Qatar, and then Argentina in third place. Argentina, the bottom sitter in the overall point standings. Let's see if they can climb the tables and get themselves some good points in this event. And the USA is still in the lead, being followed by Argentina now, who has taken over second place as they go through these splitter elements. Let's see who comes out first. It's Argentina. Through the xylophones they go into the field for the first time in this event. Who will score? No scores yet. There's one for the USA. And no other scores. So the USA will get first in this first group. Argentina in second because of their quick finish. The tiebreakers, of course, are the quickest times to the field. So Argentina and Qatar had the 2 quickest times after the USA, who of course scored the goal. So they 3 will advance to the next round. Germany and Switzerland will be eliminated from this tournament. They still have a chance to get points in the final event of this tournament. So I wish all the best to them. As we take a look at the replay here, the USA was in the lead through that spiral section, but then somehow Argentina was able to overtake the lead through the split section. Argentina and Qatar, for that matter, both having some trouble because they hit that little Plinko section and that kind of deflected them from getting a goal. So the USA, Argentina, and Qatar will advance to Semifinal A. Now it's time for Group B. Vietnam, Japan, Portugal, Indonesia, and China will be joining us for Group B, and it is out of the gate. Vietnam out to the lead, being followed by China, our second overall leader in the overall standings. We'll have to see how they do in this first round. If they get eliminated, for sure, they're going down on the table. But at this point, they're in first place, being followed by Vietnam and then Portugal. As we go through the spiral to the xylophones, they go to the little spinner section. It is China first to the field, and they get a goal. Instant advancement for them. No other goals so far, and it'll stay that way. So Vietnam and Japan were the 2 other quickest marbles to get to the field, so they will advance along with China. Portugal and Indonesia will be eliminated, unfortunately, from this tournament. Vietnam and China both quick out of the gate, and they kind of held the lead for the entirety of the race up until the field section. Let's see how China scored there. Straight through the Plinko with ease. And Indonesia. No, that was Japan. Japan barely missed out. They hit the side of the goalpost. They weren't able to just go a little bit to the left and get into the goal. So China, Vietnam, and Japan will join the USA, Argentina, and Qatar in the first semifinal. Now it's time for Group C. Brazil, the Philippines, France, Mexico, and Spain. Brazil, our overall points leader, coming out to first place out of the gate. Let's see what they can do in this event. It is still Brazil, the first and only marble for a while to be in that first plastic spiral, and they're for sure the first marble to be in that first wooden spiral. And Mexico having a lot of trouble getting out of that plastic spiral. I'm not sure what happened, but they are losing motivation. They had a lot of trouble in the last event, which caused them the overall lead in the overall tournament. And it's Spain who gets out to the field first, but Brazil gets a goal, as well as France. Let's see if Mexico can redeem themselves. No. So Brazil and France both have a goal, and then Spain had the quickest time. So three marbles will advance to the semifinals. The Philippines and Mexico will be eliminated. A downfall for Mexico, 2 events in a row. They're definitely having some trouble. And I'm not sure if they are even in contention for the overall championship because there's only 1 event left. We'll have to see how they do in that final event. Brazil, the first marble to score, and France, of course, scored as well. Mexico was actually the last one to the field. Not only did they not score, but they were the last one. So definitely a poor performance for Mexico. Brazil, France, and Spain advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for the final group in the first group stage. United Kingdom, India, Canada, Italy, and the Netherlands. And they are off. Who comes out first? I think that was India, being followed by Canada as we go through the splitter. And this is where a lot of passes happen. And there's Canada and Italy fighting there. Italy has some trouble, and they slow down in that spiral section. As you go back to the overall camera view, who comes out to lead? It's Canada, being followed by, I think that's the United Kingdom. Canada through the xylophone, and let's see if they can make a score. Through the plinko they go, no score so far, and all goes to the left side, and Italy is the only marble to score, which is very lucky for them because they were the last marble to get to the field. So the goal really is the make or break situation in this tournament. Canada and the United Kingdom, the first 2 marbles to get to the field, they will also advance along with Italy. Your last first place in this event. All the marbles going over the xylophone. Must be fun for them. A little bit different from Hoppe Toys. See, all the other marbles had already gotten to the field. All of them but India had already passed the goal before Italy even got to the field. But they were able to score and will advance to the semifinals. Now it's time for Semifinal A. In the second group, the bottom 3 marbles will be eliminated, not the bottom 2. And here are the results from 13th to 20th for this event. Of course, Mexico getting 0 points, 2 events in a row. They may be injured from the last event because they actually got hit off the track from a bell. If you saw the last video, we had a couple incidents with a bell, and that has not been added back to this event. Luckily for these marbles, it is China coming out to lead in the first semifinal. China, Vietnam, Argentina, Qatar, the USA, and Japan all battling for only 3 spots in the final. And this closer funnel here really having some trouble. It is China off to the lead by a significant margin. Then Argentina and the USA coming close. And China first to the field, but they don't get a goal. Argentina doesn't get a goal. No goal for the USA or Spain. Let's see if Japan can take it. No, they don't. So it's the first 3 marbles that got to the field, and they will advance to the next round. China, Argentina, and the USA barely coming out over Vietnam, about a second. These 3 marbles, like I said, will advance to the final round of this tournament, the second finals that we will see in the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Vietnam, Qatar, and Japan will be eliminated from this semifinal. China first down, Argentina in second. They weren't really close. The USA was definitely not close. Maybe if they had made it over that little peg, they may have been able to score a goal. And for a moment there, I thought Japan may have been able to score a goal and kick out the USA from advancement, but they weren't able to do it, which is lucky for the USA, who advances to the final along with Argentina and China. Now it's time for Semifinal B. We have 6 marbles competing for 3 spots yet again. Canada, Brazil, Italy, Spain, the United Kingdom, and France. And they are off. They are being led by Canada, who is another marble that actually got hit off the track by the bell in the last event. Let's see if they can redeem themselves in this event and get more points than they did last time. They are leading the pack at this point. Let's see if they can hold it. France wants to pressure them, and it is not happening. And Canada will be the first one to the field, being followed by France. And France gets a goal. Canada does not. So they will advance because of time. France, Canada, and Brazil are your 3 marbles who are advancing. And it looks like Italy had a DNF. Let's take a look at the replay and see what happened. United Kingdom, Spain, and Italy all being eliminated from the semifinal. And Canada first to the field, but they didn't score. But France was able to, just ensuring that they would advance from this semifinal. And I believe Italy got caught on the xylophone, which is unfortunate for them. Here are your finalists for the Event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hot Bay Toys. We have 3 spots on the podium, 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 bronze, and of course we have all our marbles competing for it, and Brazil is one of them, as well as China. We'll have to see if one of these marbles can pull off a victory. Brazil got a silver in the last event, but that got them enough points to actually take the overall standings. So let's see what they do in this final. And they are off for the final round of this tournament. Canada coming out to lead, being followed by France, and then Brazil and China as they go through the splitter for the first time out of 2. And it looks like Canada is in the lead still. France and then China, as well as Brazil. They're all in there. The USA and Argentina having some trouble, and they're lagging behind. So their only hope at this point is to get a goal. Through these xylophones they go. Canada is the first to the field. No goal for them. And France and China as well. And no goals for them except for France. France and Argentina both getting a goal. France getting the first one. So France will be your gold medalist of Event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Argentina coming in second, Canada in third, and China getting 4th, Brazil in 5th, the USA getting, looks like a DNF. An unfortunate event for the USA, getting so close to getting some more points. I believe the DNF may even cause them to get less points. They might even get down to the bottom of the standings. We'll have to see at the end of the event. But France and Argentina, as well as Canada, your 3 podium sitters for this event. See, Canada was the first one down. They didn't score. And then France, of course, got a score. And Argentina actually was the last marble to get down to the field. And they got a score as well. Let's take a look at the replay there. Great moves by Argentina. So it will be France who will be your overall champion of the Event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Let's take a look at the overall standings. Here they are. France in first, 25 points. Argentina in second with 20. Canada in third, 18. And the USA, even though they did DNF in the last event, still get 6th, and they get 14 points. So they didn't go down to the bottom of the standings. Here are the overall standings. China and Brazil have tied for first place, but China does have the gold medal. So that is the tiebreaker there in first place by a very slim margin. USA is still in third with 59, only 4 points behind. It's definitely possible for them to win the overall Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup title. Congratulations to France for being the Event 4 champion of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Argentina coming in at second, and Canada in third place. Our 3 podium sitters. After 4 exciting events, it all comes down to this. Hey everybody, I'm Jeremiah. Welcome back to the final event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hot Bay Toys. We have 20 countries who have all competed in the previous 4 events, with China leading the pack with 63 points, only above Brazil because of the gold medal. Brazil has a silver, but they also have 63 points. So for Brazil to be able to overtake China and take the World Cup, all you have to do is place over China in this event. We'll have to see how this plays out as this event continues. As we take a look at today's track, we have lots of spirals. We have a very large blue section. I believe this is Hape's packaging that the track comes in that also doubles as part of the track, which is definitely a unique feature from Hape Toys. You can see it's just a race to the goal. The first marble to get there will be the champion of this event. Don't forget to use the discount code Hape Marble Run at the checkout over at the Hape store to get 25% off all Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Also, I hope you guessed which marble will win this overall tournament, and I hope you guessed correctly, because if you did, you will get $149 worth of Hape Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Now it's time for the final event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, the mixed race. Here we look at the groups A, B, C, and D as normal. First off, we have Group A, the Philippines, Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, and Spain. We get our first look at this final track with this first 5 marbles. We have Brazil competing in this event. They are in second place, tied with China. Only by medals are they behind. We'll have to see how they do in this event and see if they can even advance as they keep on going. Right now, it's Mexico, Italy being followed by Spain, and then Argentina and the Philippines as they go all into this red inverse spiral and into the orange spiral. This is the first time we've seen this in this tournament. Orange funnel section. Who comes out to the lead? I think it was Brazil, but Spain had already gotten down into the bottom of that funnel, but they got stalled, and Argentina really slow through that spiral. And here comes Spain into the red box section, and they're going to be first place. Who will come in at second? I think it'll be Brazil. Yes, it will. And then Mexico in third place, so Brazil will advance to the next round, as well as Mexico and Spain. And Argentina and the Philippines will be eliminated. So Brazil making it to the next round, that's definitely making their chances greater of overtaking China. We'll have to see how they do in some of the upcoming groups. You see Spain got into that hole of the second orange funnel first, but they weren't able to exit. They got stalled underneath, which is very unfortunate for them. They still were able to get first place because they got bumped out by another marble. I believe that was Brazil. Also a pretty fun element, the Quadrilla Marble Run box used in the set. That just shows the resourcefulness of Hape Toys. Now it's time for Group B, Canada, Portugal, Italy, Qatar, and France. And they are off. None of these top marbles are in the top 3. Portugal is in 4th, but there's a very big gap between 3rd and 4th in the overall standings. Portugal has 48 points, and then the USA has 59, so an 11-point gap, which isn't impossible, but is very difficult for Portugal to even pass the USA, not to mention China and Brazil. Let's see how they do. And right now, looks like they're in 3rd place, and France and Canada are looking like, oh yeah, they're in the back funnel there. And Canada way up in the front. They already entered the blue lid from the Quadrilla Marble Run set. And they're all getting here first. It's going to be a race to the line, but it is France. Comes out to the goal first, being followed by Canada. And who comes in 3rd? I believe it was Italy. And Portugal all the way down in last place. Unfortunately for them, they will not be placing in the top 3. They'll probably be going down on the leaderboard. Take a look at the replay here. A couple of the marbles kind of got ahead pretty quickly. And we're just kind of silently leading the pack. Outside from the camera view, you see there Canada was not in the camera view for a lot of the time. And then a lot of the marbles caught up. And France was able to get there first because they were on the left lane to enter the Quadrilla box there. So France, Canada, and Italy will advance to the semifinal A for the final event of this tournament. Now it's time for Group C. We have Switzerland, India, Japan, China, and Germany. China, our points leader, are having a hard time in the first Plinko already. And it is Germany leading the pack, being followed by Japan and India. And India, I believe, has overtaken. No, that's Japan. Two very similar marbles into the red inverse funnel. And we're about to get to the orange funnels now. And this is where Switzerland can come and overtake. Yes, they do right there. And here comes India as well. And Germany. They all are fighting through these funnels. And I believe that's Switzerland in first place. No, it's Germany. And Germany going around this blue spiral section on that lid, and looks like they're going to take first. No, it's Switzerland. Switzerland out of nowhere comes and takes first place. India in second, and Germany will take third. China will be eliminated in the first round of this event. They are the points leader. I think that's going to change after this event. What a mishap for China. So already Brazil has made it farther than China. So Brazil at this point stands in first place unless something happens as we get going in the semifinals of this event. But we still have one more group to go in the group stage, Group D. So we'll have to see what marbles will join the three marbles that advance from this event. You see the bells have been returned. Hopefully they have been adjusted to make it more safe for these marbles to use them. So we have Switzerland, India, and Germany advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group D. Final group in this group stage. Only three will make it out. The Netherlands, the United Kingdom, USA, Vietnam, and Indonesia. The USA, the third place in the overall points. They're in second place right now in this race. We'll have to see if they can advance from this tournament, or if they get eliminated just like China did in the last event. And what's happened here? We have some marbles stuck, and 4 marbles are stuck in the funnel. We're going to have a restart here. An anomaly happening in Group D. USA and Indonesia getting wedged, both entering the exit funnel of that double spiral at the same time, and they got the rest of the field blocked. Looks like we have a cleaner exit this time, but still they are pretty close, and it is the Netherlands coming out to lead, the United Kingdom coming in at second, and Vietnam in third, but they're all about to get stratified through the orange funnels, and it is still the Netherlands in lead, being followed by Indonesia and then the USA. The USA in the last spot that's not eliminated. Let's see if the United Kingdom or Vietnam can catch up, or if the USA will be able to withstand the pressure, and it is the Netherlands who will come out in first place. Indonesia in second, who will come out in third. Here comes the USA. No problem for them because the United Kingdom and Vietnam are so far behind. These two marbles will be eliminated. So the USA will make it to the semifinals, and they have a chance to get farther than Brazil. They're only 4 points behind Brazil. If they place high enough, they will be able to overtake Brazil. But at this point, there still is a chance for some other marbles to overtake. But at this point, it's a fight between the USA and Brazil. Let's take a look at some of these replays. Indonesia passing the USA there through that orange funnel. And that let them get to second place. And that got them to their advancement spot. So the Netherlands, Indonesia, and the USA will advance to semifinal B. Now it's time for semifinal A. But first, let's take a look at the results for the 13th through 20th places. China gets 0 points. That's got to be hard for them to swallow. They are going down and probably will get thrown off the overall lead in this tournament. Now it's time for semifinal A. Brazil, Canada, Spain, Mexico, Italy, and France. And let's see if Brazil can withstand another round. They are in the lead at this point, but Italy comes out in the lead through the other funnel, and then Spain. And I think France is in there as well. And Mexico and Canada lagging behind, and Brazil stalled on that track. And they're all fighting through this orange funnel now. And Brazil and Spain really lagging behind. Canada and France already in that funnel right before the blue section. Here comes, I believe that's Italy. And who will come out first? Ooh, France coming out there right over Canada, taking the quicker route on that box. So France, Canada, and Italy will be advancing. Mexico, Spain, and Brazil will be eliminated from this tournament. unbelievable for Brazil. The USA could totally take this event. Let's take a look at the replay. Brazil will be getting not very many points. They won't be getting 0 because that's what China had. But this leaves them very vulnerable for the USA to come over and take first place in the overall leaderboard. So they just had trouble with Spain getting out of these orange funnels. I think that's what cost them the win. France coming out through that quicker section of that box. There's multiple lanes you can take. And France did the right one. So France, Canada, and Italy will advance to the final round of the final event of the Quadrillion Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. Now it's time for Semifinal B. Here comes the USA. This is their time to shine. The USA, India, Switzerland, as well as India, Germany, and Indonesia. We are going here. Who is in the lead? It's the Netherlands being followed by India and then the USA. Let's see who can come out first. Oh, look at that. A shortcut by Indonesia, skipping multiple lanes in the inverse funnel. That takes them to first place. Is that legal? You're going to the red spiral section. Indonesia using that advantage very well. I've never seen anything like that here on the World Cup. Who is that? Here comes Germany, and they're in first place out of nowhere. Indonesia coming at second. Who's in third? It's Switzerland. USA has been eliminated from the semifinals. Who will win this tournament? Not even sure if they got higher than Brazil. India, the USA, and the Netherlands will be eliminated from the semifinals. No marble in the top 3 have advanced to the final in this final round. At this point, I have no idea who is in contention for the win. Let's take a look at the replay here. Indonesia taking a shortcut on the red spiral right before these orange funnels. See, that's how they got so far ahead. But they weren't actually able to win. It was Germany who came out and took the lead out of nowhere. I'm not even sure how they did it. I think they were on the far spiral end of the track. But it was Germany, then Indonesia, and Switzerland. And those will be your 3 remaining teams who will advance to the final round of the Quadrillion Marble Run World Cup. It's time for the final. 6 teams left. 3 of which will be able to sit on the podium individually for this event. But I'm not sure who will be able to win the overall World Cup title. Here we go. Final round of the final event of this overall tournament. Canada, France, Italy, Indonesia, Switzerland, and Germany are your contestants. And who is it first? It's Indonesia in the far funnel. And who's leading the near funnel? It's Germany. And Indonesia having a good lead. Let's see if they can do another shortcut. No, they don't. And France is bringing up the back of the pack. Indonesia in the lead, but bad stuff can happen in these orange funnels. But they're able to get through it clean, being followed by Germany. And now France is in that far funnel, and they've gotten out of the back of the pack. It's a race between Germany and Indonesia for the win in this event. Let's see who can do it. Indonesia is in there first. They are going to be the champions of this event. And who comes in second? France overtakes Germany at the last second. France will take second. Germany in third. Italy fourth. Canada fifth. And Switzerland will take sixth. But the real question is, who is the World Cup champion? The officials are tabulating the results as we speak for the final results of this overall tournament. And it looks like Switzerland had a DNF. Let's take a look at the replay, see where they DNF'd. It's a good race for Indonesia, in lead for almost the entire race. And then France, an underdog story, being in last place in this section of the race. But they were able to take second over Germany through that last red box section of the track. And they got silver medal in this event. A good accomplishment for them. We'll have to see where they finish in the overall standings. But China Brazil and the USA all not making it to the final. Not sure if their points will be enough to withstand some of these other marble teams who finished in the final, especially Indonesia, who finished first. I'm not sure if they had enough points to advance them to the podium, but we'll have to see as the final results are posted. So Indonesia is your champion of this event, and now we await who will be the champion of the World Cup. So here are the full results from this event. Indonesia gets 25 points, France gets 20, Germany gets 18. You see where the USA is, they get 11, Brazil gets 9. So that's not a very big gap between those two. I believe Brazil will still be ahead of the USA, but Brazil will be your champion of this overall tournament. The USA coming in close, only 2 points behind. China in third place with 63 points. Congratulations to Brazil, the home country of Fubeca's marble runs. They came out and triumphed in this tournament. But now we get to congratulate Indonesia for their event win with 57 points, finishing off their overall standings. France coming in at second, Germany in third place. But today, everybody aspires to be Brazil, your Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup champions. A complete surprise for the overall results, because Brazil did not make it to the final. Neither did the USA or China, but they all still get to sit on the podium. A congratulations to Brazil for getting first place and being a World Cup champion. USA getting the runner-up. They also had an amazing event, and China coming in at third place, unfortunately losing the overall champion spot, but they still get to sit on the podium. So there you go. The Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup has officially come to a close. Did you guess correctly on who would win the final event? I hope you did. Thank you again to Hop A Toys for sponsoring this overall season. And we look forward to seeing what Fubeca has in store for us next. If you like this video, don't forget to subscribe and stay tuned for more Fubeca's Marble Runs.
Today's challenge brings 7 funnels. 2 wide, large funnels right at the start. A dual-track sector ahead. 2 alternate paths. A decisive funnel that can change the game at the end. We've got 2 maze modules on this run. Epic collisions that the fans love. 1 electric elevator on the climb. A set with 3 opening decisive funnels. Near the start, a tough section with pins and obstacles. So fasten your seatbelts, it's about to begin. Country Balls League 2025, Event 12. Get ready and pick your favorite marble. Many rounds ahead, today promises action and competition. Choose your country now, it's starting soon. Now let's check the medal table. Brazil leading with 23 points. South Korea in second, also with 23 points. Mexico in third with 22 points. Philippines in fourth with 21. Japan closing the top 5 with 21 points. First clash of the day and the track is heating up. United States versus Qatar. What head-to-head action. Referee gives the signal. Lights are on and we're rolling. And remember, follow us on Instagram, Fubeca Race, official page for all the highlights. Join the fans and feel the thrill with us. United States takes funnel 2. Strong start. Rolling steady through funnel 2, trying to defend the lead. Qatar speeds up and overtakes with precision, straight into funnel 3. Clean move. United States looking to counter that crystal clear marble with red and blue streaks. Beautiful down the slope. Qatar runs darker, fast and stable. Qatar pushes ahead, climbs the electric elevator, smooth, dives into the maze drop. What a move. Already in Module 2, holding strong momentum. United States closing the gap on the chase. Down into Module 1 now. Inside the maze, seeking contact. Qatar conquers Funnel 4, still on top. United States pushing hard. Gap is shrinking. Almost stalls but recovers fast. United States. Contact made. What a touch. Pushes Qatar forward. Pure drama. In funnel 4, total tension. Qatar keeps control of the race. Heads to funnel 6. Still in command. Right side of the track. Anything can happen. Downhill run. Straight to the final funnel. Qatar closing in on victory. The crowd is roaring. United States responds. Dives into funnel 5. Still alive. United States drops again. Reaches funnel 7. Incredible race. Let's see who takes it at the finish line. United States. United States secures the victory and also earns 3 championship points. Qatar rolls down now, misses out on the 3 points. United States with an excellent run. Brilliant recovery at the end of the race. Let's check the replay for details. United States finishes strong and secures 3 points. We're only at event 12 of the championship. Brazil stays in the lead, and if you want your brand featured in the amazing Fubeca race events, send us an email. Here we go. Referee gives the green light. India versus Philippines. They dive into funnel 1. Look at that. Philippines playing in blue. India rolling in white. Look, Philippines tries to block India, but cannot hold the line. India drops to funnel 2. And straight into funnel 3, now leading. India takes the lead. India now heading for the elevator. Climbing step by step. Drops into the dive of sector 2. Perfect control. Heading into the maze. Now entering the second maze module. Opening a huge gap over the Philippines. Philippines, now yes, finally descends into the first maze module. Philippines in funnel 4. India in funnel 4. Philippines closes the gap. Great move. Makes contact and takes the lead. Philippines now leading in funnel 6. Running on the right side of the track. Conquers the final funnel. The 7th funnel of the match. India coming down the left side. Takes funnel 5. Philippines advancing well. We're so close to victory now. India drops down, but Philippines secures the win. Philippines earns 3 points in the league. Philippines, ranked 4th with 21 points before this race, now adds 3 more, reaching 24 points, moves up in the standings. And you can subscribe to the channel right now. If this is your first time watching, hit subscribe and don't miss the next race. Here we go, next matchup. Portugal versus France. Lights on, marbles rolling. Portugal takes the lead, captures funnel 1. Both marbles now in funnel 1, neck and neck. France moves ahead, new leader, takes funnel 2. France already conquers funnel 3. Portugal stays behind in funnel 2. Portugal drops down, makes physical contact. Now it's body to body, side by side. They drop again. Portugal takes the elevator, climbing up toward the maze section. Drops into the maze and dives again. Now in the second maze module. Portugal is leading the race. France tries to close the gap. Right behind Portugal, already into module 2 as well. Portugal in funnel 4. France catches up, makes contact. A quick touch, but Portugal defends beautifully. Takes the right side of the track. Into funnel 6. France stays back in funnel 4. Now moving left down the track. Takes funnel 5. Portugal dives into the final funnel. Portugal now inches from victory. But France drops fast. Trying for physical contact. Contact made. Whoever drops first takes 3 points. Look at that. This competition is very close. Wow, Portugal is the winner. Takes the 3 points. And wins the race. What a close, intense battle. Check the replay. Look at the precision. Portugal pulls off a brilliant move, outmaneuvers France and secures 3 points. Packed arena tonight, and remember, if you want your brand featured in our amazing races, incredible moments, send us an email today. We move to the next matchup. South Korea versus the Netherlands. Referee gives the signal. Netherlands playing in yellow. South Korea in white. South Korea with an incredible move. goes straight to funnel 3. South Korea, second place in the league, showing power early, currently in second place, with 23 points, tied with the leader, Brazil. Meanwhile, the Netherlands sits 8th with 10 points. They need a win to climb the standings. South Korea is already in funnel 4. Netherlands trying to close the gap, but South Korea is already there. Into funnel 5, sliding down the left side. Down to the final funnel, South Korea, so close to victory. If South Korea wins, they could take the top spot in the standings. It all depends on Brazil's race. If Brazil loses this one, South Korea could move into first place, and South Korea wins. South Korea earns 3 valuable points. Stays strong in second place overall. The Netherlands still rolling. Spinning in funnel 7. Finally drops down. The Netherlands finishes the run, remaining 8th in the standings. They might drop even further after this. Everything depends on the next races. Coming up soon, leave your comment. If your country is not in this league, tell us in the comments below. Maybe we'll add it in the next tournaments. Next up, Egypt and Indonesia. Referee gives the go. Funnel 1. Egypt rolling with the black marble. Indonesia playing with the red one. Indonesia really needs a win today. They're 17th in the league. Egypt currently sitting 10th overall. Indonesia takes a small lead, slightly ahead of Egypt. Indonesia dives into the maze, clean and fast. Down through the maze, drop with control. Conquers Module 2, great start for the red marble. Here comes Egypt, pushing hard. Takes Module 1, keeping the chase alive. Both marbles close, tight race ahead. Watch that turn. Indonesia almost stops, loses speed but stays in. Recovers quickly, back on pace. Egypt descends, closing in fast. Physical contact, neck and neck. Indonesia ahead again, nice move. Into funnel 6 smoothly. Running on the right side of the track. 2 paths ahead, every choice counts. Egypt takes the same lane, still in pursuit. Drops into funnel 6 as well. Indonesia already in funnel 7. So close to victory now. Indonesia pushes strong, final stretch. Egypt still chasing. Attempts a touch, not enough. Indonesia holds firm. Crosses first. Brilliant win for Indonesia. They stay alive. 3 points gained for the league. A crucial victory today. Climbing higher in the standings again. Egypt misses the win, loses ground. Still 10th, could drop further next round. Let's see that replay once more. That was the move. The perfect drop. Smooth descent for the victory. And remember, follow us on Instagram. Fubeca Race, clips and highlights daily. Join over 157,000 fans worldwide. Next matchup on the track. Referee gives the start. Belgium versus Russia. Russia rolling in red. Belgium rolling in black. Russia drops first into the run. Belgium follows right after, no delay. Belgium finds speed and overtakes. Moves ahead into funnel 3. Russia drops again, makes another physical touch. Now they're body to body inside funnel 3. Belgium reaches the elevator, climbing to the upper level. Russia too, and visit our official Fubeca race store for custom products. They stay very close, no one breaks away. This race is going to be tight all the way to the end. Belgium has a small problem in the lane, almost stalls on the track. Gets reactivated by Russia, contact helps. Plenty of physical battling inside the maze module. They head into funnel 4 now. What a close and intense race. Russia drops first on the left side of the track. Right into funnel 6. Belgium comes down on the right lane as well. Into funnel 6 too. Russia reaches funnel 7. Russia is very close to winning now. Russia needs this win today. They are 14th in the league table. Belgium is also there, 13th place right now. Here comes Belgium down the lane, makes the touch, and steals the win at the end. Belgium secures the victory and earns 3 points on the table. Russia stays 14th and could drop even more. Let's watch it calmly on the replay. Belgium comes down the slope, makes clean physical contact at the right time, and that touch secures the victory, and 3 more points in our league. Let's move on to the next matchup. It's Spain versus Libya. The start is authorized, lights are on, and the marbles are rolling. Spain is playing in yellow. Libya rolling in white. They drop together into funnel 2. Spain now moves ahead into funnel 3. But Libya catches up and overtakes in funnel 3. Not only overtakes, that move gives Spain an extra push inside the funnel. They're both heading into the second maze module now. Libya reaching funnel 4 first. Spain is right behind. This one is shaping up to be tight all the way. Spain drops again. Both are now inside funnel 4. Libya moves on the right side of the track, heads toward funnel 6. Spain still in funnel 4, losing precious time. Libya goes down to funnel 7. It's going to be a fierce battle at the last funnel. Spain comes down strong. Now the fight is in the final funnel. And Spain takes the win right at the end. What an incredible move. Spain earns 3 valuable points on the table. Spain, who was last in the standings, now jumps from 20th place. An essential victory for their campaign. Let's see it again in the replay. Spain drops perfectly, makes the contact inside the funnel, and secures 3 points in the championship table. Libya wasn't doing well either this season. They were in 16th place in the league, and may drop even further after this one. Japan versus Germany on the track. Referee authorizes the start. Lights are on. Japan rolling in white, Germany rolling in black. They move forward now into funnel 3. Japan takes the lead in this race. Japan is in the top 5 of our league, currently in 5th place. Germany, on the other hand, really needs a win here. They are 18th on the table right now. They need important points to stay in, to remain in the competition fight. Japan is already at the end of the sector, almost reaching funnel 4. Arrives there now. Germany in black, having a hard time keeping up with Japan. Japan drops again, tries to make physical contact, but cannot connect. Japan takes the left side of the track and enters the funnel. Funnel 5, and now straight down to funnel 7. Japan sitting in 5th place overall. Germany really needs this win today. Germany in 18th place must win to improve. Japan is about to secure 3 points. Germany not doing well in the championship and not performing well in this battle either. Germany still spinning. Spinning inside the funnel. And now, yes, Germany finishes the race without a winning result today. And remember our Instagram, Fubeca Race. We are more than 157,000 followers. Be part of this community. Next matchup, Brazil versus Argentina. And the marbles are rolling. Lights are on. Here we go. Brazil, the current league leader. They hold first place with 23 points. Tied with South Korea at the top. South Korea already played and won their match. If Brazil wins today, they stay in first place. But if they lose, they'll drop down in the standings. Both rolling now toward funnel 3. Side by side in funnel 3. Argentina takes the front, heading up the elevator. This is one of the biggest rivalries in Fubeca Race. 2 South American giants face to face. The race is extremely tight now. Both drop into the second maze module. Physical contact there. Multiple collisions. Argentina moves ahead to funnel 4. Brazil drops right after. Argentina goes down the right lane and takes funnel 6 with speed. Argentina needs this win badly. They are 12th in the championship, while Brazil leads the standings, but their leadership is now in danger. Brazil about to drop into funnel 6. Argentina already in funnel 7. Brazil descends. Tries to make the touch, but cannot reach it. Argentina takes the victory. And Brazil loses the leadership spot because South Korea already earned 3 points. Brazil had 23 points as leader and stays there, tied with South Korea. Brazil comes down again. Fubeca marble runs on the air. Remember to join our community. Be part of this growing community. Let's check the replay. Argentina defends perfectly in the last funnel. Brazil tried to make physical contact, but could not reach. And if you want your brand here in Fubeca Race, send us an email right now. Mexico versus China. Referee authorizes the start. The lights come on. Both marbles head into funnel 1. China rolling in red. Mexico rolling in green. China is currently 9th in the championship. Mexico sits in 3rd place with 22 points on the board. If they win, they can move up to 2nd place. South Korea, for now, is leading the championship. China drops first into the maze section. Already in the 2nd module. China almost reaching funnel 4. Arrives at funnel 4 now. Mexico only now reaches the 2nd maze module. But China still controls funnel 4 at the front. Mexico arrives in the battle, but cannot make contact. China goes on the left lane and takes funnel 5. Drops now into funnel 7. Very close to victory. China 9th in the league. Mexico in 3rd place. Their 3rd place is at risk right now. Here comes Mexico down. Tries to make the touch, connects, and takes the win. Mexico, in the final seconds of the run, Mexico wins it. What a finish! China was so close to winning this one, but in the end, Mexico surprises and wins. Mexico can now climb in the standings. They will probably take 2nd place. Let's check the overall points table. Here it is. South Korea takes the lead, goes up to 26 points. Mexico is 2nd, Japan 3rd, Philippines 4th, and the United States moves up in the championship, staying among the top 5 of the league. And that wraps up another stage of Fubeca Marble Runs. What a day, full of emotion and incredible races. Congratulations to all the teams that gave it their all today. And a huge thank you to everyone watching till the end. You're the heartbeat of this amazing global community. Subscribe to the channel and hit that bell icon so you don't miss the next incredible race. Click the end card now and watch more Fubeca race videos. The next stage is coming soon. Stay tuned. Fubeca Marble Runs. Speed, emotion, and marble passion. "16 countries ready for battle, split into 4 groups, everything on the line. All of them facing one brutal, demanding track. 5 tight funnels waiting down below. Then 3 wild cyclone funnels. A punishing start gate and a towering electric elevator. Welcome to the Marble World Cup. 16 countries, 4 groups, 1 dream. They drop fast, chasing a spot in the next round. So choose your favorite nation. "16 countries enter this race, but only one will take it all. Strap in, Fubeca races on. India and England, Spain and Belgium, Brazil and Algeria, Honduras, Ivory Coast, Mexico, Japan, Costa Rica and France, Portugal, Argentina, Germany and the United States. Group A, India, England, Spain and Belgium. Everything is set for the start. And they're off. They explode out of the gate. 2 shoot to the left, and 2 dive to the right. Early moments here. Everything's still wide open, straight into the central funnel. 1 marble breaks free. It's India. Big contact behind. Spain surges into the lead. Now they rush to the next funnel. India answers back, charging toward the elevator. Locked on the rail. India climbing the elevator, entering Sector 2 at speed, through the seesaw section. Back on the rail. Final sector now, 4 funnels to survive. India still holding the lead. Spain running second, Belgium right behind in third. England fighting hard to avoid last place. Spain jumps into the lead, now into the second to last funnel. Watch India here. India drops fast, puts the pressure on, hits the final funnel, and takes the lead. England trying to recover. And now, we're about to meet our winner. And it will be India. India crosses in first, securing a spot in the next round. Spain advances as well. England and Belgium are eliminated and bow out here. England right there, coming home last. India and Spain move on to the next phase. Let's get ready for our next group. Here we go. Spain advances and India advances. Now on to the next matchup. We're back with another group here. Group B, Portugal, Argentina, Germany, and the United States. Everything set for the start. And the gate is open. Once again, the marbles explode out, 2 to each side, straight into the cyclone funnels. The United States out front, but Portugal is looking very strong. Germany takes the lead. Look at this, an intense battle. Now into the maze section. Heading for the elevator. Portugal back in front. Portugal enters the elevator first. Germany right behind, running second. Argentina sitting in third. The United States battling not to fall behind. We're now in Sector 3 of the track, the section with 4 smaller funnels. Portugal out in front. The United States manages to recover. Right now, all 4 competitors in the same funnel. Portugal takes the lead. Second to last funnel. Argentina falls behind. And Germany is the new leader at this moment. Only 1 funnel remaining. Argentina drops. Argentina surprises at the end, secures qualification, and Germany as well, finishing in second. The United States and Portugal are eliminated from the race. It's not just about speed. You need skill on this treacherous track. Argentina and Germany did a great job and advanced to the next round. Next group, Brazil, Algeria, Honduras, and Ivory Coast. 4 teams. Only 2 will qualify. The battle is intense. They're already in the cyclone funnel. Brazil out front. Brazil drops first into the maze. Here comes Honduras. Honduras and Brazil hit the first funnel. Honduras drops, calls the elevator first. First position. Honduras enters the rail section. Honduras is the leader. Ivory Coast in second. Honduras opens a small gap. Ivory Coast closes in right on them. Ivory Coast surprises and takes the lead. Brazil running second. Now Honduras loses momentum. Honduras recovers and heads to the penultimate funnel. Remember, only 2 spots are available to advance. Brazil now in the final funnel. Brazil and Ivory Coast battling for first. Brazil advances. Brazil qualifies, and Ivory Coast as well. Honduras and Algeria are saying goodbye to the championship, our Marble World Cup. Algeria had issues and stopped on track. Bad luck for them and for the entire coaching staff. Brazil advances. Ivory Coast as well. A new group forms. A new group. Ivory Coast and Brazil. India and Spain. Next group, Mexico, Japan, Costa Rica, and France. Group D. The referee signals. And they're off. 2 marbles on each side. Into the cyclone funnels. Let's see who drops into the maze. First big battle. Heavy collisions. Here comes France. France takes the lead. Costa Rica surprises and calls the elevator first. Costa Rica takes the lead. France in second. Mexico in third. Japan right there, fighting to stay close. Close to the pack. Costa Rica leading. France charging hard. Mexico moves up into second. Now the pressure is on Mexico, right behind Costa Rica. France heads to the penultimate funnel. France takes the lead. Down they go. Costa Rica. Only 2 funnels left to the finish. Just 2. Advance to the next round. Mexico in front, dropping into the final funnel. The fight is on. Costa Rica crosses first. Costa Rica and Mexico. Mexico also qualifies. Japan and France are saying goodbye to the Marble World Cup. Precision, speed, skill. That's what it takes to advance in the World Cup. Costa Rica and Mexico. Job well done. And now, we move on to the semifinals. Ivory Coast, Brazil, India, and Spain. Time for the showdown. Only 2 will reach the grand final. The referee gives the signal. The gates are open. Ivory Coast, Brazil, India, and Spain. So far, everything tied in the cyclone funnels. Who comes out in front? Ivory Coast. Spain takes the lead. Brazil arrives strong and makes the pass. Brazil is the new leader. Calls the elevator and heads to Sector 2. Brazil increases the pace, opening a big advantage. Brazil in control. Ivory Coast running second. Dropping into the rail section as well. Brazil first, Ivory Coast second, India third. Spain at the back. Spain moves up into third. Spain nearly makes the pass. Watch out, Ivory Coast surprises. Ivory Coast takes over the lead. Brazil drops to second, Spain in third. We're now at the penultimate funnel. Only 2 advance to the grand final. Here come India and Ivory Coast. Brazil drops. Everyone drops. Brazil. Brazil is heading to the grand final. Ivory Coast also qualifies. Spain and India are eliminated from the World Cup of Marbles. Brazil advances to the grand final. Ivory Coast as well. And if your country isn't here, leave it in the comments. Maybe it's in the next competition. Next matchup, Mexico, Costa Rica, Germany, and Argentina. Only 2 reach the final. The referee signals the gates are open. 2 marbles on each side. Into the cyclone section. Central Cyclone. Argentina out front. Contact. Argentina leading. Almost stops there. Germany. Here comes Germany. Calls the elevator and heads to Sector 2. Into the rail section. Germany charging. Germany pushing hard. Costa Rica now running second. Argentina through the rail section. Germany leads. Costa Rica second. A spot in the grand final on the line. Only 2. Will qualify? Mexico charges up front and takes the lead. Argentina in second. Costa Rica drops as well. Argentina drops. Mexico wins the race and secures qualification. The final spot goes to Argentina. Argentina and Mexico in the final. Germany and Costa Rica are eliminated from the Marble World Cup. Costa Rica drops now. It's all decided. We have our 4 finalists. And here they are. Brazil and Ivory Coast. Mexico and Argentina. Welcome to the grand final. The golden trophy on the line. Who wins this Marble World Cup? Drop your pick in the comments. 4 competitors. Only one will be champion. Everything's set, and we're underway. Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, and Ivory Coast. All chasing the world title. Into the central funnel. Contact. This fight is massive. Brazil drops. Mexico comes out first. Mexico calls the elevator. Up they go. Ivory Coast in second. This is the grand final. Only one gets closer to that golden trophy. A huge battle in the funnel. Mexico still leading. And the fight for second. Brazil versus Ivory Coast. Brazil gets the better run. Brazil into second. Mexico holds the lead. Argentina arrives. Brazil stays up front. At the penultimate funnel. So close now to the end of the championship. Who's taking the crown? Tell us in the comments. Penultimate funnel. 4 competitors fighting for the title. Look at that. Ivory Coast comes through first. Now who takes second? The battle is on. Into the final funnel. Argentina grabs second. Mexico takes third. And Brazil finishes in 4th. Congratulations to Ivory Coast. Precision, skill, and pure hunger to win. Ivory Coast, the champions of the Fubeca Race Marble World Cup. Let's check the podium. Ivory Coast in first. Mexico takes third. And Argentina holds second on the podium. Hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching. And remember, leave a comment if your country isn't here. See you next time.
night is alive. Whispers echo across the track. The fear circuit awakens. Seven haunted funnels, an electric elevator rising through the mist. Every corner hides a secret. "16 nations step into the darkness. Only the brave will survive the race of fear." And at the finish line, the clown waits in silence. His smile never fades.
Ready for a spine-chilling marble race?
They call it the Board of Death. Only one will survive. On one side, United States versus Spain. Germany versus India. Argentina versus Indonesia. Belgium versus Turkey. Russia versus Mexico. Vietnam versus Canada. Japan versus Philippines. And the final match, Brazil versus the United Kingdom. The Survivor's Trophy shines in the dark. The full view of the board unfolds. The fear has just begun. First deadly matchup, United States versus Spain. The shadows close in. No one leaves unchanged. The start is triggered. They rush through candles, crawling with roaches, and dive into funnel 1. Spain takes the lead, down into funnel 2, spinning near the nest of spiders. United States takes the lead, heading into the snake pit at funnel 3. A mutant spider, shaped like a skull, lurks inside a damp green well. The United States still survives, rolling into funnel 4. Up the electric elevator, a zombie hand nearby, lifeless, or maybe not. A giant spider rests on that arm, terrifying. United States enters the final stretch. The clown is near. You can feel the chill. Closer to survival, the United States drops into the last funnel. They survive, at least for now. The clown laughs, a chilling sound echoing through the dark. He knows Spain is gone. Spain falls in the deadly game. Silence takes over the track. Fans hold their breath. The fear circuit has claimed its first victim. The next victim approaches. Brazil versus the United Kingdom. Only one escapes this deadly battle. Fans, be warned. If you're scared, leave the room now. Every time the screen flickers, something terrifying will appear. A ghostly voice, reaching out from the shadows. marbles roll. Funnel 1, both fighting for control, side by side in the chaos. Brazil enters the snake pit and stays alive for now. The United Kingdom refuses to fall into the depths, trying to pass Brazil, but fails. Viewers like the video or regret it later. The United Kingdom drops back, their will to survive fading away. Brazil rises to funnel 5. Fear takes over. Look to the right. The zombie's hand returns. Brazil is threatened, but still alive. The United Kingdom, desperate, feels its strength drained by the haunted track. Brazil reaches the final funnel. The clown seems to sleep, or maybe he's watching. The United Kingdom fights to the end, dives into the last funnel, but Brazil survives. The lights flicker, the air turns cold, and the track whispers, "Your turn will come." The end has come for the United Kingdom. The clown speaks from the darkness. 2 victims now rest in the basement, and there is room for many more. The air feels heavier. The track is hungry. Next up, Belgium versus Turkey. Only one will escape this nightmare. Subscribe to Fubeca Race, if you dare. The start opens, and only one will survive. Halloween brings the fear alive, and this track was built for it. Turkey moves to funnel 2, into the nest of venomous spiders. Turkey wants to stay in the game, willing to do anything to escape this cursed place. Belgium fights back, refusing to fall to the dark forces of the track. Belgium climbs the elevator, the most tense and terrifying part of the race. Turkey passes near the zombie's hand. Fear takes over. Belgium wants to survive, getting closer to the terrifying clown. Turkey panics, trying to reach Belgium. The fear is real now. Turkey gathers its last strength. Passes Belgium at the end. Belgium can only scream, but no one will hear her. The clown seems pleased, collecting more souls for his basement. 3 nations now lost in the depths of his twisted prison. Russia and Mexico of the dark forces that drain the life from every racer. The gates are closed. There is no way out. The barrier opens. The marbles roll down. The wind blows stronger, and the cold spreads across the track. Both enter Funnel 1, the nest of roaches. Russia takes the lead, heading toward Funnel 2, the nest of spiders. Fear tests the heart, but courage is born only in the shadows. Mexico finds the strength to pass. Russia feels her energy drained by the dark power of the track. Mexico reaches Funnel 4, but knows this is not the time to celebrate. There are many horrors still ahead. Russia feels her heartbeat racing out of rhythm, a true effect of Halloween. Mexico conquers Funnel 6, but feels heavy, tired. The clown watches from the shadows. Russia begins to give up. No strength left to fight. Mexico survives, escaping the clown's cursed basement. For Russia, only despair remains. The clown returns, silent but alive. He feeds on fear, watching every marble fall. His laughter echoes. No one knows if it's joy or hunger. Germany and India are called. To the track of fear, the terror is on the screen. The start is triggered. Only one will
Subscribe
survive.
to this channel.
Germany advances quickly to Funnel 2. Germany moves into the snake pit. Fear rises. The cold grows stronger across the track. Mexico gathers strength to fight, even knowing he must save energy for the end, where the clown drains every ounce of power. He stays behind, struggling against the fear. Germany rises to Funnel 5. Fear grows stronger near the zombie's hand. There are stories that it once grabbed marbles mid-race, dragging them straight to the basement. Mexico finds strength again, but still can't pass. Germany moves to Funnel 6. Mexico refuses to give up, pushes harder, overtakes Germany, and enters the final funnel, where the energy is drained completely. Germany drops into the last funnel. Now it's pure survival. Mexico endures, fighting against every shadow on the track. Germany falls to despair, and the fans can feel the chill of the clown's laughter. Chills and whispers fill the air. The tension is real. The start is triggered. Lights flash across the circuit. The game of survival begins. The Philippines moves ahead and takes funnel 2. The Philippines pushes forward, entering the snake pit, determined to stay alive. Japan drops down, but can't overtake. The Philippines keeps rolling, fighting to survive the cursed track. Japan escapes the snake pit and reaches elevator for it. The shadows move closer. Something dark watches from above. Japan climbs the elevator. Beware the zombie's hand. Japan gets neck and neck with the Philippines, but can't make the pass. His energy fades fast. The Philippines advances into the final funnel, closer than ever to the clown. Japan refuses to give up, dives into the last funnel. Now, survival is everything. Japan endures to the very end. The Philippines screams, dragged to the basement of nightmares. For those watching, the fear never ends. Argentina and Indonesia are called to the track of fear. Screams echo in the background. Voices whisper from the dark. The barrier opens. Green lights flash, and it's time for survival between them. They reach funnel 1, the pit of flying roaches. Argentina dives into the nest of venomous spiders. The fans can feel the chill. This is Halloween, where every move could be the last. Even the wind sounds like a scream. The struggle for survival is fierce. Both want to escape the clown's basement of nightmares. Argentina climbs the elevator, but the zombie's hand waits, ready to grab. Indonesia fights to stay alive, escaping the zombie's hand by inches. The crowd gasps in terror. The clown laughs from the darkness, his voice echoing across the track. Halloween feeds on their fear. Indonesia surges ahead, gaining a burst of dark energy. Despair now belongs to Argentina, fighting only to survive. The clown announces his next victim. Indonesia survives and moves to the next challenge. For Argentina, only silence remains. In this place, no one hears the screams. The track never forgives. Vietnam and Canada are called to the track of death. They fight for the last spot in the quarterfinals. 7 are gone, forever trapped in the clown's basement. The barrier opens, hearts change rhythm, the cold returns, and the moon shines brighter over the track. Both reach funnel 1, surrounded by crawling roaches. Canada pushes forward into the nest of venomous spiders. The fans can feel it, the fear crawling under their skin, the darkness closing in, the laughter echoing from somewhere deep below. Tonight, survival belongs only to the fearless. Vietnam passes the mutant spider and conquers funnel 4. The crowd shivers. Every movement echoes like a heartbeat in the dark. The air feels alive, haunted by whispers no one can explain. Vietnam climbs the shadowed elevator, heading toward funnel 5. Each step up feels colder, as if the track itself is watching. A battle for survival unfolds. Everything counts now. One mistake means a lifetime in the clown's prison. Vietnam stays strong, even under the haunted lights. Canada struggles to keep up, knowing the price of failure is unthinkable. Canada receives strength from beyond, surging past Vietnam. Vietnam fades, weak and hopeless. With the clown as his only company, Canada wins and survives the track of death. The laughter returns, and Halloween claims another soul. Eight marbles have fallen into the eternal basement. Their screams can still be heard from above, but the track of death keeps 8 survivors, for now. Indonesia and Turkey open the show of horror. Let the quarterfinals begin, the shadows return, and the fear rises once again. If you haven't subscribed to the Fubeca race channel, beware, you could be called. To play the game with no way out, the barrier opens, the marbles roll, blood warms, and the cold strikes deeper. This is Halloween on the track of death. The moon turns pale above the track. Shadows twist on the marble lanes. Whispers call from the depths. The night itself wants to play. Both marbles enter funnel 3, the pit of the venomous serpent. Indonesia pushes through to funnel 4. Turkey loses its breath. The power between the moon and the track resonates like distant stars, where the sun can never shine. Indonesia rises through the elevator of the hand, heading to funnel 5. Turkey climbs next, hoping to meet its rival again and fight for one more chance at survival. Turkey reaches funnel 6, leaving despair behind. For a moment, hope flickers, but the shadows move closer with every turn. Indonesia refuses to give in, fighting as if her soul could break free from the curse. No one wants to be dragged away by the clown, whose laughter slithers through the fog like a living thing. Turkey dives down in a desperate run for survival, but fate has already chosen. Indonesia survives, while Turkey screams echo into eternity, lost beneath the haunted marble track. Indonesia survives, and only 3 spots remain. Mexico and Canada are summoned once again. One will escape, the other will face a cruel fate in the clown's basement. The barrier opens, the marbles roll, and the track of death awakens for another battle.
Share this video with your friends.
They collide for survival in Funnel 2, where venomous spiders crawl along the walls, and every spin feels like a heartbeat made of fear. Neither wants to fall to the basement. They fight through Funnel 3, where the serpent waits, a cold hiss echoing through the dark. Mexico pushes forward, reaching Funnel 4, the path twisting tighter with every turn. Canada is close behind, refusing to vanish into the shadows. Canada closes the gap. The battle burns hotter. The tension feeds the track itself. Mexico surges toward Funnel 6, the final pit of survival. Both fight as if the night itself were watching, knowing that only one will rise, and the other will be swallowed by the darkness. Canada survives, and Mexico already knows its fate. The crowd falls silent. The lights flicker across the haunted track. The clown smiles from the shadows, adding another soul to his eternal collection. The basement whispers, "Once you fall, you never rise again." The United States and India are called once more by the voice from the darkness. The barrier opens, and only one will survive this round of horror. Funnel 1. Both enter the nest of roaches. India pushes forward and takes Funnel 2 among the spiders. The United States strikes back, passing India, trying to stay far from the clown's gaze. The United States descends, passing the mutant spider, racing into Funnel 4. The air grows colder. The fog wraps tighter around the track. The United States climbs the elevator, but danger awaits above. The zombie's hand twitches, as if craving another victim. Every creak of the metal sounds like a heartbeat made of fear. India takes the lead, leaving the United States in despair, afraid of being dragged away by the clown. But the United States fights back, focused only on survival. Charging ahead into the final funnel, the crowd roars. The track trembles beneath the light of the blood moon. India dives in too, and survival comes down to the final funnel. The United States survives, and for India, only fear remains. The clown watches, and Halloween never ends on this track.
Subscribe to this channel.
This has been Fubeca Race, the Track of Death Halloween edition. Don't miss the next horror showdown. Follow Fubeca Race on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Brazil and Japan are called to the track. They know what must be done to stay alive. This is not their first time facing the darkness. The gate opens, the lights ignite, and the marbles roll in desperation. Brazil advances fast, sliding into funnel 2 with the spiders. The crowd feels the chill, the silence before chaos, and every heartbeat sounds like thunder in the fog. Brazil descends through the path of the mutant spider, where every shadow hides a whisper of fear. Japan's energy fades, drained by the cursed marble track. Brazil climbs the elevator, heading toward funnel 5. Japan rises on the elevator of the hand, while Brazil drops into funnel 6. The line between survival and eternal darkness grows thin. Brazil edges closer to survival. Japan begins to hallucinate. Visions of despair flooding his mind. The basement of souls calling his name. Brazil survives. And on the finish line, restless spirits reach out, trying to escape the fate that awaits below. The track breathes, and the night whispers. Halloween is far from over.
Players could not endure the pressure of Halloween. They are now trapped for eternity inside the clown's realm of darkness. For survivors remain, ready to face each other simultaneously on the track of death. Only one will walk through the door of escape.
Get ready for the final race with 4 teams.
Prepare yourselves for the grand finale. The gates open, the lights flare to life. For survivors stand, but 3 will never return home. Their destiny lies in the basement's shadow. Brazil and Indonesia in funnel 2. Venomous serpents everywhere, sliding through the shadows of the track. Indonesia drops first, but that doesn't mean safety. The track hungers for fear. Brazil takes the lead, climbing the zombies' elevator. The gears creak like bones breaking. The air grows heavy, and something watches from the dark. The battle at funnel 5 is certain. Each marble feels the pull of invisible hands, dragging them toward the basement. Indonesia breaks through, reaching funnel 6 under the echo of screams. Brazil survives. The others fall into the darkness. This game is not for the weak, not for those who fear the night. 16 enter, but only one walks away from the track of death. The screams fade, the lights flicker, and the clown whispers to the audience, "If you are watching in the dark, he can see you too."
and the game is over. The track of death falls silent. For now, to all who survived the fear, and to those still hiding in the dark, happy Halloween from Fubeca Race. Tell us in the comments which part chilled you the most. Until next time, keep your lights on.
"16 countries, only one winner. Get to know who they are. Argentina versus Portugal, Japan versus Colombia, Italy versus Uruguay, Brazil versus India, South Korea versus France, Mexico versus United Kingdom, Russia versus Spain, Germany versus USA. Welcome to the Marble World Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the arena. This is more than a race. This is precision, passion, and competition. From the gym floor to the final applause, every moment counts. Please welcome the athletes of today's Fubeca race. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the opening race. United States versus Germany. A paying crowd of 50,000 fans. A track with 7 funnels and 2 electric elevators. The United States dominates the race. Control, speed, and precision on the track. Round of 16. The knockout stage begins. The United States wins the race. A dominant performance from start to finish. USA advances to the quarterfinals. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Portugal versus Argentina. Welcome to the World Cup. Argentina wins the race. A decisive performance on the track. Argentina advances to the quarterfinals. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. South Korea versus France. France wins the race. A strong and controlled performance on the track. France secures the victory. The next race is about to begin. Brazil versus India. Brazil wins the race. A confident and decisive performance on the track. The next race is about to begin. United Kingdom versus Mexico. Mexico qualifies. Mexico advances to the next round. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Uruguay versus Italy. Italy wins the race, a composed and efficient performance on the track. The next race is about to begin. Spain versus Russia. Russia qualifies. Russia advances to the next round. Colombia versus Japan. Colombia wins the race. Colombia secures the victory. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. United States versus Russia. Two powers, one place in the next round. Russia takes control of the race. Strong execution and complete dominance on the track. Argentina versus Colombia. One race, a place in the semifinals. Argentina comes out on top. A focused and disciplined race from start to finish. Argentina earns a place in the semifinals. Quarterfinal matchup. Two strong teams ready to battle. Mexico versus France. One race, one step closer to the title. France takes the win. France moves forward to the semifinals. A crucial matchup, Brazil versus Italy. Everything is on the line. A place in the next round is at stake.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. For everyone's safety, keep aisles and exits clear and follow staff instruction. Thank you for your cooperation. Enjoy the event.
Brazil comes out victorious. Brazil moves on in the competition. Semifinals are underway. The pressure is at its peak. France versus Russia. One race, a place in the final. France prevails in the semifinal, a composed and tactical race under intense pressure. France books a spot in the final. Semifinal matchup. Two giants of the tournament. Argentina versus Brazil. One race, a place in the final. Brazil wins the semifinal. A powerful performance when it mattered most. Brazil advances to the final. Third place match. Pride and honor are on the line. Argentina versus Russia. One final race to close the podium. Russia claims third place, a determined finish in the final race of the podium. Russia secures the bronze position. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. The grand final of the World Cup. Brazil versus France. One last race. One champion. Brazil is crowned champion. An unforgettable run from start to finish. Brazil lifts the trophy and makes history. Ladies and gentlemen, the World Cup has come to an end. After intense races and unforgettable moments, the final podium is set. In first place, Brazil. In second place, France. In third place, Russia. Thank you for being part of this unforgettable World Cup. Your passion and energy made this event truly special. On behalf of everyone involved, thank you and see you next time. This is Fubeca Race.
last car-friendly race is about to start. The lights are lighting on. We have Brazil in first place, UK in second, Mexico in third, and we are off. And it will be 19 laps for this race as we go to the first corner. It's Mexico who comes out to lead. Up the booster they go, and around that plexiglass barrier and into these next turns. It is Mexico extending their lead ahead of the USA and Vietnam, who are trying to catch back up as we go into the final couple of corners for this first lap. And we have gotten a full view of this track as we go into lap 2. It's Mexico still in lead, USA and Indonesia in second and third place. Up the booster yet again, Mexico 0.8 seconds ahead of France now, who's in second place as we go into these next couple of turns. Who comes out from that chaos there? It's Indonesia who takes the lead from Mexico as we start the third lap. Mexico furious with their lead being taken away. They want to take it right back, but now they're in third place. The USA has taken it back as we go into this next turn, but Mexico takes it right back yet again. And Indonesia trying to stay in the lead as we go into the fourth lap. UK in third place now, pressuring the USA for second. Mexico has fallen down to fourth, and Brazil is in fifth place. And Indonesia is a whole second ahead of the USA. Can the USA catch up to Indonesia and overtake for the lead? Indonesia fastest lap with 22.64 second time. And who's that in the lead? Now it's Vietnam. Vietnam is taking over the lead from Indonesia. And now Indonesia is facing pressure from the USA for second. France and Mexico back a little ways in fourth and fifth. Vietnam has just taken the fastest lap, 20.44 seconds. And they're doing a good job right now. Indonesia still trying to catch up. And they've caught a little bit of ground, 0.4 seconds. But it's going to be hard for them to catch up. And here they go, though, and they take the lead there. Indonesia now back in the lead. Vietnam is very close, though, as we go through the booster, and Vietnam takes it through the exit of that plexiglass section. And now they're back in the lead. We're on lap 7, almost halfway through this race already. Vietnam in the lead, Indonesia in second, France coming in at third, USA in fourth, Mexico in fifth, and here comes France, and they overtake for second place over the USA and Indonesia, and now they're putting their sights on Vietnam. And there they go, and they're making a pass there, and now France is in the lead. Vietnam very close behind, though. Let's see if they can take it right back as we enter the 9th lap. And here comes Indonesia, good speed from them, and they overtake for second place from Indonesia. Up to plexiglass they go yet again. Indonesia back in the lead over France and Vietnam. These top 3 marbles are very close. A lot of overtakes, and Indonesia is trying to fight France. It gets back and forth. France, Vietnam, Indonesia in the lead. And here comes the USA. They want to get in on the action as well. And where is France? They have extended themselves from the rest of these 3 marbles. USA now in second place, catching up to France. Here comes Indonesia and France and the USA as we go into this next corner. Indonesia in the lead. This is a battle in the second half of this race. So many marbles fighting for the lead. Indonesia in first place. Here comes Vietnam. The USA is in there as well. France and Brazil all closing in on Indonesia, who's having a really hard time keeping the lead. They've lost it many times, but somehow they were able to take it back. And now it's Vietnam who is in the lead. Another good leader in this race. It's Vietnam, Indonesia battling for the win. And Brazil is up there in third place as well. France and the USA are losing some ground on these top 3 marbles. Mexico fighting the USA for 5th place. Will they be able to do it? And there goes China, and they're barely ahead of Vietnam. We may have a lapping situation here as we enter the 13th lap. Up the booster once again. Here comes Vietnam and Brazil. Brazil now in the lead over Vietnam and Indonesia, who is both drafting Brazil. Indonesia takes back the lead in that straight as we go into the final corner of this lap. Into the 14th lap they go, and China may start to put some problems on some of these other marbles, but China has fallen off the track, and China will have a DNF. What a horrible situation for China. They went over the plexiglass, and now they're on the ground. That's good for Brazil and Indonesia, because now they won't have any marble to worry about to slow them down ahead of the other two marbles. We're in the 15th lap. Indonesia in the lead, but Brazil coming as well. They are switching back and forth so many times, it's hard to keep track of who is currently in the lead. There goes Brazil back in the lead. It's a neck-and-neck battle between Brazil and Indonesia as we enter the 16th lap. Let's take a look at the replay here on China. It was so high up, it went over the plexiglass. Had they stayed on that section of the track that they landed on, they would have had a major shortcut. I'm not sure if that would have been allowed. Brazil in first place, 0.3 seconds ahead of Indonesia. We are in the 16th lap. And who's in third place? France being followed by Vietnam and Mexico. But they're pretty far behind, second and third. And then there's Brazil leading the pack with quite a bit of length. Brazil only has 2 more laps to go. Here comes France, and they may overtake the lead through this straight. They don't. And as Brazil still in the lead, they only have 2 more laps to go, and they will be the champion of this race. Can they fend off France for that time? Up the booster they go. France trying everything they can to pass, and they do right there. And now it's France in the lead as we go around this hairpin turn. And now we're going to have to start thinking about more lapping situations because India is in the back of the pack, and you're going to start seeing them on the screen as well. But now it's time for the final lap. It's France in the lead, up the booster for the final time. Brazil takes the lead, and here comes Vietnam, and they take it from France as well. They're both trying to catch up to Brazil. They're running out of time. Can Brazil fend them off for 2 more turns? And there's a big boost of speed for Brazil around the final turn, and it will be Brazil who will be the champion of this friendly glass car race. Vietnam coming in close at second, and France in third place. Mexico in fourth. Indonesia rounds off your top 5. Definitely congratulations to Brazil. They fought hard for it, and they took home the gold. Vietnam fighting the entire race, getting second, and Indonesia, another big leader, finishing in 5th. Still a respectable finish, but it's no first place like they wanted. So China DNFing on that booster section. Definitely a hard pill to swallow for them. If we take a look at some of these replays, Mexico was in the lead for the first couple of laps. Eventually they would be thrown well down as Argentina and Vietnam came in the spotlight. Here's Vietnam overtaking the USA for second place. I believe USA made it to right back. The second half of this race was a neck-and-neck battle between quite a few marbles that kept overtaking for the lead over and over again, back and forth. Definitely an intense race. Plexiglass, the star of the track. These marbles really fly. We saw dangers of that. These marbles are taking risks in order to receive glory. And in China's case, that risk did not turn out so well. There's Indonesia, France, and the USA up in the top 3. Look at that. India having trouble on the wall section there. Here's Brazil, Indonesia, and Vietnam fighting for that top position. Here's the spot where China flies off the track. Way too high, too much speed. Caused them to DNF. Up the booster, almost a vertical exit. Here's an overtake by Vietnam. So congratulations to Brazil for being the champion of this friendly glass car race. Vietnam coming in at second and France coming in at third place. This is just a preview of Glass Car 2023, which is coming soon. Don't forget to like and subscribe and stay tuned for Glass Car 2023. It's definitely going to be an amazing season. Brazil with the fastest lap, 20.401 on lap 11. Also happened to be that they are the champion of this race. And they weren't really in the spotlight. They weren't in the lead for the majority of the race, but they came and took it at the last second. Unfortunately, Indonesia not able to sit on the podium. They had a good fight. They were in the lead for a lot of the race, but at least they got 5th place. Don't forget to subscribe and stay tuned for more Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah, signing off. Until next time, this has been Fubeca's Marble Runs. Good day, everyone.
Get ready for an aquatic Fubeca race. 16 nations diving into pure chaos. A pin start launch where one hit can change everything right from the drop. 2 opening funnels locking the pack into a battle for early control. An electric lift throwing the racers into a whole new stage of the track. Wide funnels blasting them straight into the aquatic plunge with no mercy. A deep submerged stretch cooling the field as the chase intensifies. Another electric lift hauling the competitors back from the depths. Sector 2 brings suspended rails. Pure tension, pure resistance. A spiraling rail into the final 4-funnel showdown. This is where legends break through. Strap in, this aquatic battle is about to take your breath away. Board view, 16 national marbles lined up for a knockout classic. On the left side, Argentina versus Italy and India versus Indonesia, Mexico versus Canada, and South Korea versus the United States. On the opposite side, Brazil versus Bosnia, Netherlands versus Spain, Portugal versus Russia, and Germany versus Japan. First matchup, the United States versus South Korea. Start activated, gates drop and the marbles burst into action. First funnel, United States and South Korea neck and neck. The United States drops cleanly into funnel 2. The darker US marble pushes ahead. South Korea follows with the white marble and red detail. The United States reaches the first electric lift and drops straight into funnel 3. One step from the big plunge. South Korea dives into funnel 3 as well. The United States lines up for the water dive into the water lane. Here comes the aquatic stretch, a section that can drain the breath. From any competitor, United States drops first and grabs the lift. South Korea climbs right behind. The United States hits sector 2 on the rails, both charging into the spiral section. The United States drops into the spiral and heads for the final stretch of the track. They lock funnel 5. United States up front. South Korea reaches funnel 5 too. A strong hit, and South Korea steals the lead. South Korea takes funnel 6. The United States counters and hits back. Takes the lead and charges into funnel 7. Only one funnel left. Both locked in funnel 7. United States drops into funnel 8. Whoever drops next advances on the board. United States takes it. South Korea fights back, but not enough to stop the United States. The United States advances on the board and moves to the quarterfinals. Next matchup on the way, Bosnia versus Brazil. And if you want to see your brand on Fubeca racetracks, send us an email and join the action. And do not forget to follow us on Instagram. Everything ready. Brazil versus Bosnia, ball released. Start. Marbles rolling. Brazil and Bosnia in funnel 1. Bosnia takes the lead and locks funnel 2. Bosnia climbs the electric lift. A 4-step advantage now. Bosnia drops cleanly into funnel 3. Descending toward the next funnel. Bosnia stays in front, 1 step from the plunge. A submerged track, full of challenges. This is Fubeca race. After the dive, they head straight to the bottom, and Bosnia climbs the lift. Brazil right behind. Bosnia reaches the second sector. The track with rails and tight spirals everywhere. Bosnia now heading to funnel 5. Bosnia still leading. Funnel 5 reached. Brazil arrives. Tries the physical hit, but cannot connect. Bosnia moves into funnel 6. Brazil keeps pushing, makes contact, goes side by side and reaches funnel 7. Brazil takes the lead. Brazil in control. Bosnia attacks again, but cannot make the hit. And Brazil advances to the final funnel. Decision coming! It looks like Brazil will take it. And yes, Brazil wins with a strong finish. Bosnia keeps fighting hard, but still cannot find a way past Brazil. Brazil moves forward in the championship and climbs another spot on our board. Subscribe to our channel and do not forget to leave a like to support more Fubeca race broadcasts. Brazil advances to the quarterfinals, and now we move to Argentina versus Italy on this challenging aquatic track. Everything is ready. Argentina on one side and Italy on the other. Set for the start. The referee authorizes the start. The gates drop and they charge into funnel 1. Italy takes the lead with the blue marble, but Argentina reacts quickly and captures funnel 2. A close battle forms as Italy pushes toward the electric lift and climbs into sector 2. Italy drops into funnel 3 while Argentina stays tight behind, keeping the pressure on. Italy defends well, reaches funnel 4, and positions itself just before the plunge. Italy dives cleanly, reaches the bottom, and climbs the lift with great speed to hold the lead. Argentina tries to close the gap, but Italy enters the rail section and maintains control. We arrive at the spiral section, and Italy continues to lead with confidence. Italy takes control again by securing funnel 5 with precision, but Argentina arrives with great speed and closes the gap. They attempt the physical contact, and they make it. A strong neck-and-neck battle right here. Argentina pulls ahead and moves directly toward funnel 7. What an incredible move by Argentina as they dive into funnel 7. They hold the advantage. Argentina stands 1 step away from qualifying, but Italy strikes back, pushes inside and retakes the position. This race is extremely close and intense. Argentina drops again, but Italy secures the victory. Argentina fought hard and showed great moments, but Italy prevailed. They captured the lead several times and kept the race alive. Look at the replay details now. Italy makes the drop and stays composed. Italy was determined from the start and never gave up the fight. Italy advances on the board with confidence. Let us move to the next race. Japan versus Germany. And if you still do not follow us on Instagram, make sure to join us at Fubeca Racing. Germany and Japan on the line. Germany with the black marble, Japan with the blue one. Start activated. Marbles rolling fast. Funnel 1 in action. Japan drops first and goes to funnel 2. Germany presses tightly with strong body contact. Germany makes a clean hit, overtakes and heads to the electric lift. Germany climbs the elevator, taking control of the race. A 3-step gap forms as Germany pulls ahead on the climb. Germany enters funnel 3 while Japan stays close behind. Japan keeps tight pressure and follows Germany into the section. Germany drops cleanly and moves straight toward funnel 4. They prepare for the dive as the race builds intensity. This aquatic stretch is classic Fubeca race action. Germany climbs the elevator with good speed. Japan also begins the climb right behind. They reach sector 2 almost together, entering the rails and spiral zone neck and neck. Oh my god! Germany loses speed in the entrance, and Japan closes the gap quickly. Another power loss for Germany, and a strong hit shakes the section. Even with the problems, Both arrive nearly together at funnel 5. Germany shows instability but keeps fighting hard. Germany recovers some speed and heads toward funnel 7. Japan drops in, lands solid contact, and pushes ahead. Japan reaches the final funnel first. But Germany accelerates, closes fast, they go neck and neck. And Germany takes the win. Despite all the issues, Germany pushes through and advances on the board. Japan is eliminated, and in the replay we see Germany making the drop as Japan tries to defend. Germany stays determined, breaks through, and claims a spot in the quarterfinals. We move on to the next matchup. India versus Indonesia. Time for another race. Everything is ready. Lights on. And they drop. Marbles rolling now. They enter funnel 1. Indonesia and India neck and neck. Indonesia racing in red today. India reaches the elevator first. A 4-step advantage opens now. India drops into funnel 3. Indonesia follows right behind, trying to stay close. A physical attempt, but no success. India moves into funnel 4, preparing for the dive. Indonesia also drops into the section. India dives deep into the aquatic zone, heading straight to the depths of the race. Oh my god. India struggles underwater. Let us see what happens next. Here comes Indonesia. They reactivated India on the way up. India was heavily affected and lost precious time during the lift. A costly delay, but India is back in the race now. And suddenly takes the lead again. India back in front, holding first place. Indonesia coming right behind, not letting go. India reaches funnel 5. Indonesia right with them, neck and neck at the funnel. Let us see who drops first. India descends into funnel 6. Another neck and neck battle. A very tight race, neck and neck. India holds strong so far, defending the lead with precision. India keeps control of the race for now. Indonesia drops in with a close shoulder-to-shoulder move, but India protects the position once again, heading toward funnel 8. The final funnel, and it is India. India takes the win. A strong finish secures the qualification. India advances to the quarterfinals. What an incredible race from India. They stayed ahead under heavy pressure. Even with multiple problems on the track, Indonesia pushed at all times. Check the replay. India still manages to qualify. They will face Italy in the quarterfinals. And if you want to see your brand here in Fubeca race, send us an email. We move to the next matchup. Portugal versus Russia. Lights on. Marbles rolling. Funnel 1. Portugal racing in green. Russia racing in blue. Portugal takes the lead and secures funnel 2. Russia arrives and goes shoulder to shoulder. Dropping in, and Russia overtakes, heading to the elevator. Portugal stays close, marking tightly. Just a 2-step difference now. Russia reaches funnel 3 first. Here comes Portugal. Portugal slips through and takes funnel 3. An incredible move by Portugal. Dropping down into funnel 4. A rare overtake inside funnel 3. What a moment. Portugal drops again, heading for the dive. A clean dive from Portugal, straight into the elevator section. Up they go. Russia climbs right behind. Now entering sector 2. Russia pushes forward. They arrive at the rails first. Portugal reaches the spiral rail section. Portugal moves into the final sector of the track, securing funnel 5. Russia joins them. Another shoulder-to-shoulder moment, neck and neck. Russia makes contact and slips ahead with a strong move. Heading into funnel 6, Portugal right behind, dropping in neck and neck once again. Russia holds the line, keeps the lead secure, moving toward funnel 7. Portugal closes in. Another neck and neck moment, a tight and intense battle. Portugal takes the lead. Final funnel ahead. Here comes Russia, shoulder to shoulder, neck and neck. Russia takes the win. So many neck-and-neck exchanges. A real battle for the lead. Russia stays firm and crosses the finish ahead. Check the replay. Russia spins perfectly and stays in front. A brilliant victory. Russia advances to face Germany. What a matchup coming next. Let's move to the next race. A full aquatic track here at Fubeca Race. Leave your comment. If your country is not in this competition, tell us below. Let us know which country you want to see in the next tournament. And now we go to the race. Funnel 1 approaching. Canada versus Mexico. Mexico takes funnel 2. Mexico racing in green. Canada racing in red. Mexico pushes ahead toward the elevator. Canada follows and reaches the elevator as well. Mexico secures funnel 3. Canada close behind. Mexico maintains the lead. Mexico drops first. Into funnel 4 they go. Mexico getting ready for the dive. Canada getting closer. Both preparing for the dive now. Mexico rises first. Canada dives and climbs right after. Both marbles enter sector 2, heading into the rail section. Mexico stays in front as they enter the spiral section, right into the long carousel turn. Canada stays close behind. Mexico secures funnel 5. Canada follows in. Neck and neck now. Canada takes the lead, heading toward funnel 6. Mexico drops in once again. Mexico retakes the lead and moves toward funnel 7. Canada comes in fast. Drops into funnel 7. A strong hit. Canada takes the lead back. Only one funnel left. Funnel 8. Look at that moment. Mexico dives and wins the race. Advancing to the quarterfinals. Canada fought hard, but could not advance. Mexico moves forward. Check the replay details. Canada pushed strongly, but that final tap from Mexico was enough to secure the victory. Mexico reaches the quarterfinals. And Mexico will face the United States. Next matchup, Spain versus the Netherlands. Leave your comment below and drop your like as well. Spain versus the Netherlands. Spain racing with that yellow and red marble. The Netherlands in red. Spain stays ahead into funnel 2. Let's see who drops next. It is the Netherlands. The Netherlands reach the elevator first. Spain drops right after, a 4-step difference between them. Netherlands into funnel 3. And now descending toward funnel 4. Spain goes for the contact, but cannot connect. The Netherlands prepares for the dive. Spain comes right behind. They dive. The Netherlands enters the underwater rails and reaches the elevator, climbing up now. Spain also moves through the underwater rails, climbing as well. They enter sector 2, the rail section. The Netherlands is already in the spiral. The Netherlands secures funnel 5. Only 4 funnels left to finish the race. Spain arrives and closes in, makes contact. Spain takes the lead, heading into funnel 6. The Netherlands tries to recover, goes for contact again, and reaches funnel 7. The Netherlands passes, back in the lead. Spain charges one more time. The Netherlands defends well and reaches the final funnel, funnel 8. Very close to victory now. The Netherlands wins the race and qualifies for the quarterfinals. Spain fought bravely, but cannot advance. They are eliminated from the tournament. Let's move to the bracket. The Netherlands moves forward. They drop in and will face Brazil. Quarterfinals are set. 8 countries. We're the fastest so far. And 8 countries are eliminated. If you are enjoying the race, leave a like and tell us what you think about our championship. United States and Mexico. A match worth a semifinal spot. Mexico in green reaches funnel 2. The United States presses. Mexico defends well and moves to the elevator. Mexico now advances to funnel 3. Approaching funnel 4 for the dive. Mexico stays in the lead. The United States keeps the pressure on. Mexico advances into funnel 4. Very close to the dive now. Mexico sets up the entry. Mexico dives into the track, heading into the underwater rails. Mexico reaches the elevator. The United States drops in too and takes the elevator. The United States rises toward the rail sector. Mexico remains in front. Mexico controlling the race beautifully. They reach the spiral section. Mexico approaches funnel 5. Final sector of the track. The United States arrives, makes contact, but Mexico defends well and moves to funnel 6. Still holding the lead. A tight chase as Mexico holds position. The United States follows closely. They drop into funnel 6 and pass Mexico. The United States now leads at funnel 7. Mexico closes the gap again. Goes for the contact, but cannot make it. Funnel 8 for the United States. Mexico drops in, but the United States comes down for the victory. The United States advances in the championship, becoming our first semifinalist. Mexico had a strong race, but could not overcome the United States. They are eliminated from the championship. The United States advances as our first semifinalist. Here we go now. The Netherlands versus Brazil. Shots of the aquatic track on your screen. Tell us in the comments what you think about this track. Brazil versus the Netherlands. Brazil moves in front. Brazil racing in yellow. The Netherlands in orange. They move into funnel 2. Let us see who drops. It is Brazil. Brazil reaches the lift and climbs. Brazil heading toward funnel 3. The Netherlands almost reaching funnel 3 as well. Brazil opens a small gap. The Netherlands tries to close the distance. Brazil secures funnel 4. Getting ready for the dive. There is the dive. Brazil drops into the underwater rail section and climbs the elevator. New shots on screen. New angles. This is Fubeca race. The Netherlands now climbing up. They both reach the final sector of the track. The rail section. Brazil secures funnel 5. Brazil very close to qualifying. This race is worth a spot in the championship semifinal. Brazil in funnel 6. The Netherlands drops into 6 as well, but cannot make contact. Brazil drops again, stays in the lead. Brazil moves into funnel 7. The Netherlands comes in close, battling hard. Brazil holds firm and goes to funnel 8. The Netherlands tries to respond, but Brazil wins the race and advances to the semifinal. The Netherlands fought hard, but could not match Brazil's pace. Brazil moves forward on the board. Brazil is in the semifinal. Next matchup, Italy versus India. And if you have not visited our online store yet, check the link in the description. Get your personalized Fubeca race products, official and exclusive. Referee Lewis will authorize the start. Lights on. Marbles rolling. Italy versus India. Italy racing in blue. Italy moves into funnel 2. A tight battle in funnel 2. Italy stays ahead and heads to the lift. Italy climbs and drops into funnel 3. India reaching funnel 3. They prepare now to fight for funnel 4. Funnel 4 leads into the underwater section. Italy drops in. A deep dive. India dives as well. There they go, both rising in the lift. Into the second sector of the track. Italy showing great pace. Looking strong so far. India struggling to match Italy's rhythm. Falling behind. Italy reaches funnel 5. India arrives, makes contact, and takes the lead. India moves into funnel 6. India now in front. India storms into funnel 7. Italy loses the lead. Final stretch of the track. Italy tries to recover. India stays ahead, already dropping to the last funnel, into funnel 8. India wins the race. Italy cannot hold the pace. A strong performance, but in the final stretch, Italy loses rhythm and India takes over. India secures the qualification. India moves on to the championship semi-final. And there, they will face the United States. On the other side, Germany versus Russia, a battle for the other semi-final spot. Everything is ready. Lights on and marbles rolling. Germany versus Russia. Germany racing in black. Russia in white with red details. Russia advances first, heading to the elevator. A gap of 1, 2, 3 steps now. Germany arrives at funnel 3. Russia comes right behind. Germany moves into funnel 4, holding the race under control. Germany prepares for the dive. Russia gets ready as well. Germany dives, goes straight toward the lift. Climbing now. Russia dives into the water section. And climbs the elevator too. They move into the second sector of the track. The rail section. They sweep right past the fans. The crowd reacts and goes wild with excitement. Germany in front, heading into funnel 5. Russia closes in and joins at the funnel. Same funnel, both marbles in funnel 5. Close contact now. Russia surprises, passes Germany and moves into funnel 6. Germany drops again, back into the fight at 6. And Germany retakes the lead. Germany heads to funnel 7. Russia comes again with more contact. Germany defends brilliantly and goes to the last funnel. Germany wins it. Wins the race and books a place in the semi-final. Russia fought hard, but could not get past. Russia is eliminated from our championship. Germany advances and will face Brazil in the semi-final. Now we have the 4 fastest on the track. Next matchup, United States versus India. Instagram, Fubeca Race. We are already 157,000 strong. Join this community. They're off. Green light from the judge. Now it's worth a spot in the grand final. India drops first and moves into funnel 2. United States also dropping into funnel 2. India out in front. Both enter the elevator together, only 1 step separating them. They move into funnel 3. United States takes the lead. Intense battle between them, neck and neck. India retakes the lead. United States marking closely, but unable to pass. India prepares for the dive and dives, entering the deep water track. India reaches the elevator and rises fast. United States dives into the deep water as well. Coming out of the water now. Heads to the elevator, moving into the rail section. India still ahead. A small advantage for India. Closing in on funnel 5. United States arrives at funnel 5. Physical contact now, body to body. United States takes the lead and moves into funnel 6, heading for funnel 6. India drops again and takes the lead back. India moves into funnel 7. United States fighting hard. India pushing 2. A fiercely contested race, neck and neck all the way. India still ahead. United States drops, fighting at the final funnel. United States wins. India battles, but cannot overcome the United States. The United States is our first finalist. Brazil and Germany enter the semifinal, and the winner will face the United States in the grand final. Everything is ready on the track for this decisive race. The United States is already guaranteed in the final. Lights are about to turn on. Lights on and the marbles are rolling. Funnel 1. Brazil in yellow, Germany in black. Brazil secures funnel 2. Germany closes in quickly and applies pressure. Brazil holds position and climbs to the elevator. A 3-step difference between them. Brazil reaches funnel 3. A spot in the grand final is on the line. The winner will face the United States. Brazil prepares for the underwater dive. Brazil crosses the submerged rails and rises smoothly through the elevator. Germany climbs as well and enters Sector 2. The track's rail section begins. They pass very close to the cheering crowd. Brazil reaches funnel 5, but Germany arrives aggressively. Germany makes contact and overtakes. Brazil felt the pressure, but drops again and fights back, side by side in funnel 6. Brazil retakes the lead, heading to funnel 7. Germany descends right after. They run neck and neck toward the final funnel. A place in the final is at stake. Brazil drops. Final confrontation. Germany finds the better trajectory. Germany is more efficient. Germany advances to the grand final. Brazil fought bravely but falls short. Germany moves forward on the board. Germany will face the United States in the final. We begin the battle for 3rd place. A clash to decide the podium. Third place showdown. India versus Brazil. Only one will reach the podium. 3rd place on the line. Lights will activate any moment. And they roll! A beautiful podium photo is up for grabs. 3rd place at stake. Brazil drops first. Heads to the elevator. India drops now. Brazil approaching funnel 3. An incredible aquatic track today. Tell us in the comments what you think about this aquatic setup and suggest new track ideas. Leave them so we can develop new challenges. Brazil heads toward the dive, entering the submerged lane onto the underwater rails. A deep dive from Brazil, already rising on the elevator. The elevator nearly jams for Brazil. They lose precious time. This may cost them later. This delay may hurt Brazil, especially at the end. India advances. These aquatic elevators can cause trouble anytime. Funnel 5 now. Here they come. Brazil pushes forward and looks solid so far. Brazil moves into funnel 6. Brazil close to securing 3rd place. India drops into funnel 6, but cannot catch Brazil yet. Brazil in funnel 7, strong position. India passes Brazil, right at the end. Brazil cannot hold India in the final moments. And India takes 3rd place. Brazil misses the podium. Brazil finishes in 4th place. Now we move on to the final showdown. United States and Germany. This is for the Fubeca Cup, the official Fubeca trophy, the Golden Crown. Balls rolling. United States versus Germany in the grand final. Germany is playing in white. United States with the darker marble. United States takes the lead. Going up the elevator, Germany descends. A gap of 4 steps between them. United States moves into funnel 3. Both preparing for funnel 4. United States still in front, holding the lead. Germany pressing hard, trying to stay neck and neck with the United States. United States dives into the underwater section. Germany dives as well. Germany is a bit slower on the ascent. United States already entering Sector 2. United States grows the gap. Germany is falling behind. This is the grand final. The Golden Crown is on the line. Fubeca Race Glory. Germany initiates contact. They battle neck and neck. Germany overtakes, surprising the United States. Heading to funnel 6. United States stays close, strikes back and retakes the lead. Going into funnel 7. United States still leading. Very close to victory. Germany rises again. They battle hard. Germany holds strong. On the defense, United States stays firm. Heading into the final funnel. This is the decisive moment. The last funnel. Whoever drops first takes the Fubeca Cup. Germany drops. Germany is the champion. They claim the Fubeca trophy. There they are, Germany, the great winner. Standing proudly at the top of the board. United States fought bravely, but finishes in 2nd place. India also fought hard, earning the 3rd place on the podium. Germany was unstoppable. They conquered the 1st place, overrunning every opponent in their path. Germany, on the podium, the crowd celebrates. Thank you for watching this full Fubeca race tournament. And remember, if you want your brand appearing in our races, on the banners, or around the track, send us an email. Thank you. If you enjoyed it, leave a like, comment a lot. If you liked the aquatic track too, let me know in the comments, so we can create more content like this. Thank you for watching. Enjoy more videos on the end card. I'm signing off. See you next time.
Marble Fubeca continues to push the boundaries of marble sports, and today they have brought us to the first edition of Mar Baseball. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bittersig, glad to have you here for a very interesting event, something unlike anything we've ever done before. You see the classic course for our marbles, but now you see the Mar Baseball field as they'll drop into that field and try to score some runs, as you see the great Mar Baseball Stadium. Tournament, as always, is going to be a 16-team field, all representing their countries, similar to the way the NBA does their playoffs. Uruguay and Argentina will face off, England and India, as well on the left side of the bracket. That top left quadrant will be Portugal against Italy and the United States against Germany. As you flip over to the right side, it is Russia and France, the Netherlands against one of the powerhouse countries, Mexico. China takes on Chile, and Brazil against Canada. Those are the 16 teams. And we have never seen this before, but the first two teams that'll take a crack at it will be Uruguay and Argentina. Uruguay is the blue, the more white and light blue marbles is Argentina as they make their way through this course. Let's see who's the first one down. And it looks like it's going to be Argentina, and they get a quick score. And now everything trying to settle out. Let's see if anybody can get anything else. Those are a couple of the Uruguay marbles trying to get a last-ditch effort. They cannot, and it's a 1-0 shutout. So we have a look at the replay here. Almost a point there, but a rebound and going through the right field fence for Argentina to score the only point. The rest of the marbles unable to get through as they swing through where that fidget spinner is. If you end up down there, you're out. And so Argentina eliminates Uruguay by a score of 1-0 as Brazil and Canada will face off. You saw there, one of the Argentinian marbles made their way through the center field marking, but they didn't stay. That's what matters. You have to actually get through there. First down is Canada. Now Canada gets another one, and a third. They scored the first run. One for Canada. There's a second for Canada. Brazil puts one through. 3 for Canada now. And they're going to win this one because only one marble left and now falling for Brazil. Canada knocks out Brazil early in this one with a 3-1 win as they put up some big points there. Here's the first score. That marble goes flying through the air. This is a very interesting dynamic that you're going through. You want to know, obviously, you want to get through there when you are kind of by yourself. Give yourself the most open opportunities. You see down the right field line, there's a point. That was the first of 3 for Canada as Brazil scores there. But Canada puts in 3. Brazil gets just 1. They're knocked out early, and Canada is into the quarterfinals as the United States and Germany face off. Germany with the black marbles, the USA with the blue and white. And let's see who gets through first. They're all really right in a line there, and the first one down will be the United States. They don't get any through. Still no scoring to this point. Germany puts one in. Here's one for the USA. They are tied at 1 apiece. Germany has an extra chance. Do they put anything with it? The answer is yes. They knock one through at the last moment, and Germany knocks out the United States with a last-minute score. As that one stayed tight throughout. Germany put up the first one right there. Just made its way through. The U.S. knocked one to the right field line, and then that final marble ends up putting in the final point, and it's the game-winning point for Germany. Well, bouncing all around, nearly came off the course. Just sneaks through the right side for a 2-1 win for Germany to advance to the next round. As Russia and France will face off. Russia's got the more maroon-looking marbles, the bright blue for France. Should be easy to tell those apart. France has the first 2 coming through the line. Let's see if that plays out. Who's first? There is 1 point for France early. France, almost put another one in, not to be, but France has the only marbles left, and that will be a 1-0 win. As Russia never really threatened to put points on the board there. Have a look at the replay. just stayed in for France. That one nearly bounced back like we saw from the first round with Uruguay and Argentina. England and India now. Things aren't as easy to tell apart. It's India in the lead with the first two marbles. England has a little bit more of a tan coloring to it. No scoring yet. Still no scoring. Here comes one for India. Oh, another one just barely missed going through. That's another Indian marble, though, so it wouldn't matter. And at the end of the day, 1 point for India is enough for a 1-0 shutout win. A lot of close calls. There's the one that counts. And India moves on. They'll take on Argentina in the next round as Chile and China face off. Chile in the yellow, blue, white, and red against the red marble of China that has the first three in order. And wow, yeah, the first three in order and four. And the first one's there. Still no scoring to this point. There's one for China. Does Chile have an answer? The answer to that is going to be no, as it goes through a swing and a miss there at the end. And another 1-0 win in favor of China this time. Chile had a last chance effort but could not put it through. Just missing the Chilean ball. Able to knock that one through the left field opening and move China to the next round where they will take on Canada. And now Portugal against Italy. Portugal with the green, Italy in blue. Four of the first five are Italian. And 1 point early for Italy. Another point for Italy. Portugal needs to pick it up and in a hurry. And they only have one marble left. They will they score? The answer is going to be no. There it is, finally. And it's a 2-0 win for Italy. That one looked pretty dominant. Never a doubt in mind there as a quick score on the first one. You really, as I can tell through this first round, you want to be the first marble down. It gives you the best opportunity to put up points early if you can accurately connect. There was the second score for Italy that gave them a 2-0 win. They take on Germany. Knocked out the United States at the very end, and the Netherlands takes on Mexico now. Mexico with the mint green, and the orange and blue for the Netherlands. No scoring yet. There is two for the Netherlands, one for Mexico, a third for the Netherlands, and they're going to take this one 3-1. As the Netherlands scored two and very quickly made it really difficult for there to be an opportunity there. You can see there was the score, the third one for the Netherlands, as they took care of business pretty easily there to win the final matchup of this first round, which means they get France. And we move on to the quarterfinals. Argentina against India. Argentina with the blue. Make their way through this course. No scoring yet. Still no scoring. Still a lot of marbles that haven't come down to the course yet. There's a score. It belongs to Argentina. Argentina has the final marble, so it doesn't matter. It's a 1-0 win for Argentina for a second consecutive round. They put up just two through the first two rounds, but they are on to the semifinals, playing great defense. Good pitching from the Argentinian crew. There's the score that made the difference down the left field line. That's it done then. They are one step closer to the finals. China and Canada here. Canada with the all-white, classic look there. They spread out pretty evenly here as they try to make their way down to the field first. Who comes through first? The answer is going to be one of the Chinese marbles. They're going to get the first two. Now here comes Canada. Nobody scored yet. China's close. There's Canada down the left field line. They're going to score their first, and it's going to be the only one they need for a 1-0 shutout win. As the defense continues to take priority here. There was the score that gets it done. flips it down the left field line there. And Canada punches the second ticket into the Final Four. Germany and Italy face off now. Contrasting colors there, the bright blue of the Italians. They've got the first marble by a pretty good stretch at this point. Does that pay off? And the first one down in. They're the first one out. No scoring yet. Still no scores. We've not seen a shutout. We will not see a shutout. Germany scores and... oh, another chance at the end. Let's see, does Italy have anything? The answer is no. And Germany pulls off a 1-0 win, as Italy had the final two marbles and a good opportunity to put something together, but could not get it done. And so they are in. They will face Argentina in the semifinal. And Canada gets the winner of France and the Netherlands. France in the blue, the Netherlands with mostly a red-orange color on their marble. They've got the first marble leading the pack down this course and into the funnel. Out first, though, I think was one of the French. Maybe the Netherlands score. They had 3 scores their first time. They're going to score 1, and it's another 1-0 win. As the defense continues to be dominant here in the first edition of Mar Baseball. Hard to score, clearly, as the Netherlands takes out France, despite not having the first marble down onto the field. And we reach our Final Four. Germany and Argentina will face off. Argentina has scored 2 points in 2 rounds, but they've won them both 1-0. Germany knocked out the U.S., and they won 1-0 in the quarterfinals. Here comes down first. Everybody's circling around. No score so far. There's a point for Germany. Argentina in trouble. Oh, they're close to a point. They don't score it. Germany has the final ball. They'll let it fall. It's a 2-0 win. As Germany steals a couple of points and again advances, and the run of luck runs out finally for Argentina. They score just 2 points, but they'll finish with a top 4 finish. There was the first score on the left side, followed right up with a pretty solid hit there to give Germany a 2-0 win. And they have their spot in the final. They'll take on either Canada or the Netherlands. 2 countries that have some baseball prowess. The Netherlands more than you'd think for an American game. Obviously Canada just to the northern border of the United States, but the USA knocked out early. And there's a point for Canada. The Netherlands had a strong going early, but they are in a little bit of trouble here. They have a ball that didn't make it through, which means they're in a whole lot of trouble. Canada scores again, and the Netherlands have a ball that never came down. It got stuck in the funnel. It didn't matter anyway. They lose by 2. I don't know how that happens, but that is a really, really disastrous finish for the Netherlands, and it locks Canada into the final round and a chance at a championship. The first ever Mar Baseball tournament. An opportunity that we may see the Canadians as the top team. Another look at the replay, and it was not a strong effort by any stretch for the Netherlands, who looked pretty good in the first couple of rounds. Now Germany against Canada for the finale, but first we'll go for third place. It's Argentina and the Netherlands. Argentina has scored just 2 points in 3 tries, but somehow they may finish with a third place finish. Meanwhile, the Netherlands scored 3 in their opening round matchup. Oh, they had a ball that may have just lost its place on the course. No scoring yet. Argentina trying to get a score. There's one more ball for the Netherlands. Do we get it, or do we get a tie at 0-0? Oh, I'm sorry, Argentina scored a point out of nowhere. Totally missed it. And I'm right, there was in fact one of the Netherlands failing to make it on the course, just completely fell off, and fall from grace there for the Netherlands, who looked so strong in the first 2 rounds, to struggle so badly. Watch right here, just completely thrown off the course. And so third place for Argentina, and now it is the finale between Germany and Canada. Black versus white. Germany has the first ball through this course. For the final time, they make their way down. Oh, it was a little bit of a pass there for Canada. And no scoring. It went through but could not stick. There's one for Canada. There's one for Germany. Another for Canada. Germany has one more ball. Oh, they're close. They couldn't get it. Two more left. Here's the final ball. Germany, it's going to go through. And it's a 2-1 win for Canada and a championship for the Canadians. An action-packed finale. And for the Canadians watching from high above left field, a chance to celebrate. They are the first ever champions of Mar Baseball, and they do it with an excellent finale. Let's have a look at the replay. When scoreless at the beginning, off the left field wall and through for the first point. Canada had taken the lead. Germany evened it up. A shot to the opposite field there on the right side, and then Canada scoring the final point. You saw they just went with an onslaught of balls, really upping their opportunity to score, and there just snuck it through the right field side as Germany unable to put up anything at the end. Congratulations, though. Argentina third place with only 3 goals scored for the entire tournament. Germany takes second, but they all aspire today to beat Canada as they get the win in the first ever Mar Baseball tournament. You can see there they will have that posing with the entire team and their flag represented on the marble along with the Mar Baseball Championship trophy. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to all of the competitors. They can say that they were a part of the first ever Mar Baseball tournament here on Marble Fubeca. And what was certainly a fascinating, different type of sport, but certainly a lot of fun, and I'm sure the competitors had a great time. And so hopefully we'll see more of that in the future. Until next time, though, I'm Keanu Bitterzicki, and you've been watching Marble Fubeca.
Hello and Merry Christmas from all of us here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. Today we will have a friendly race with 8 countries from around the world competing in this Christmas marble race. You can see the track laid out for us today, of course, with all of the Christmas decorations, and we've even gotten a light dusting of snow, which definitely will add a little bit of a Christmas spirit to this marble race. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Glass Card 2023 will be coming soon in January. Definitely some exciting news and definitely something to look forward to. Now it's time to meet the teams competing in this tournament. We have Japan, Brazil, India, and Argentina in the top bracket. And of course, the 4 marbles in the second bracket. But first, it's time for semifinal A. And we are about to start, and we're off into the first white funnel they go, and it is Japan who comes out to the quick lead as we go into this orange funnel. And here come all the other marbles as well. Who will come out first? I think that's Argentina. As we get going into the first rail section, it's Japan being followed very closely by Brazil as we go into this first orange funnel after that rail section. And there goes Brazil out of that orange funnel. And they're going to be able to get to the conveyor belt first. Let's see who's directly behind them. There's 1 step, 2 steps behind Brazil is India as we go into the next rail section, which is really just about gaining ground over your opponent because you can't overtake in this 1 marble lane. As we go into the next orange funnel, can Brazil keep the lead? Here comes Argentina and India, and I think Argentina, it has passed India. Yeah, India is in the back of the pack now, and Japan is still trying to hold the lead. But there goes Brazil back, taking the lead back. And we go into the second to last funnel. There goes Brazil into the final blue funnel, and they're able to exit first, and they'll advance, and Japan will advance as well. Argentina and India will be eliminated. So Brazil, Japan are having a very good Christmas so far. Let's see if they do even better as we go to the finals. And now it's time for the second group of this tournament with Indonesia, Vietnam, USA, and Mexico. And only 2 of these marbles will go up against Brazil and Japan in the final. And now it's about to start, and we're off. Comes out to lead first. It's Indonesia being followed by the USA, but they're all pretty neck and neck. And it looks like Vietnam and Mexico are able to exit that funnel first, but quickly they're overtaken by the USA in that funnel. Into the rail section they go, being led by the USA, and here comes Mexico and Vietnam very close together. And what happened there? Mexico spinning in place for a couple of fractions of a second, and then they exit the funnel very quickly. I have never seen that in my marble commentating career, and well, it's a very good strategy by Mexico as we get going through this sky rail section, and Mexico trying to get out of this funnel before they face any trouble. But Indonesia is making that hard. Here comes the USA and Vietnam as well. The USA only has a little bit more time to overpass Mexico for the lead. And here comes Vietnam. There comes USA as well. Mexico about to exit and enter the final funnel of this entire race. And here comes Indonesia in second. There goes Mexico, and they will advance. Here comes the USA as well, and Vietnam. And they're all in this final funnel. Who will exit first? There goes the USA, and they will advance with Mexico very close in front of Vietnam and Indonesia, who barely missed out on advancing to the finals of this Fubeca's Marble Runs Christmas special. So our finalists will be Mexico, the USA, Japan, and Brazil. Which one of these marbles will become the Christmas champion of this event? Comment down below. We have 2 North American countries, 1 Asian country, and 1 South American country, all competing for this Christmas prize. Who will come out on top? We're about to find out. And they're off into the white funnel they go. Who comes out first? It's Brazil, being followed by Japan. Here comes Mexico and the USA as well. And Mexico is able to get out as well as for the USA. But these first couple of funnels are really hard to keep the lead because they're so bunched together. And it's really hard to keep the lead. As we go into the second group of funnel, they're a little bit more spaced out now. And USA and it looks like Brazil are able to streak away from the rest of the pack. Into the rail section they go. Can Brazil catch up to the USA? At the end of this sky rail section, there's Japan as well. And where is Mexico? I haven't seen them in a while. And the USA and Brazil fighting in that funnel. Brazil is able to get out first, but here comes the USA and we retake the lead into that little wiggly section into the third to last funnel. Brazil and the USA really fighting for this. USA still in the lead, but here comes Brazil right back, and they overtake for the lead into the final funnel. Can the USA catch up and be the Christmas champion? And they are able to take the quick lane, and the USA will be the Christmas champion of this Fubeca's Marble Runs Christmas special. Brazil will come in at second, and Japan will be in third place. Mexico missing out on the podium, but still made it to the finals. Congratulations to the USA for being our Christmas champion. So there you go, the USA moving up to the championship position, getting the Christmas Fubeca Cup. Brazil so close to getting the win. They weren't able to do it. They were really neck and neck, the USA and Brazil, for the entire race, taking the lead back and forth. And ultimately, it was the USA who came out with the win. And they get to sit on the top of the podium and be the Christmas champion. Congratulations to the USA for being the winner of this Christmas special. Brazil coming in at second, and Japan in third place, getting to sit on the podium as well. But today, everybody aspires to beat the USA. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment down below. And stay tuned for Glass Card 2023 coming in January. And on behalf of all the Fubeca team, I hope you have a most happy, pleasant, and beautiful Christmas. Good day, everyone.
16 marbles, 16 nations, ready for a wild ride on this insane track.
Into the Fubeca Marble Runs Arena. Today we have a challenging track for our competitors.
Funnels of every size, 2 electric elevators, and pure marble adrenaline. Every twist, every spiral, every drop, precision and chaos all at once. The crowd is roaring, the marbles are set, and the tension is electric. All eyes on the board, 16 countries lined up for the knockout bracket. The stage is set. This is the world-friendly cup here on Fubeca Race. A stunning top view of the board, the round of 16 is ready with the golden trophy at the center. On the left side, it's the United States against Japan. What a clash to start things off. Next up, Nigeria takes on Ecuador. Pure speed from both sides. England versus Croatia, a battle of precision and power. Closing the left side, France faces Spain. 2 marble giants collide. On the right side, Portugal against Germany, a technical showdown. Russia versus Argentina, strength meets strategy. Italy against Belgium, and finally Mexico versus Brazil. What a bracket! And now, the full board view. Look at this setup. Fubeca Race keeps evolving, bigger, faster, and louder every season. Check out those sponsor banners on the stands. Yes, your brand can be here too. Email us at fubecarous@gmail.com and be part of the next races. We open to the full track. So many banners ready for new sponsors. This arena is made for big names and big moments. Here comes the first showdown. United States versus Japan. The board is set. Let the Fubeca Race begin. They're lined up in total focus on the start line. And they roll. The race is on. Pure emotion in the arena. They enter the labyrinth section. Tight turns and crazy zigzags ahead. The US goes into the white funnel first, the biggest one of the race. Japan takes the other path and dives into the second funnel. What a start! The United States drops first into the next funnel, taking the lead again. Japan slows down, but comes back strong. Japan takes the lead and becomes the first to reach the electric wheel elevator. A mixed section ahead, you pure tension in the crowd. Japan climbs the spiral electric elevator while the United States falls behind but tries to recover. Still plenty of track to go, with 3 huge funnels that could change everything. No gap anymore. They fight side by side through the final triple funnel section. The United States passes and retakes the lead. Japan slows down in the funnel. What a battle! The crowd goes wild in the final stretch, and the United States wins, securing a spot in the quarterfinals. Japan still trapped in the funnel. What a race! Pure drama and excitement here at Fubeca Race. Japan moves slowly down the track. Finally, Japan reaches the finish line. What a race! Follow the behind-the-scenes action on Instagram. Over 158,000 fans already cheering for Fubeca Race every week. Join us at Fubeca Race. The United States advances on the board, move by hand, waiting for their quarterfinal opponent. The board reveals the next clash, Mexico versus Brazil. The crowd is ready. And there they go. The marbles roll again. Pure excitement on the Fubeca racetrack. Wow, the marbles collided and stopped on the track. Looks like we have a track marshal intervention. Let's wait for the official decision. Here's the replay. Oh, both marbles got completely stuck.
Get ready for the restart. Brazil versus
Restart. That's the decision, and it seems fair. It's an elimination round. Only one advances from this battle. The marbles roll again. Restart activated. Collisions are always intense in this first module. Brazil enters the big funnel first. What a move! Mexico tries to make contact but misses. Then dives hard into the second funnel side by side with Brazil. Mexico pushes inside the funnel, makes the touch, and takes the lead. Now Mexico leads the race heading to the electric elevator. Mexico runs clean through Sector 2 on the rails, while Brazil stays behind trying to catch up. Here come the spiral elevators. Mexico advances toward the triple funnel section. Brazil returns with speed and makes the contact. Brazil takes the lead. Mexico fights back in the next funnel. They're body to body again in an incredible battle. Intense fight now in the last funnel. The crowd is going absolutely crazy. It's Brazil. What a finish. What a race here at Fubeca Race. An amazing run from both teams. Brazil's timing and precision secured this victory in style. Let's recap. Mexico started strong, led the elevator, but Brazil's comeback through the funnels was pure determination. A thrilling match, classic Fubeca Race drama.
And we're off. France versus Spain in the round of 16.
France versus Spain, a true European battle on the board. Start. They roll down fast. 2 marbles, but only one will advance to the quarterfinals. Spain takes the lead and conquers the white funnel, while France comes in strong from the other side. Spain keeps the momentum and dives into funnel 2, full control. Now it's side by side, Spain and France in a tight duel. Spain climbs the elevator, smooth and steady. Spain races along the rail section, perfect balance. Up the spiral elevator, and here comes France closing in for a head-to-head fight. Three final funnels, and only one spot for the quarterfinals. France leads the way. Spain makes contact and takes the lead. Only one funnel left for the qualification. Wow! France drops fast and the battle explodes. My goodness! France decides it. They advance to the quarterfinals. What a finish! What a race, my friends. Pure intensity, pure drama at Fubeca Race. What are you all thinking about these matchups? I'm loving every second of this championship so far.
And we're off. Germany versus Portugal in the round of 16.
Germany versus Portugal, the last battle for a quarterfinal spot. Everything's ready, total focus on the start line. And they roll, massive energy from the crowd. Here we go. Huge collision in the first module. Portugal breaks through and takes the first funnel. Germany reacts fast and dives into the funnel right after. Portugal moves into funnel 2. What a rhythm. Don't forget to follow Fubeca Race on Instagram, @Fubeca Race, for exclusive clips, replays, and behind the scenes action. Germany fights hard and climbs the electric elevator. Germany rides the rails in Sector 2. Smooth precision. Portugal closes in. They're side by side in the next funnel. Both marbles drop together. Only 2 funnels left to decide the winner. Portugal dives into the final funnel. My goodness, what a showdown. And Portugal takes it. They're moving on to the quarterfinals. What a performance. Speed, control, and heart all the way. If your country isn't in this championship, let me know in the comments. We might include it in future Fubeca races.
And we're off. Nigeria versus Ecuador in the round of 16.
Nigeria versus Ecuador. Everything ready for the next battle. Start triggered, and the marbles go down fast. Wow, sequential collisions right off the start. This one's going to be wild. Ecuador slides skillfully through the big funnel and heads into funnel 2. Oh god, what a master move from Nigeria, arriving and passing without hesitation. Ecuador keeps the pressure but falls behind again. Nigeria looking strong, but this final stretch has been a headache for many competitors. Ecuador moves through the rails and onto the spiral elevator. Ecuador tries to make contact, but Nigeria already dropped. Nigeria versus Ecuador, a true clash of giants. Nigeria enters the last funnel with full focus for the finish. Ecuador drops into the penultimate funnel, trying one last move. Nigeria secures the qualification. What an incredible race. Tell us in the comments, who are you cheering for, and which country should join the next Fubeca race? And slowly, Ecuador reaches the finish line. What a brave effort! Nigeria advances, and their next opponent will be a real challenge, the United States.
And we're off. Belgium versus Italy in the round of 16.
Belgium versus Italy, another high-stakes battle ahead. Everything's ready for the start, and start! The marbles roll with hunger. This one's for a spot in the quarterfinals. Look at that banner on the stands. Yes, your brand can also be part of Fubeca Race. Email fubecaris@gmail.com and advertise in future races. We're in Funnel 2 now. The battle is on. Belgium reaches the elevator first. Italy follows with a clean, precise entry. No time wasted. So tight so far, neither team gives an inch. Now it gets real. 3 final funnels will decide the winner. Wow, they're literally side by side, glued together on the drop. Italy takes the lead. Momentum swings again. Oh my goodness, what a race. Belgium takes the win and advances to the quarterfinals.
Celebrates a stunning victory here today.
Breakdown. Belgium's early elevator edge at 11:32, composure through the triple funnels, and a perfectly timed final drop outpaced Italy right at the end. Croatia versus England, racing to fill the second-to-last quarterfinal spot.
Croatia versus England. The battle begins now.
The marbles roll. This feels like a grand final atmosphere. Oh my goodness, total chaos on the track. I don't know about you fans, but I love this level of competition. Track marshals have been called in. We'll wait for their decision. Here's the replay. Those collisions were brutal. The marbles need to stay sharp through these impacts.
And it's official. The referees decide on
Restart. That's the official call. No penalties. And honestly, I think the marshals got it right, but I'd love to hear your thoughts down in the comments. Both marbles conquer the big funnel together. Incredible timing. England takes the lead, but not for long. Croatia makes the move and takes the lead instead. What a turnaround! Croatia advances into the final sector, the triple funnel zone. Here comes England with speed, closing the gap fast. England passes and takes the lead at the most critical moment. Oh my goodness, my heart's racing. These funnels are pure tension. Wow, this is the decisive moment of the race. England wins the race. What a finish, my friends. Absolutely thrilling. That was an unbelievable battle. Croatia pushed hard, but England's timing through the funnels made the difference. A smart, patient run from England, waiting for the right moment to strike. Croatia was fantastic in pace and control, but small details at the end decided everything. What a duel, what a story, this is Fubeca Race at its finest. Tell us in the comments, did you expect this result, and who do you think will be the next to reach the semifinals? Russia versus Argentina, and the start is on, the marbles roll down fast. Wow, what just happened here? It looks like Russia fell off the track. Oh my goodness. It went far off the course. The cameras finally found it. But how did that even happen?
Match interrupted. Referees are analyzing what happened.
They're reviewing the footage. This looks serious. Let's check the slow motion replay. Oh my goodness, that looked like a dirty move from Argentina. What do you think, fans? This could mean disqualification. Now we'll have to wait for the final decision.
The referees and match committee decided to restart the match.
That didn't seem very fair. Did they call for a restart? Fans, tell us what you think. I'm really curious to hear your opinions about this incident. Oh my goodness, did that just happen again? Replay, let's see that moment. That looked like revenge. Haha, Argentina deserved that one. Sorry, but wow. Insane, another restart has been called. And they roll again. This time it's for real. Clean descent ahead. Wow, the battle is hot. Sequential collisions everywhere. The marbles enter funnel 1, and Argentina makes a clean overtake. That's how racing should be, clean and fair competition. Russia falls behind, losing speed on the descent. Things are tight now, both marbles together in the same funnel. Penultimate funnel, both drop in at the same time. Wow, what a battle! This will be decided in the final second. Argentina wins and advances to the quarterfinals. What a race, fans! Pure chaos, drama, and redemption. This is why we love Fubeca Race. Argentina advances and will face Portugal in the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals are set. Only 8 giant marbles remain, fighting for the Fubeca Race trophy.
The championship is at stake.
Let the quarterfinals begin. United States versus Nigeria. What a clash. Massive collision right off the start. Chaos in the first module. Nigeria leads into funnel 2. Follow all the action on Instagram, Fubeca, for exclusive behind the scenes and replays. United States retakes the lead, full speed ahead. United States enters the final sector. Nigeria struggles behind and loses precious seconds. But these funnels are tricky. Nigeria comes back strong and takes the lead. United States recovers again. We're neck and neck heading into the final funnel. Oh my goodness, another decision in the final funnel. What a track, what a battle. Nigeria wins and advances to the semifinals. The United States says goodbye to the tournament here.
Won the competition and advanced to the next stage of the Fubeca Race Championship.
Nigeria becomes the first semifinalist of the tournament. What a powerful run.
Belgium versus Brazil. A spot.
Belgium versus Brazil. Who will join the semifinals? Are you ready? Go, go, the race is on. And remember, your brand can be part of this excitement too. Email fubeca@ugmail.com and advertise during our next events. First funnel, all marbles rolling in together. Funnel 2, side by side, neck and neck. Brazil drops and takes the wheel elevator first. Incredible precision and control. Let's take a quick look back at how these quarterfinals were built. A bracket full of drama, collisions, and pure marble mastery. From the group stages to the last turn, each country earned its place through skill and timing, and now only the best of the best remain. Nigeria, Argentina, Portugal, Brazil, Belgium, England, France, and Croatia. 8 nations, one dream, the Fubeca Race Trophy. Brazil takes the lead in the final funnel, but Belgium is right there, marking every move. Wow, so close. Belgium almost made contact and could have changed everything, but Brazil holds on and advances to the semifinals. Belgium finishes the race, but it's too late. Brazil advances. The crowd is going wild with joy. What a moment for the Brazilian fans here at Fubeca Race. England versus France. This one's for a semi-final spot. Go! The marbles roll down. Collision is inevitable at this stage. England drops first into the funnel, and France follows right behind. England leads and moves into the next funnel, totally determined to win this one. Quick reminder, fans, new races every Saturday. Subscribe now for exclusive content and behind-the-scenes videos. We'll also post this race without narration or sound effects for those who love to hear the pure sound of the marbles rolling. England takes the lead and enters the final funnel sector. France arrives and shows it's still in this race, not giving up at all. Don't forget to join our YouTube community polls and help decide the next races you want to see. France enters the last funnel. This is it. Who's going to win? Wow, that was close. England drops into the final funnel too. Incredible. What a finish. England wins and advances to the semi-finals. What an amazing race, fans. Drop your comments. We love hearing your reactions. Now it's time for the last semi-final spot. Will it be Argentina or Portugal? England, Nigeria, and Brazil are already through. Fasten your seatbelts. Let's race, marbles. This one decides who goes to the semifinals. Wow, what a view of the track. Absolutely stunning. Tight race in funnel 1, neck and neck. Argentina leads through funnel 2, showing strength and precision. Argentina takes the wheel elevator first. Portugal climbs the elevator right behind, trying not to lose sight of Argentina. Every second counts now. Oh my goodness, Argentina gets stuck on the elevator, but wait, Portugal might be able to help. Whew, that's exactly what happened. Portugal gives the push, but Argentina loses precious time. What a crazy race. Everything happens here at Fubeca Race. Argentina stays ahead despite all the setbacks. Pure resilience. Wow, what a beautiful dance between these marbles. So smooth. Argentina drops first, followed closely by Portugal into the final funnel. It's all or nothing now. Oh my goodness, Portugal takes the win and secures the last semifinal spot. What heartbreak for Argentina after that elevator delay. Let's break down how this incredible semifinal lineup came together. 4 nations that survived chaos, collisions, and pure marble madness. From early dominance to comeback stories, these semifinalists have shown precision, speed, and heart all the way. Your semifinalists are Nigeria, Brazil, England, and Portugal, each chasing the Fubeca Race Trophy in style. And we're off, Nigeria versus England, a fierce battle for the first spot in the grand final. Remember, your brand can be here too. Sponsor Fubeca Race and appear in our next events. Email fubecarisugmail.com to join. England takes the lead and secures funnel 2. Nigeria arrives to the party as well. It's getting intense. Nigeria climbs the wheel elevator and moves to the rail sector. Now reaching the spiral elevator, momentum keeps building on this electric semi-final. A fierce fight in the final section of the track. Support the channel, join our membership community. We've got exclusive lives and extra videos just for you. Nigeria makes contact and takes the lead. One final funnel to go. England drops right behind. The race will be decided in the tiniest details.
Congratulations.
Wow, England takes it and becomes the first finalist of our championship. Don't miss the grand finale. Follow Fubeca on Instagram for behind the scenes. Visit fubecaris.com for full rankings and subscribe on YouTube for both English and Portuguese channels. See you in the next race. This is Fubeca Race. Portugal versus Brazil, a battle between brothers. I love both of these countries, but only one can reach the final. Start authorized. This is it. Only one will move on. Battle in the first funnel. This race is heating up fast. Now both enter funnel 2 side by side. Portugal takes the lead through the rail sector. Smooth and fast. Brazil follows closely. The final funnel fight is coming. Brazil catches up. Only 3 funnels remain. Brazil makes the pass and takes the lead. What a turnaround. Portugal and Brazil together in the penultimate funnel. Portugal drops first into the last one. Brazil drops right after. Here we go, this decides it. Brazil, it's yours. You're going to the final. What an incredible performance. Portugal fought bravely till the end. What an incredible championship so far. Our grand finalists, England and Brazil, have shown pure precision, passion, and control on every turn. 2 nations, 1 dream, to lift the Fubeca Race Trophy. Now it's time for the battle for 3rd place. This still means a photo on the podium. It matters. Nigeria versus Portugal. And they're off, rolling with skill and confidence.
Before we move to the final showdown, we remind all fans in the stands, please keep the area.
Beautiful shot of the big funnel. I just love this view.
Energy makes this championship unforgettable.
Portugal takes the lead now.
The arena and for each team. And now, get ready for the grand final.
They're dancing through funnel 2. Pure rhythm.
The clash for the ultimate glory begins.
Nigeria climbs first to the wheel elevator. Moving fast through the rail sector. Portugal shortens the distance. This battle isn't over yet. And Portugal makes contact. It's funnel 3 now. What an engaging fight between these 2 marbles. Portugal moves ahead, calm and confident. Portugal avoids contact, keeps control, and drops into the last funnel. Perfect racecraft from start to finish. Portugal wins the bronze, a flawless performance and a well-deserved place on the podium.
They won and secured 3rd place.
Now it's the grand final. Grab your popcorn and hold your breath. This showdown between these 2 nations is going to be epic. I absolutely love this track design. It looks stunning, and those country marbles are pure charm. Get ready, tension is in the air. And we're off. Strong collisions right from the start, and no surprise, this is the final. Congratulations to both for making it this far. Total respect. England defines the lead and takes funnel 2. They drop fast and show strength. Both teams have been incredibly efficient all tournament long, handling pressure, mastering funnels, and proving why they deserve this stage. Brazil takes the lead and moves into Sector 2. England right behind, breathing down the track. Brazil conquers the final funnel sector, and that's where everything can change. We've seen legendary comebacks right there. Brazil versus England. What a grand finale, my friends. England passes and leads through the penultimate funnel. Brazil drops right behind. They're neck and neck again. Wow, oh my goodness. Brazil takes the lead again, and this is unbelievable. England pushes forward. It's down to the tiniest detail now. Incredible. England wins and takes the Fubeca race trophy home. Brazil was a true warrior. What a heart, what a performance. Honestly, both deserve the trophy for their passion and commitment. I absolutely loved this. What an epic tournament. Comment below if you enjoyed it too. The crowd packed the stadium, and even the VIP zone couldn't hold everyone. Now it's official. England is the grand champion and the star of this season's race. A well-deserved victory, full of respect and glory.
England! A round of applause for an incredible performance. Brazil takes second place.
They take home that beautiful golden trophy.
And in third place, Australia.
And here's the podium. Third place, Portugal second place, Brazil first place. England!
Unforgettable moments.
What a season, what emotions, what a crowd. Tell us in the comments which moment was your favorite and who you'll be cheering for next season. Don't miss our latest video on the end card. And remember, new races every Saturday here on Fubeca Race. Thank you all, marble fans around the world. Follow me, Fubeca, on Instagram. Visit nofubecaris.com and keep rolling with us. This is Fubeca Race.
We are here for another friendly race, and the lights are on. And we are off. We have Australia, China, France, India, Vietnam, the USA, Argentina, Mexico, Belgium, Germany, Japan, and Brazil all competing in this friendly race up the booster for the first time. And we get a first look at this track, and we have China coming in at first place, Argentina and France following close behind, and then the USA and Vietnam farther back, rounding off your top 5. I think I missed Australia in there at 4th as well, as we already have finished the first lap. China still able to hold the lead, but Argentina wants to take it away from them before they extend it too much and have it for the entire rest of the race. Argentina fastest laps, 26.66 seconds as we go around these curves. This is a pretty winding track with multiple crossings from the top of the track down to the bottom. And France coming in at 3rd place, overpassing Belgium. The USA and Australia falling down all the way to 8th and 9th, starting around 4th and 5th. And they are not having a very good race so far. And China has been overthrown by Argentina. Argentina now in the lead. France coming in at 3rd, being followed by Belgium, and then India in 5th place, pretty far behind Belgium. Around the next turn to start the 4th lap, Argentina trying to stay ahead of China. Really, this is a battle between Argentina and China. Here comes France into the action as well. And now France is setting their sights on Argentina. China is falling down the order. Around this hairpin turn they go. Argentina maybe losing a little bit of ground on France as we go through this XS section. Here comes China, a little bit of a bump from them. France gets a little bit more speed. Can France come to overtake for Argentina? They're trying to draft them. Now they go around this turn. Into the booster they go. Can France overtake Argentina? Here comes, I think that's Germany now in 3rd place, trying to catch up to Argentina and France as well. And we have a 3-way battle, and there goes Germany into 1st place. And they have overtaken France and Argentina. And now those two marbles trying to come and take the lead right back. A surprise attack by Germany, and now they are in the lead. Argentina just lost third place to China, who's still up there in the top 5, trying to catch back up to France as well. But now the USA is starting to come back and take lead in the top 5 as well. Germany and France up there in the lead. China coming in at third place. Argentina and the USA fighting for the 4th and 5th place. Germany starting the 7th lap. Around the booster they go. Argentina still trying to catch up to China. The split between Germany and France, 2.19 seconds. And that's a pretty significant lead in marble racing. And we do have some rain in the forecast. So these marbles need to hurry up and get this race done if they want to get out of the rain, which is going to make racing a whole lot harder. We are in the 8th lap up the booster for France and China. Look how far ahead Germany is. And they're having an amazing race so far. And here comes China back into 2nd place. Now France has to fend off the USA. Do these next couple of turns, a little bump from the USA to France. Nothing happens though as we go into the 9th lap. And Germany is extending their lead yet still. We're starting to get some of the rain. The thunder is thundering as we go up the booster. Germany maybe losing a little bit of ground. China and France inching their way back up. Germany has to watch their tail. The split is now 0.7 seconds. They've lost their 2-second lead. China speeding, trying to get to Germany. And we have 9 laps to go and some rain. These marbles are going to have a harder time when the rain comes. The speed will be stunted and steering will be harder because you'll slide on the water. 1 minute until the rain. Can the marbles finish the race before the rain starts? We have 8 laps to go. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to happen. Germany now crossing the line in the 11th lap. Here comes Japan in the 4th place behind the USA. Getting ahead of Argentina and France, 5th and 6th place respectively. China trying to catch back up to Germany, but Germany is so far ahead, and China is really far ahead of 3rd place as well. Top 3 marbles very separated from each other. And then we have 4th and 5th, and that's where we have some more close marbles. Let's see if we can see Germany up there in the top corner of the screen. Not quite. He's so far ahead, and as well as China. Ahead of the USA, who's really facing the pressure from Japan and Argentina as we are in the 12th lap. Germany starting the 13th lap. Here comes China. Here comes the USA and Japan. And the rain is about to start. I think it's starting to sprinkle a little bit as we go up the booster. Japan has overtaken 3rd place from the USA. Now trying to get up to China, but they're going to have a really hard time catching up because China and Germany are so far ahead. The split between China and Germany, 1 second. Can they catch up in time? We only have 5 more laps to go. Germany still not on the screen. Here comes China and Japan, USA as well, up the booster. Germany is nowhere to be seen. And there they are. Quite a few track lengths ahead of China, who is now facing severe pressure from Japan. 2 neighboring countries on the Pacific Ocean battling out for 2nd and 3rd place. Here comes Japan, and they make a move for 2nd place. Up the booster into the 15th lap they go. And Germany is hearing what's happening behind them. China takes it right back. China does not want to lose this 2nd place to Japan. They want to try to catch up to Germany. Germany is really doing a good job at front running in this race. And now it's really starting to rain hard. And now we're going to have some problems steering and with some speed. Look at that, it's already affected Germany, and Japan has already caught back up to Germany. Germany really slowing down from this rain. Japan already drafting them. We only have 3 more laps to go, and then we'll crown a champion. There's Japan trying to make a move on Germany, but Germany's able to hold back. Now they've gained a little bit more ground. China and USA in there as well. They're within reaching distance of Germany. If only they can catch up in time. We're in the 17th lap now. Only 2 more laps to go. Germany up the booster. Let's see if they can hold it. You can really see the water start to pooling on this track. And there's a move from Japan. Japan will take first place. Germany dethroned for the first time in a long time in this race. Now Japan just has to hold it for a lap and a half, and they'll be crowned the champion of this race. And Germany's also fallen to USA as well. Looks like we've had an accident there. Mexico has fallen off the track. So Mexico will DNF. But let's get back to the front of the race. We have Japan still in first place, the USA in second, Germany in third, China in fourth, Argentina in fifth place. Japan only has to go for a lap and a half, and they can take this race. USA trying to come up and take the lead. And now we're in the final lap. Japan in first place. The USA coming in close at second. They're gaining on them. Now they're drafting, and they're trying to take the lead. Up the booster they go. And now we're going to have some trouble with lapping. We may have Australia being lapped here. And there's an overpass for the USA into first place in the final lap. But they're having some trouble because Australia is slowing them down. Japan trying to catch up. But there goes the USA passing Australia. And Japan has ran out of time. The USA will be the champion of this race over Japan. And what a significant victory for the USA. Overpass in the last lap in the rain and lapping Australia. Japan so close to victory, but they weren't able to hold it. And of course for Germany, the front runner for most of the race, finishing in fourth place, not able to take the win. They used up all their energy too quick earlier in the race. And now they're in fourth place. France finishes in fifth, China in third. Let's take a look at some of these replays. What an intense race. The rain really adding a different aspect of racing for these marbles. USA starting mid-pack. France and China starting in the top 3. Japan starting way back in 11th place. In the first couple of laps, Germany somehow gained the lead and held it for at least 10 laps, if not more. And eventually they were overtaken by some other marbles. But you can see here, in the beginning of the race, they were actually in the back of the pack, and Japan was in last place. So the fact that they got second place is quite the accomplishment. So the Germany already up there into third place, behind Argentina and France. And I believe this is where they overtake for first place. Right there, underneath the track they go. Germany comes out in first place over France and Argentina, who actually didn't even finish in the top 5. They were fighting for the lead in the first couple laps of the race, but then they weren't able to hold it from some of the other marbles who had some better strategies for overtake. And the USA, way back there as well. They weren't a major player in this game for quite a while, and then they overtook for the lead in the last lap. Quite the success story for them. There's Japan and China fighting for second and third place. They had a really intense battle there in around the 15th to 17th laps. Here comes Japan, aiming their sights on Germany, and a good overtake by them. Now here's a replay of the DNF by Mexico getting hit off the track by Vietnam. Congratulations to the USA for being the champion of this marble-friendly race. Japan coming at second with only 0.4 seconds behind USA and China in third place. A full 10 seconds behind the USA. Quite a race and quite a finish for the USA. The USA fans are cheering for the outcome of this race. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe, comment down below. Stay tuned for Glass Card 2023 coming very soon. More racing action just like this. I'm Jeremiah, signing off. Until next time, this has been Fubeca's Marble Runs. Good day, everyone.
Get ready because we're bringing back a viral classic. This marble race has already racked up over 6.4 million views right here on YouTube. And now it's time for the remastered edition. More intense, more thrilling, more epic. We've got a breathtaking track with 6 funnels, electric elevators, and 16 countries going head to head. It's the knockout stage, round of 16. And anything can happen. The original video link is in the description, but this version is next level. Let's go! And here's the knockout bracket. 16 nations, but only one will climb all the way to the top. Each victory moves a country forward in this thrilling road to the grand final. Let the battles begin. And here we go, USA versus China. The gate opens and the marbles are off. Team USA dives ahead first, racing into Sector 1 of the track. This section has 2 alternate paths. The one with the thumbs up is faster, but the one with the thumbs down is shorter and trickier. Whoa, both teams picked the slower route. They're heading into the alternate funnel instead. USA takes the lead again. Here comes China right behind them. USA reaches the blue funnel. It's a slower one. China closes in and makes contact. USA holds firm and defends its lead. Both marbles drop into another blue funnel in the tangled noodle sector. China takes the lead, but USA counters with a quick drop and retakes the advantage in Sector 2. China hits the labyrinth dive hard and blasts into the lead. It's a wild fight with multiple collisions all over the track. USA pulls ahead again, regaining control. Both teams now riding the electric stair elevator. They drop into the Sector 3 funnel. Incredible move. China overtakes and wins it. USA is just a step behind. China advances in the bracket and now waits for the winner of France versus Japan. Next up, Philippines versus Spain. The gate drops and the marbles are rolling. Spain takes the early lead. All marbles drop into funnel 1 in Sector 1. The tension rises. Philippines dives down the faster route. Spain chooses the slower path. Bold move. Philippines leads into the blue funnel. They slow down a bit, but still make it through. Collision inside the blue funnel, but Philippines holds strong and pushes ahead. Spain drops and makes contact again. What a move. Incredible overtake from Spain. But the Philippines bounce back and surge into Sector 2. Philippines grabs the lead again. Spain dives into the labyrinth, but it's not enough. Philippines exits the maze quickly and hits the elevator in the final sector. Spain reaches the elevator too, trying to stay in it. Philippines lands in the final funnel. And there it is, a smooth and dominant victory for the Philippines. Spain settles for second. What a start to the tournament. We've already seen surprise wins, bold strategies, and intense funnel battles. Philippines moves on in the bracket and now waits for the winner between Belgium and Chile. Brazil versus Portugal, a clash between brothers, but only one will advance. Green lights, the marbles launch into battle. Portugal leads early, but Brazil is close behind. Brazil dives through the faster path. What a move. Portugal takes the slower route. This will be tough. Brazil has already reached the blue funnel and stays in control. This is a strong showing by Brazil. They're already in Sector 2. Can they keep the momentum? Let us know what you think in the comments. Portugal drops in. Portugal shows off some skill and takes the lead. Oh no, Brazil is still stuck on the seesaw. Finally, Brazil drops and both head into the labyrinth dive. Unbelievable from Brazil. They pass through the elevator first, but Portugal answers immediately and takes the lead again. What a race! Into Sector 3, and it's a victory for Portugal. That might be the best race yet. Amazing tactics, turnarounds, and a wild finish. What did you think? Let us know in the comments. Up next, France versus Japan. Who will take this one? Place your bets in the comments. The gate drops and the marbles are off. Japan makes a slick move but chooses the slower path. France exits the funnel through the faster route and overtakes. Using the shorter path, brilliant timing from France. Japan enters the blue funnel and gives a solid bump. France drops into another slow blue funnel. These blue funnels in the windmill sector are tricky and slow. Every second counts here. France moves through the labyrinth sector. Japan dives in with power and takes the lead with authority. But France counters and gets to the elevator first. What a battle! Who's taking control now? Final funnel in Sector 3. Both teams are neck and neck, and it's Japan with the win. France rolls in just behind. What a tournament so far. Big surprises, bold overtakes, and neck-to-neck finishes. Who's your favorite so far? Let us know. Next matchup, Nigeria versus India. Here we go. India takes the early lead, but Nigeria charges forward and chooses the wrong path. India falls behind, but now has the better route and could come back. This race has been a wild ride. Early speed, tactical choices, and now it's neck and neck. India has struggled to convert leads into wins, while Nigeria shows surprising agility today. What a battle. India drops into the labyrinth of Sector 2, but here comes Nigeria. Nigeria takes the lead through the maze. They reach the elevator first. If you're enjoying this match, hit that like button and stay subscribed. India arrives at the elevator, but Nigeria's already ahead. Nigeria conquers the final funnel. What a performance. Victory for Nigeria. India finishes second. Nigeria advances in the bracket and will face the winner of Argentina versus Indonesia. Belgium versus Chile. Who are you rooting for? Only 3 spots left to fill in the semifinals. And we're off. The marbles roll fast and furious. They hit the first funnel. Belgium in front, but on the slower path. Chile dives through the faster route and gains ground. Child takes the lead. What a turnaround. Belgium touches down and gives a bump. It's getting tight now. This has been one of the most thrilling tournaments so far. We've seen tactical brilliance, shocking upsets, and intense head-to-heads. Every nation giving their all in this knockout race. Who will rise next? Both marbles drop into the Sector 2 labyrinth with power. Belgium bursts ahead. Chile stumbles slightly, but they're not out of it. Chile closes in and shows serious speed. And Chile overtakes. What a move. But Belgium strikes back at the elevator. Incredible! Both enter Sector 3 for the final push. Belgium secures the win and books a place in the semifinals. Chile fought hard, but just couldn't keep up. The intensity grows with every round. Belgium's consistency and clutch performances are earning praise. Only 2 races left. Who's making your semifinal predictions? Let's hear it, fans. Mexico versus Canada. Buckle up, folks. Go, go, go! The marbles are off. Canada takes the lead early, racing down with determination. What a close-up view. I love seeing the marbles like this. Mexico fights back and takes the lead. Canada cuts through the shorter path. Smart move. All marbles meet at the slow, tricky blue funnel. It's a full house. Tickets sold out for this heated battle. The fans are going wild. Mexico makes a slick overtake and drops into the next funnel. But wait, Canada answers back and leads into Sector 3. Canada descends with confidence and owns the next segment of track. Mexico slows down, struggling with the seesaw obstacle. Now Mexico drops, but Canada has already built a huge lead. Canada climbs the elevator with no pressure at all. Mexico reaches it, but they're 7 steps behind. Canada qualifies easily, total dominance. This was a statement from Canada. From the sharp cornering to seizing every advantage, they played it like pros. Mexico showed flashes, but couldn't keep up in the technical sectors. The crowd loved it. What a way to wrap the quarters. Argentina versus Indonesia closes out the quarterfinals. Only 8 nations will remain. This is getting intense. The marbles roll and the last semifinal spot is up for grabs. Sector 1 reached. It's a tight race side by side. Argentina dives first, but maybe chose poorly. Indonesia follows the same path, so it's all square again. This race is part of a remix of a viral video with over 6.4 million views. It's been watched around the world, and now it's even better with more nations, action, and epic marble showdowns. Now at the slow blue funnel, it's a fierce battle for a spot in the semis. They drop into the next blue funnel, still neck and neck. Argentina makes a clean drop and takes the lead. Indonesia feels the heat and loses momentum. Argentina pulls ahead and hits the elevator. They're almost there. Indonesia struggles, seems to lose steam. Argentina reaches the final funnel. Victory is near. Argentina wins it. From start to finish, they dominated this run. Indonesia still on the elevator, way behind. And now Indonesia finishes. Let's break it down. The 8 semifinalists are fast, tactical, and bold. Canada and Belgium showed control. Nigeria surprised with rhythm. Japan, Portugal, Mexico, Philippines, and now Argentina all bring something special. This is shaping up to be a legendary final stretch. China versus Japan. Let the Asian showdown begin. Only elite teams remain in this semifinal. China shows power and surges ahead on the fast path. Japan also dives into the fast lane, and it's tight already. Japan reaches the blue funnel first and flexes its strength. The pressure is on China now. They drop into another blue funnel. This battle is fierce and worthy of a semi-final. Japan takes the lead in Sector 2. This is where races are won. Whoa, big collision on the seesaw. Now they're heading into the labyrinth for the final showdown. China charges down and finds the best shortcut. We're in for a nail-biter finish. Japan is close but under threat now. China conquers the final funnel. They're inches away from the final. Japan drops in, and it's a furious finish. China is the first finalist of the tournament. What a breathtaking race. What a battle. China's late push and smart pathing in the labyrinth sealed it. Japan was relentless, but the margins were razor thin. This semifinal delivered everything. Speed, drama, and pure marble madness. Philippines versus Belgium. Who will join China in the final? The gate drops and the marbles are off. They collide in Sector 1. First funnel coming up. Philippines breaks through first on the better path. Belgium follows closely. Same track, same goal. It's do or die now. Both teams have shown brilliance to reach this point. The energy is electric and the pressure is on. Every spin matters. Philippines reaches the second blue funnel and Belgium joins. It's tight again. Belgium dives into Sector 2 and powers ahead with confidence. Philippines hits the plunge but struggles to keep up. Belgium is too fast. Belgium rides the elevator, one step closer to the grand final. Belgium enters Sector 3 while Philippines only now hits the elevator. Wow, Philippines nearly made contact at the final funnel, but Belgium holds on. Philippines arrives just moments too late. What a battle! Belgium had the pace, precision, and nerve to stay ahead. The Philippines fought hard, but couldn't close the gap in time. Belgium is officially headed to the grand final, alongside powerhouse China. Canada versus Portugal. Buckle up, this one's for a spot in the final. The gate rises and the marbles race down the track. They hit Sector 1 and face the alternate paths funnel. Canada chooses the slower route while Portugal surges ahead. Canada is losing ground fast, but wait, the tricky blue funnel traps Portugal. Canada descends, and here comes the clash. I love these slow funnels. Canada takes the lead and charges into Sector 2. Whoa, Portugal drops fast and overtakes again. This labyrinth is the heart of the race, packed with tension and strategy. Canada emerges first and heads for the elevator. It's a fierce battle in Sector 3, the final ticket to the championship. Canada seals the win and moves on to the grand final. Portugal gave it their all, but determination won the day. Portugal finishes the race, but it's too late. That was intense. From path strategy to funnel duels, this match had everything. And now, only one spot remains to complete the final showdown. Here we go, Argentina versus Nigeria, one last ticket to the final. Argentina has impressed throughout this tournament in clean lines, bold strategies, and no fear in the funnels. But Nigeria has been relentless, powerful, fast, and laser focused. Only one can advance. Argentina makes its move at the blue funnel. Nigeria holds the lead and enters the second slow funnel, keeping things under control. Nigeria pushes forward into Sector 2. They're flying. Collision on the seesaw. Both marbles plunge into the tricky labyrinth. It's a nail-biter. One of these two will punch their ticket to the final. Nigeria stays strong and leads up the elevator. Argentina climbs too. We're heading for a showdown in the final sector. But it's Nigeria. Start to finish, they dominate and secure their place in the championship. Argentina gave it all, but just not enough. And now the stage is set. Get ready for the most intense final ever, Rito. 4 marbles racing head to head. Who will be crowned champion? Let's find out. Nigeria, Belgium, Canada, and China, get ready. This race will be unforgettable. The gate drops and the marbles roll into action. They all converge at the Sector 1 funnel. Canada drops first. Belgium drops too, but from the better lane. Nigeria follows close in second. Canada and China took the wrong line, but these blue funnels can flip everything. Belgium now takes the lead. Fans are on their feet chanting for their nations. Belgium breaks away and advances to Sector 2. Triple battle in the blue funnel while Belgium races ahead. They want that trophy. Wow, Belgium is tearing through the labyrinth. Everyone else is stuck in that blue funnel traffic jam. Finally, they drop down. Belgium climbs the elevator. The chasing pack is still behind. Canada closes the gap but might be too late. Belgium enters Sector 3 and grabs hold of the title. Canada tries one last move. Wow, Canada touches Belgium but can't take the lead. Belgium is champion. China sneaks in and passes Canada. And Nigeria too. Canada gave them space and lost the podium completely. What an ending. Belgium was near perfect. Great lane choices, funnel speed, and no hesitation through the labyrinth. China showed late brilliance, using that blue funnel chaos to surge ahead. Nigeria was consistent, always close, and capitalized when it mattered. And Canada, fast start, brave moves. But that one mistake at the final funnel opened the door to disaster. This tournament had it all: speed, drama, comebacks, and surprises. What a season! Let's hear it for our podium. Belgium on top of the world. What a dominant run from start to finish. China takes second with incredible timing and strategy. They never gave up. Nigeria rounds out the podium after a consistent and powerful performance. What a championship, fans! Let us know in the comments. What moment did you love the most? Don't go anywhere. More epic marble races await on the end screen.
Hello and welcome back to Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah and I'll be your play-by-play commentator for this event. We have another friendly race on a marble circuits track, the Monza circuit, like we had 2 videos ago. We are going to have another friendly race here at this track. We have 12 countries, the same countries that were in the last marble circuits friendly race, and it'll definitely be an exciting race to behold. In the last marble circuits friendly race, Japan was the champion, being followed by China, Germany, and the USA. All 4 of these marbles were fighting in the second half of the race for the top couple of spots. France was the leader in the first half of the race, and they finished in 5th in the last friendly race. We'll have to see if they do better in this friendly race. Looks like they're starting pretty far back in the starting gate. France all the way down there in 11th place in the starting gate. That's going to hurt him in terms of getting a quick lead. But now it is time to start the Marble Circuits 2022 friendly race. And we are off. Who comes out to lead? It's Belgium, being followed by China and Australia as we all go through that little splitter right there. Fortunately for the marbles on the right side, there was no drag reduction because it has been disabled for the first lap. It is China coming out to lead, being followed by Belgium and Germany. But Germany is pretty far behind Belgium, who is a little bit closer to China. But still, China is in the lead. Brazil and Vietnam pressuring for the podium. Germany just trying to fend them off. And they are losing ground on Belgium and China. They are extending their lead by a significant margin, a whole second between second and third place. Here comes Belgium trying to come up and overtake China. The first 2 marbles of this race. And they're drafting China there. And a hit from the back from Belgium to China. China is able to use that to gain some momentum, and they regain a significant lead. And Brazil has now taken 3rd place from Germany, as well as the USA, who now has taken 2nd, or now 3rd. China about a turn ahead of Belgium, and then there's the USA and Japan coming up here again. Japan, the last winner, trying to come up and pressure for the podium, but the USA trying to get as far away as possible from Japan, and now they're pressuring Belgium for 2nd place. China and Belgium have not moved in the overall standings since the beginning of this race, and the USA wants to change that. But here comes Japan as well, and they're pressuring the USA through the back straight. And there goes the USA, an assault on Belgium, and they take over, but Belgium takes it right back. The USA falling down to 4th place now as Japan takes 3rd place, and they lose out there. And the USA comes back into 3rd place, now pressuring Belgium, and China all the way out there in the lead, not even knowing what's going on in the back. The USA does take 2nd place from Belgium as we enter the 5th lap. China still in the lead. And let's take a look at some of the other major contending marbles from the last Marble Circuits friendly race. You got France all the way down in 12th place. They were in the lead for the good first half of the race in the last Marble Circuits friendly race. They're having a terrible start here in this race. They did start in 11th place, possibly what caused their downfall in this race. Then you have Germany. They were also in the top 5 for the second half of the race, and they're down in 7th right now 6th. And let's see if they can catch back up and redeem themselves in this race. Belgium in 3rd place, USA still in 2nd, China in 1st, Japan up there in 4th, Vietnam in 5th, and Brazil in 7th. Now moving up to 5th place. Brazil, another major contender in the last Marble Circuits friendly race. They also want to get a podium as well. Let's see if they can. Here comes Vietnam. They overtake Brazil there. Now pressuring Germany and Japan, who are fighting for that 4th and 5th place. China, 2.3 seconds ahead of USA, who is in 2nd. That is a major lead by China. but hopefully they won't blow it in this race. Let's see if they can hold it for the remainder of the race. We're not even halfway through yet, so they have a long way to go. Front running is definitely a hard skill to master in the world of racing, because you have to keep your focus even though you're all alone up there in the front. Nobody's really pushing you to keep going at the speed that you're going, and it's definitely a hard mental game, and China is doing a good job at it right now. The USA also pretty alone out there in second, really far ahead of Germany and really far behind China, and so they also are having a mental game as well, just trying to stay focused and catch up to China. Germany, though, not so alone, as Belgium creeping up behind them, trying to come up and take over third place. And then there's two more marbles, which is Vietnam and Japan. We are 5th and 6th place marbles. Look how far ahead China is, already passing through that track cross section before the USA even gets to the third turn after the booster. Here comes Vietnam trying to catch up to Germany. Let's see if they can do it, but they're having some trouble because here comes Belgium. They passed for 4th place, now are drafting Germany for 3rd. We are entering the 10th lap, 7 more laps to go. And it is Belgium who comes out into 3rd place now, passing Germany. Now they're setting their sights on the USA, who is losing ground, and Belgium is right up next to the USA. They are drafting them. Let's see if they can pass for 2nd. Here comes Japan as well. They do not want to lose this race. And China, not even in the frame. They're way down. They're probably already in the booster by now. Yeah, they're way, way ahead. Can't even see them in the frame. There they are. About to exit the frame there. They are dominating this race. Let's see if they can have a full sweep, being in first place for the entirety of the race. Not challenged even once. The USA still in first, but here comes Japan, and they overtake for 3rd place. Now trying to come up and take 2nd. China and the USA have been 1st and 2nd for the entire race, and Japan and Belgium have been trying to change that for almost the entire race. And here they go, and they do it. Japan and Belgium both overtake the USA, and now they're in 2nd and 3rd place. Now they have to catch up to China, which is definitely a difficult task. The USA trying to come up and catch back up to Belgium and Japan, but they're having a hard time because Germany is up there as well, pressuring for 4th place. And the USA losing out to Germany there. Now they're in 5th place, and Argentina now has their sights on the USA. China, though, still in the lead. You can see there, they can see Japan traveling the other way because they're so far ahead in the track. And then that's when they know they are doing good in this race. Japan, though, pretty aggravated at how far ahead China is. They're just hoping and praying that China will make some mistake that will cause them to lose a lot of ground, a lot of speed. But at this point, it'll be very hard to mess up that badly. But Japan coming up now. They've actually got a little bit of ground on China. Maybe Japan and Belgium kind of working together to push each other farther ahead and make their overall speed faster so they can catch up to China. Possibly even Belgium pushing up Japan to China. Or it could just be Belgium is running out of steam and they're slowing down. Through the drag reduction they go. Here comes Germany trying to overtake Belgium through the booster. And Belgium is still in 3rd place. USA down in 6th now. They've been passed by Vietnam. But here they go back up into 5th place. Vietnam down to 7th. Argentina in 6th place. France has moved up to 9th. Better for France, but still no 1st place. And I believe they finished in 6th in the last Marble Circus friendly race. And here comes Japan, and they've caught up to China. Wow, China either doing terrible or Japan doing great. Either way, only about a 2 track lengths apart. Let's see if Japan can make that gap even smaller, even pressure for the lead. They only have 1 lap to go after this lap, so the time is crucial. Japan trying all they can to catch up to China. China just has to stay in the lead for 1 more lap, and they will be the champion of this race. Belgium, though, also wants to take second place, but Japan does not want that to happen. Here comes Belgium, and they overtake for second place in the final lap. And here they come, trying to overtake China, and they're neck and neck with China. China just has to defend for half a lap, and they will be the champion. But Belgium also wants to have the ultimate comeback story of marble sports. Let's see if it happens. China being drafted by Belgium around the final turn, and it'll be close, but it is China who will be the champion of this race. Belgium coming in at second, Japan in third place. Belgium only 0.3 seconds behind China. Japan 2.3 seconds behind China. Japan finishing in third place after finishing in first in the last Marble Circuits race. Still pretty good finish. And we have the same couple of marbles, Germany, the USA, Vietnam, all up there as well.
We dominated the race in every lap. Fantastic.
Oh my goodness, what a wonderful weekend. Everything worked out for us in this GP. Thank you all.
You can hear the China radio. Very excited. A complete domination of this race. China in the lead for the entire race. Not even pressured once in the entire race. They started in second, but they quickly overtook the lead for first place within the first lap or two. And then they were in the lead for the entire race after that, all 17 laps worth. That is what I call domination. Also Japan, USA, Belgium, Germany were some other top contenders in this race, all fighting from that second to around fifth place zone. All fighting for that top 5 and for the podium. And ultimately, it was Belgium and Japan who filled the second and third place spots. Unfortunately for Japan, losing out their second place to Belgium in the final lap. But they still got to sit on the podium with Belgium and, of course, China, our winner of this race. As we take a look at some of these overtakes in the replay, some great overtakes in this race. See here Japan coming up behind Germany and overtakes on the inside through that corner there. And then they had to set their sights on Belgium. Belgium, Japan, the USA, Germany, all enemies in this race. See the USA here in second place. Actually, no, that's not even second place. That's when they were way down in like fifth. And Argentina was pressuring to pass the USA. They never did. But the USA was down there with Argentina in around 6th and 7th. Around the 3/4 mark of the race. Let's see there. Brazil and Vietnam passing Germany through the drag reduction zone. Definitely an exciting race, a dominating performance by China, finally coming out and taking the win after getting second place in the last Marble Circuits friendly race. They've been training their whole life for this, and now they finally have their moment of glory. Be sure to check out the Fubeca merch store so you can get all the shirts with your favorite Marble Circuits teams on them, so you can cheer for your favorite teams in style. Now it is time for the podium ceremony, where we congratulate all 3 podium sitters from this race. They all did amazing, but today they all aspire to be China. Congratulations to China for being the winner of this Marble Circuits friendly race. Belgium coming in at second, and Japan in third place. Belgium so close to getting first place, 0.3 seconds behind China, but China was able to hold out for the entire race. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe, comment down below, share this video with your friends if you enjoyed, and stay tuned for more future marble tournaments. I'm Jeremiah, signing out. Until next time, this has been Fubeca's Marble Runs. Good day, everyone. Hello, Marble sports fans, and welcome back to Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah, and I'm glad to be here for this marble pool tournament. How this tournament will work is your goal is to hit the other team into the hole as much as possible. So essentially, whoever gets the most marbles in the hole will lose the round. So we'll have to see how these marbles try to use strategy to dodge each other's hits, to try to hit each other into the hole. That will be an interesting aspect of this tournament. As we take a look at the track here, you can see the pool green down at the bottom, and then the two tracks coming in on either side, starting up here at the starting line where the marbles will start. And they have 3 marbles per team in this tournament. And here are the full bracket systems for this tournament. First off, we have the UK versus France. France in the dark blue, United Kingdom in the light blue. And we're off. And France gets one in, so United Kingdom gets a point. And the United Kingdom will advance the next round 1-0. Essentially, the reasoning behind this is your marble hits the other marble into the hole, similar to how you would hit a pool ball into another pool ball. You would hit the cue ball into one of the balls that you want to get into the hole. So you can see one of the United Kingdom marbles hitting the France marble into that middle center closest hole. So the UK will advance to the quarterfinals. Next up, we have Colombia versus the USA. USA in the white, Colombia in the yellow. And they're off. And the Colombia gets one in. So the United States will advance to the next round 1-0 yet again. Let's see if the reason why Colombia lost is because they were too early. You see Colombia got all their marbles onto the field first. The USA barely dodging that middle hole. But it was Colombia who ended up getting one hole in the top right pocket. So the USA will advance to the quarterfinals versus the UK. Next up, we have China versus Brazil. China on the left, Brazil on the right. Who will come out on top? And China gets one in. Here comes another one, but they don't go in. So China gets one pocket. Therefore, Brazil gets 1 point, and Brazil will advance to the next round, getting 1 point. China gets 0. You can see there, China accidentally hitting their own marble because of a contact from Brazil, which caused them to lose a ball into the middle center hole. Brazil goes to the quarterfinals. Next up, we have Spain versus Vietnam. Spain, the more reddish yellow. Vietnam is the more yellow with black stripes. And one of the Vietnam marbles gets stuck in the, not the Vietnam, Spain gets pushed into the pocket. So Vietnam will be advancing to the quarterfinals. You can see here this first Spain marble getting hit into the left or the right pocket by another one of their own team, unfortunately. Too chaotic of a match for them. So Vietnam will advance to the quarterfinals versus Brazil. Next up, we have Mexico versus Uruguay. Uruguay in the translucent blue, Mexico in the green. Can Mexico make it past the first couple of rounds? And Uruguay has a marble in. So Mexico will get a point. Mexico advances to the quarterfinals. One step closer to going against their nemesis, the United States, in these marble tournaments. Uruguay, unfortunately, being eliminated. Let's see how it happened. You see there, the first contact between the first two marbles. Uruguay goes into the center top hole. So Mexico will advance to the quarterfinals. Next up, we have Canada versus Indonesia. Indonesia in the white, Canada in the clear with red swirls. As we get going here. And Canada gets a marble in. And Indonesia gets 1 point because of that. Indonesia will advance to the next round 1-0. Will there be any instances where we have more than one marble in a hole? Haven't seen that yet. We'll have to see if that happens in the rest of the competition. Canada nearly missing that top right pocket. But it was Indonesia who will advance to the next round with 1 point. So far, it's only been 1 point that have advanced all these marbles to the quarterfinals so far. Indonesia advances to the quarterfinals. Next up, we have Portugal versus Japan. Portugal in the green, Japan in the white. They are off. And what happened there? Portugal, one of the Portugal marbles flies off the track. Japan has a marble in the pocket. Portugal advances to the next round, but somehow one of the Portugal marbles is gone. Let's see here in the replay just what happened. You can see there, Portugal marble landing right on the Japan marble, flying off of the whole pool green. Meanwhile, one of the Japan marbles had fallen into a pocket, scoring Japan a point, or Portugal a point. So Portugal will be advancing to the quarterfinals. Now for our final duel in this stage, Argentina versus India. And they are off. And India has a marble in. And so that means Argentina will advance to the next round. Argentina gets a point. India, unfortunately, will be eliminated. See there, that first collision is really crucial in this tournament. Whichever marble has the wrong move on that first collision may fall into that hole, as we've seen a couple times in this tournament. Next up, we have the first quarterfinal, the UK versus the USA. And they're off the UK, a little bit behind, or a little bit ahead of the USA. The USA gets a marble in. The United Kingdom scores a point on that, and they will advance to the next round. The USA will be eliminated. Seems like if your team lags behind a little bit, you have more chance of being eliminated because the other team has more time to gain onto your side of the green, pushing you into one of the holes because they have more momentum on the green. Next up, we have quarterfinals number 2, Brazil versus Vietnam. Brazil, yellow with the blue. Vietnam, yellow with the black. And we are off. And one marble right at the end, the Brazil marble, falling into the top center pocket, scoring Vietnam a point. So Vietnam will advance to the next round, and Brazil will be eliminated. See right there, that last Vietnam marble coming in at the last second. Actually, that was a Brazil marble. Came up and hit the other Brazil marble right at the last second, unfortunately. Next up, we have Mexico versus Indonesia. Mexico wanting to have a good performance in this tournament, wanting to remake a name for themselves. And Indonesia has a marble in. And that advances Mexico to the next round. One step closer to glory for Mexico. You see the Indonesia marble actually get there first. Mexico marble hitting them right into just the right angle to send them into the top center pocket. So Mexico will advance to the semifinals versus either Portugal or Argentina, which is next. Argentina in the blue, Portugal in the green. as we get started. They are off. And no scores yet, but it is Portugal who gets a marble in, scoring Argentina a point. Argentina will be going up against Mexico in the semifinals. You can see one of the Argentina marbles lagging behind a little bit. Is that what caused them to win? See where the pocket was. There weren't any pockets directly at the start. Portugal gets one right there in the center. So Argentina will advance to Mexico in the semifinals. Now it's time for the first semifinal, the UK versus Vietnam. And we are off. Pretty neck-and-neck entry at this point, but it is Argentina, the United Kingdom, who gets there first. Scoring Vietnam into a pocket, scoring them a point, which means they will advance to the final round. And Vietnam will advance to the third place match. You can see right there, Vietnam being pushed against the wall and then into the center pocket by the United Kingdom. Like I said, the United Kingdom advances to the final. Now it's time for the second semifinal, Mexico versus Argentina. One of these teams will face off against the UK in the final round, and one of these teams will be sent to the third place match. And they're off. Mexico getting a ball in. Mexico, unfortunately, will be eliminated. Argentina will advance to the final round versus the UK. Mexico will be advanced to the third place match versus Vietnam. See, this first Mexico marble, way too early. And then Argentina comes along and hits another Mexico marble into the top center pocket. That seems like a common pocket for these marbles to be hitting. Now it's time for the third place match, Vietnam versus Mexico. Vietnam on the left. Mexico still has a chance to stand on the podium. And Vietnam has a marble in. Mexico will be the third place in this tournament, scoring 1 point on Vietnam. So Mexico will get to sit on the podium along with the UK and Argentina. You can see there that Mexico marble on the right side hitting the Vietnam marble into the center bottom pocket. Now it's time for the final round, the UK versus Argentina. Which team will be crowned champion of this marble billiards tournament? Two blue colored teams. United Kingdom in the blue with yellow, Argentina blue with white. The United Kingdom is slightly shinier as well. And the United Kingdom gets winning the top right pocket, unfortunately for them, because Argentina will score a point and they will be the champion of this marble pool tournament. The United Kingdom will come in at second. Mexico will be in third place. An unfortunate event for the United Kingdom. They didn't even get hit into the pocket. They just went into the pocket by their own will. What's their mutiny in this team? Let's keep a close eye on the United Kingdom marbles, because one of them going into the top right pocket without even being hit by another marble. I think it was the last one. You see there, I guess they were hit by the Argentina marble off course where they were supposed to go, ricocheted off the bottom wall into that top right pocket. So Argentina will be your champion of this marble pool tournament here on Fubeca's Marble Run. This entire tournament, we did not see more than a 1-0 score on the overall pockets scored per team. That's very interesting. I would have thought we would have seen at least one get 2 pockets in on the other team. Guess that's not how it worked in today's tournament, though. Congratulations to Argentina for being your marble pool champion. United Kingdom coming in at second. Mexico gets to sit on the podium as well, getting third place. All these marbles getting 1 point in every round that they were in. Very interesting We didn't also see a tie, which is another thing that could have happened, but none of these teams were able to make it happen. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment down below. Also share this video if you enjoyed. I'm Jeremiah, signing off. Until next time, this has been Fubeca's Marble Runs. Good day, everyone. Welcome back to another Marble Circuits friendly race here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. Hey everybody, I'm Jeremiah. We have 12 teams from all around the globe competing for the prize of being the champion of this friendly race. Who do you want to win? Comment down below. As we take a look at today's track, that large turn right after the booster, the star feature of this circuit, as well as the tunnel here in Monaco. It'll definitely be an exciting race. We'll have to see which countries come out with the win and which countries have the best strategies. Will there be a major front runner for the entire race, or will there be a intense fight for the lead as we go through the entire race? We have Japan, Belgium, China, India, Brazil, France, Australia, Mexico, Vietnam, Germany, the USA, and Argentina. And we are off. Brazil already off to a bad start. Not getting started at the light as we get going into the race. And it is Belgium who comes out to lead into the booster for the first time into this wide corner. And Belgium is able to hold the lead, but China and Japan are close behind. Here comes Japan, drafting Belgium. Let's see if they can make any moves. And they do right there, taking the lead in this first lap. Now China and France and India are up there in the top 5 as well as we go through the Monaco tunnel into the second lap. Japan trying to extend their lead and get away from the rest of the pack and try to establish a front running scenario as we go up the booster yet again. Belgium and China still trying to catch up to Japan. Most of the marbles taking the drag reduction zone, the slow side. If one of these marbles are able to get into the fast lane of the drag reduction zone, it will allow them to gain at least a second on the other marbles around them as we go through the Monaco tunnel yet again. Japan still in the lead. Belgium coming in at second, Argentina in third, trying to take second place from Belgium as we go through the wide corner yet again, both in the slow end of the drag reduction zone. Through these hairpins they go, and Argentina losing a little bit of ground on Belgium. China and France, the next pack down, a couple seconds behind, fighting for fourth and fifth place as we start the fourth lap. Here comes Mexico right there, and Mexico takes the lead from France and China, now in fourth place. Can France and China take it back as we go through the drag reduction zone? No. These are the 3 closest marbles in the top 6. Japan, Argentina, and Belgium all a second apart, and then France and Mexico battling for fourth place. Japan off the end of the screen, so far ahead. As we enter the 5th lap now, there's China and Germany, Indonesia, Vietnam, Brazil, all in there in this lower end of the pack, and then Australia and the USA are bringing up the rear as we go through the booster yet again. It's still Belgium trying to catch up to Argentina, who again is trying to catch up to Japan, who has established quite a lead in this race so far. Let's see if they can hold it as we go into the next couple sections of this race. Through the Monaco tunnel yet again, China leading Germany and India, as well as Vietnam up there in 6th place. Japan, Argentina, Belgium, Mexico, France in your top 5. China trying to catch up to France, get top 5. It's going to be hard though. All these top 5 marbles are very spaced out from each other, all trying to just catch up to the next marble. But they're having a hard time doing it. The pace is just so fast, these marbles can't go much faster. We're halfway through this race already as we go up the booster for the 7th time. It's Japan still in the lead, undefeated for the entirety of this race at this point. Let's see if Argentina can do anything about that. Here comes Mexico and France catching up to Belgium, and now Belgium has some problems. Let's see if they can hold off from Mexico. Japan and Argentina up there, but Belgium and Mexico fighting here in third and fourth. Here comes Mexico, and they overtake for third place up the booster. Can Belgium take it back? There they go through the drag reduction zone. Know that nothing happens there. To go into these next couple of turns, now Mexico is setting their sights on Argentina. Will they be able to catch up before the end of the race? We only have 6 more laps to go before a champion will be crowned. Japan so far ahead, can't even see him. There goes Belgium back into third place over Mexico. And Mexico comes right back there, a couple seconds for Belgium. But in the end, Mexico comes back. And now here comes Belgium again, and they're up by Argentina as well. Will they be able to pass Argentina and possibly even catch up to Japan? Japan hears the fighting in the background. That gives him all more motivation to stay in the lead, because he knows if these marbles are able to catch up, they may be able to overtake in a way he does not allow. As we go into these next couple of turns, Belgium has taken second place from Argentina into the booster, and wide turn they go. Now Belgium has to catch up to Japan. He's at least 3 seconds ahead of Belgium, so it's going to be very difficult, especially because we only have 4 laps to go. Through the tunnel for Japan, and Argentina and Belgium far behind as we enter the 11th lap. Will Argentina be able to catch up? They've taken back second place from Belgium. Up the booster they go. We have France and Mexico down there in 4th and 5th. China still in 6th. USA and Australia still in the rear. Not much happening in that part of the race. It's all up here in the 5th through 2nd range. Japan going through the tunnel yet again. All alone up there. Argentina and Belgium now coming as well. So we go up the booster yet again. We have 2 more laps to go. Argentina just now getting to the drag reduction zone. Japan almost already passed this entire sector. And Belgium close behind Argentina as well. Japan is doing a phenomenal job in this race at keeping the lead and staying away from any other marbles. I guess his dream is to be lapping any of the other marbles. But I don't think he'll be able to do it. USA and Australia are still pretty far ahead of Japan. As we enter the 13th lap, the penultimate lap here at this friendly race in Monaco. Can Argentina catch up to Japan? At this point, it'll take a very big mistake for Japan to lose this lead and Argentina to catch up, but you never know. It could happen in the final lap. But here comes Belgium as well, and they want some action, and they want to take second place as we enter the final lap. Japan in first place, Argentina in second, Belgium in third, France in fourth. China has taken 5th place from Mexico as we go up the booster with Argentina and Belgium, and Japan is nowhere to be seen. Where is Japan? There they are off the screen, and I think they are too far ahead for Argentina to even put a chance of winning this circuit. Let's see where Japan is. There they go, through the tunnel, across the line for the final time, and Japan will be the champion of this friendly race in Monaco. Argentina coming in at second, Belgium in third place, France in fourth, China in 5th, Mexico 6th, and Germany in 7th as we get going with the last couple of marbles here. Japan with the win. Argentina and Belgium get to sit on the podium as well, and France and China in 4th and 5th.
Amazing. We managed to surprise the opponents with our strategy. Congratulations.
Wow, I can't believe we got this victory this weekend. I'm so excited. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You can hear the Japan marble so excited on the radio about this win. They're definitely looking forward to watching the Glass Card 2022 coming soon. Now it's time for the podium ceremony. Congratulations to Japan for getting first place in this friendly race. Argentina in second and Belgium in third place. Argentina 4.5 seconds behind Japan. That is domination out on the track. Great job to Japan.
Have a packed house here for the first event of the 2021 Marble Champions League. As we welcome you inside of Marble Fubeca Stadium, you have a look at our gigantic trophy here for our winner, which will be determined not today, but a little bit later on. We've got 12 teams competing. We've got fans from all 12 teams from across their countries and across the world here to see today's first event, as well as some fans who are just in it for the fun. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bittersea, glad to be here on behalf of Marble Fubeca for today's coverage of our first event of the 2021 Marbles Champions League. In just a few moments, you're going to see all 12 of our teams that are competing make their way onto the stage and get a chance to show themselves in front of their fans and in front of the entire world watching today. As I said, 12 teams competing to be named the ultimate Marble Champion. Let's meet the teams. Nobody knows how to do an opening quite like Marble Fubeca here at the Marble Fubeca Stadium. It was an exciting moment just moments ago as these teams made their first appearances in front of their fans. You see some of those amazing marbles, the different designs and the great logos for these teams as they were getting a chance to become acquainted with these fans who will watch them over the next few weeks, find their favorites, and root for their ultimate winners. The teams are ready, the fans are ready, we are ready, let's go. It's event number 1, this is target shooting. So you look inside of today's event stadium, where we will be doing target shooting as we just said. We were in the main lobby moments ago, now we turn our eyes toward center court. And an opportunity for these 12 teams to make their first impressions in front of their fans. There are the pins, those orange pins that they will be shooting for. There are 21 pins, so an opportunity for 21 points. Similar to the way that you would score in bowling, you're looking to knock down those pins just like you would in bowling. There is the single lane course, which includes an upward hill that they're going to go over. I believe there's a shooting mechanism inside of that tunnel there, which should help with some speed. Be interesting to see as there are 7, I believe that is. Yeah, 7 different levels on this pyramid here where our pins are located. I'm going to try to see where is the best location. If you've been with us for a while here on Marble Fubeca, you know how the tournaments work. There are 4 groups, Group A, B, C, and D. Top 2 will qualify from each group, move into 2 semifinals. The top 2 from each of those semifinals will advance into the final round where they'll place 1st through 4th. First team out of the gate, Group A, it's the Archangels. Here we go. And a score of 19 pins down, so 19 points on the board for the Archangels. Let's have a look at the replay here. A great slow-mo. There are, misspoke, 6 levels there, and it looked like that was a hit on the 3rd level, a little bit off to the right side. So not exactly even from the Archangels, but still 19 points. Can't do a whole lot better than that, so a strong start for the Archangels. We'll see if that's enough to survive Group A. But a strong start for them, as the Savage Jackal will be the next to go, and they are released. And a score of 15. They left some to be desired there. 6 pins on the bottom left alone. Let's see. That was a little bit too high. In between the 2nd and 3rd levels there, didn't have enough of a centralized location there for the Savage Jackal, so they leave a little bit more to be desired and score 15. They move into 2nd. Here are the Vikings, and they will pick up 17 points. And with that, the Archangels are locked into the next round, and the Savage Jackal are out. So it'll come down to the Vikings, as we'll have a look one more time at their replay. It looks like it's very similar to what the Archangels put up, just a little bit higher. And so it didn't get a whole lot of contact with those bottom 2 layers. Had to rely on pins falling on top of pins. Worked out a little bit better than the Savage Jackal, but not as well as the Archangels. Last team up is the Janitors here in Group A. Let's see what they can do. They're up, they're through, and it's a clean sweep. 21 on the board for the Janitors. They're through. Advancing with them are the Archangels, and the Vikings and Savage Jackal are eliminated. Let's see where the Janitors located this one. Looks like it's perfect, right in the middle between the bottom 2 rows there, and you can't do it a whole lot better than that. The Janitors off to a strong start with 21 points and did it in 2.7 seconds. It was the slowest run, likely because they were the lowest where they made contact with the pyramid there. So advance the Archangels and the Janitors into the first semifinal. And Group B now will begin with the Steel Brothers. We'll see what they can put forward. They're off. Going through, and they have a clean sweep. 21 points on the board for the Steel Brothers. At a time of 2:6.67. Let's see where they made contact. Was it the same as just moments ago? Looks pretty similar, a little bit further to the right side there, so it wasn't as even in terms of being centered up, but still worked just as well. A lot of speed carried, and the Steel Brothers off to a strong start, likely advancing into the next round. But you never know as we move on to Tatu Bola. Stands for the 3 balls. Let's see what they can do. They're hoping they're going to score more than 3. They didn't score anything. Oh my, it's a clean miss from Tatu Bola. And they are in trouble. Wow, that is extremely disappointing. So they are almost guaranteed to be eliminated, as here are the Trojans, and they pick up 19 points. So that'll move Tatu Bola out of here. We'll lock in the Steel Brothers, and let's have a look at this replay here for the Trojans, see how it worked. Looked like a little bit better location than we've seen on a couple of these, but only able to even what the Archangels did at the beginning of this tournament in Group A. The Trojans are on the hot seat here. Can they advance, or will it be Swiftblade? We'll see what they can do. They are released from the holding cell. Off they go, and a clean sweep. They do it in a time of 2:7.53. They take the 2nd transfer spot. The group win will go to the Steel Brothers, but Swiftblade puts up our 3rd clean sweep out of the first 8 competitors to go. And you can see a pretty solid run there. So 8 teams done, 8 teams to go. I misspoke earlier and referred to our tournament with 12 teams. It's 16. Obviously, I mentioned them all, just got the math a little wrong there in my head. 16 teams, 8 down, 8 to go. Here's the Lynx Ruffus. And, oh, that was interesting. We'll have to have a look at this and see what the replay shows us. Almost looks like they missed. Let's have a look. They put up 16. sure enough, they didn't make contact with any of the pins, made contact with the surface that's holding the pins together, enough to kind of ruffle them around, and a few of them fall, and a pretty good score there, considering the fact that they didn't make any contact whatsoever with a single pin. 16 points on the board. Here's Flush. And they will knock down all 21. Certainly made contact there as we have a look at this replay. Not very solid contact, though. So Group C has done it in different ways than our first two groups did. Making pretty solid contact with the pins early on were the first two groupings. Not the case, though, in this Group C. One completely missed but got away with 16 points. The other, not a super solid contact, but all 21 pins are down. Here's the Snow Wolves, and they put up 20. So the Snow Wolves in a strong position. The Lynx Rufus, they are going to be eliminated here in the group stage. Flush is officially in, and it will come down to the Snow Wolves. With 20 points, can't do a whole lot better than that, so they are in a pretty good spot, but you've seen it's not impossible to score these strikes, for lack of a better term, as the Speedy Hunters will try to do just that and advance into the semifinal, and they'll come up just short. 19 points on the board, not good enough. As we look at the replay and see where could that last pin have come from. Oh, wow, you can see the one that's on the left there kind of wiggled a little bit. Couldn't get it done, and so the Flush and the Snow Wolves advance to the semifinal. And this will bring up our final group. Here is Oris 1. And they knock down all 21. A pretty common theme. Seems as though it's not too incredibly difficult to hit them all, which means that you might get a time tiebreaker at some point later on here. And that one looked very similar to the first 21 we scored at the beginning of this matchup, and that was a pretty solid one there from Oris 1. That will bring up now Onyx. And they put up 18 points. Left 3 on. A little bit off to the right side. That was perfect location in terms of height, where you want to put that in between the first and second level seems to be the way to go. But off to the right side caused a little bit of a problem. They moved to 18 points. Here are the Blue Jackets. Looked like they were moving a little slow there. Yeah. No, actually, in fact, they had the fastest run. Guess it just looked a little strange there, and they put it right in the middle. Put up 21. They are in now because of that time tiebreaker, so Oris 1 is not technically in. Onyx is out. And now it'll be up to the Sphery Spiders to determine our last member of the semifinals. They're going to knock down 17, and I don't think they hit any of the pins either. Yeah, again, they make contact with that surface that's holding up the pins, and the vibrations there, able to knock down a few, but not enough. And so we will not see somebody that knocks down all the pins not advance. It got close there at the end. If they had knocked all of them down, somebody was going to not fail at all, but yet not make it into the next round. As our semifinals are set now, Group D advances Oris 1 and the Blue Jackets. There are the semifinals, A and B. And so the semifinals begin again where we started the first round with the Archangels. They're off and running, and they put up 20. You can see that one lone pin that stayed up had a little bit of a hard time remaining on the platform there. In fact, it looked like it was off just a little bit, but not enough to be able to, yeah, as you can see there, not enough to be able to actually knock it off. And so they put up 20. Here are the Janitors, who had the first 21, and they just missed. Happens for the second time. A complete whiff from the Janitors, who were so strong in their first group matchup. Let's see, how close was it? Not very close at all, it seems. Hard to tell the depth perception there, but it looked like they may have just missed it pretty badly. Here's the Steel Brothers. They put up 21 as well, and they'll put up 19 this time. So that will move the Archangels into the final. First team to go will seemingly be the first team to go all the way into the final. As they advance with a score of 20, the Steel Brothers are in a strong position, but certainly not guaranteed. Here's Swiftblade. Let's see what they can do. They need A big score, and they get it! 21 for Swiftblade. They're advancing. The Archangels pass with 20, and it's a score of 19 for the Steel Brothers, but they are not going to advance into the final. Swiftblade left one on the platform there, but what you need to do is knock it off, or knock it over, I guess I should say, and that's what they did. It was laying on its side, so it counts as a point. Either way, they would have advanced, but Swiftblade is through. Into our second semifinal, we begin with the Snow Wolves, and they put up 21, another strong run. And perfectly done. That is where you want to go, in the middle of the either bottom row or right in between the first and second levels. There is really where you want to be. Let's see what Flush can do to try to answer that score of 21. They went a little bit too high. They'll pick up 18. The Snow Wolves are through, and you can see, like I said, you want to be between levels 1 and 2. Meanwhile, they're all the way up there in between levels 4 and 5. That's pretty high. And in fact, that's a pretty good score for how high of a contact location that was for Flush. But they do put up 18. Not a bad score at all. Here's Oris 1. See what they can do. And they're going to put up 20. So that will eliminate Flush. The Snow Wolves are through. And yeah, just left one on there. Will that come back to haunt Oris 1? We'll find out. The Blue Jackets hope it does. And it will! The Blue Jackets put them all down, and they advance to the final. They will join the Snow Wolves out of Semifinal B. And it is the one pin that Oris 1 left on the board that will come back to haunt them, as they will finish in the second grouping, unable to get to the finals. That is a disappointing end for Oris 1, and in just such a disappointing fashion. So the Snow Wolves and the Blue Jackets advancing into the final here of target shooting. Been a very up and down. We've seen a lot of 21s. We've seen a couple of zeros. Here's the Archangels, and they will put up a modest 17. I don't think that's good enough, to be honest with you. Certainly not going to be enough to win it for the Archangels. See if they can maybe place on the podium for second or third. Obviously, there's that awkward fourth-place finisher who gets to the final but doesn't get to be put on the podium there. Here is Swiftblade. They hope that they're not the one that has that happen, and they won't be. 21 for Swiftblade. They're in the driver's seat. And keep an eye on the time. Not the fastest time by any stretch. A 2:7.53. It was faster than the Archangels, but certainly not the fastest time we've seen. And it might come down to that if you get multiple that are going to score all 21. Let's see what the Snow Wolves do. Swiftblade trying to hold on to the lead. There is 20 points on the board. And Swiftblade remains in the lead. The Snow Wolves take over second. They guarantee themselves a podium finish. They will not win. And it looks like it was just a little bit too low and off to the right. And I think that it may have been... Yeah, it was one of those two pins that are right in the middle on the bottom row that stayed. Last hope is the Blue Jackets. Will it be Swiftblade or the Blue Jackets? They are off, and they missed it! And the Blue Jackets, with our third whiff of this tournament, it will cost them a spot on the podium. But they do finish fourth. The Archangels slide into a bronze. Silver for the Snow Wolves, and of course Swiftblade with a very strong statement. You see their fans are excited. Cheering section going crazy with the Swiftblade flags. Very nice touch there by that fan base. They were ready, hoping to see their team do well, and they did. Swiftblade wins event number 1, target shooting of the 2021 Marble Champions. As you have a look at the results, Swiftblade, Snow Wolves, Archangels, Blue Jackets, Oris 1. The top 5 go all the way down to Patu Bola, who finishes last, does not score a point. Savage Jackal picked up just 1 point. Disappointing start. Here are the overall standings. Swiftblade, the Snow Wolves, the Archangels, the Blue Jackets, Oris 1, Steel Brothers, Flush, the Janitors, Trojans, Speedy Hunters. That's the top 10. Keep an eye on our podium finishes. Those will show up at the end of every event, showing you how many medals have been won, as well as how many first place finishes for our different teams. But ultimately, you want to have the most amount of points. We've seen that in previous events here on Marble Fubeca, different tournaments in which it's not necessarily just about wins, but it's about consistency. Congratulations to the Archangels. They finished third. A silver for the Snow Wolves, but today they all aspire to be Swiftblade. 20 points, a gold medal, and the lead in the championship standings. They are automatically now, after one event, they are the team to beat. One down. The anticipation and the nerves of opening week are through, and now these teams look to continue either a strong start or build on something that maybe wasn't the best start as we begin the real bulk of this schedule in the Marble Champions 2021. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bitterzuki. Glad to be here on behalf of Marble Fubeca for today's event. This is our second event of the 2021 Marble Champions. A more traditional event, as you see the starting gates for this sprint style event today. An opportunity for these teams to show off their speed after a little bit more skill and precision was needed in our first event. This one's pure speed. It's just a long sprint right in front of the home stretch and all the fans in the stands. Glad to have them here as always. And there is the entire course with the starting gates up the front. On the left side, on the right side, you'll have the finishing gate. Here are the overall standings after one event. Swiftblade won our opening event, so they are in the lead with 20 points, leading by 3 over the Snow Wolves, who took silver, and the Archangels, who took a bronze, leading the group. But everybody really still in it after just one event. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 2 of the 2021 Marble Champions. This is the sprint race. So again, as you see, this course, typically you'll see winds and curves and different obstacles for these marbles to avoid. That is not the case today. All about pure speed. Here are the groupings for today's event. Different groups. The style will work the same. Top 2 from each group will advance to the semifinals. Top 2 from each semifinal will advance into our finale. We'll start with Group A. They are the Steel Brothers, Tatu Bola, Snow Wolves, and Flush. And they come out of the gates. Here we go. And out in front, it looks like it's Flush and Steel Brothers coming across the line. Steel Brothers takes the lead, and Flush takes the second advancement place. They get the transfer spot over the Snow Wolves, who finish third. Tatu Bola finishes in last in that grouping, and so they will not advance. You can see Flush in the green. Look like they got out to the lead at first. Those are the silver marbles of the Steel Brothers. Not surprising based on the name. And there is the pass for the lead right at the end. A little bit of contact between the top 2 finishers. Let's have a look. And everything within at least a marble length there. Nothing too crazy. And so the Flush and the Steel Brothers will advance into the first semifinal out of Group A. Group B, the Janitors, the Sphery Spiders, the Archangels, and the Savage Jackal. They release, and right now it looks like it's the Savage Jackal in the lead, followed by the Sphery Spiders. But here come the Janitors, and did the Savage Jackal advance? They did. They just beat out the Archangels. And the Janitors come from behind after running in third or fourth for the majority of that short sprint. Let's see where that run happens. They run the fastest time so far at a 4:9.45. Yeah, they just picked up a lot of speed toward the end. How close was it for second? Looks like it was pretty close. Pretty close all the way around. The exception really of fourth place. Looked like the Sphery Spiders weren't really in it as much as the other 3, but that was a tight run there. And so the Janitors and the Savage Jackal advance into the semifinal. They will take on Flush and the Steel Brothers. Moving to Group C, this is the Vikings, the Trojans, the Onyx, and the Oris 1. Come out of the gates, and it's the Trojans and the Vikings in the lead, and they look like they've got a pretty big lead. Yeah, it's just no matter who's going to win, it's the Trojans. Pretty significant there. That was over 0.2 of a second between second and third, and it was never close. Oris 1 finished third, Onyx takes fourth, but neither will advance, obviously, through one of those transfer spots of the group stage. The Trojans led wire to wire there. Vikings with a strong finish as well to take second place, and they both advance into Semifinal B. And the final grouping will include Swiftblade, our points standings leader, also the Lynx Roughus, Speedy Hunters, and the Blue Jackets. And they are off. Bad start for Swiftblade. It's the Speedy Hunters and the Blue Jackets. They will advance. Exactly a tenth of a second between second and third. That was Swiftblade. And almost another full tenth back to the Lynx Roughus. They struggled. Let's have a look. It just looked like Lynx Roughus banging off the walls caused some problems. Side by side for the majority of the race for first place. But in these group stages, you only need to be first or second. Wow, yeah, it was close coming across the line for who was going to win the stage or win the group staging here, but not close for who's going to advance. It was a pretty easy win there for the top two. We have another look at it. Let's see, coming across the line, how close? Pretty close. And so that will move the Blue Jackets and the Speedy Hunters into Semifinal B. And here's the first semifinal. We go back to the Janitors, the Savage Jackal, the Steel Brothers, and Flush. The Janitors have the fastest time so far. Can they do it again? They are in the lead. Here is the Flush in second. Savage Jackal making a run. Cannot get it done. The Janitors and Flush advance. Savage Jackal and the Steel Brothers will have to settle for a 5th through 8th place finish. Savage Jackal made a run there. Yeah, the Janitors are they're pretty darn fast right now. It'll be interesting to see if they keep that through the final. If they do, there's nobody that's going to beat them. They have the most speed right now. Just see if they're able to get a clean run in the final, because they're in, as are Flush. Savage Jackal made a strong run. Steel Brothers struggled, in fact, because they made contact there with the Janitors. They never crossed the finish line. So the Janitors and Flush are into the final. And now semifinal B. With the Trojans, the Speedy Hunters, the Blue Jackets, and the Vikings. There we go. And right now it's the Vikings and the Blue Jackets with the lead. Here come the Trojans. They're going to take over second place. They're going to get it done at the line. And that was the fastest time. Yeah, the Vikings just ran a faster time than the Janitors did in the first round, which was the fastest time to that point. A 4.658 is the best time now of this event, and it belongs to the Vikings, and they do it en route to a semifinal win and an advancement into the final, and did it by a pretty large margin. Second place was pretty close. The Trojans got it done, and so they get to fight for a win here in the sprint race. Blue Jackets were close, but just could not get enough at the end. So moving into the final, here we go. Flush, Trojans, the Janitors, and the Vikings. And they're off. And if it's not the Janitors or the Trojans, it'd be a shock. They are side by side, cutting in front, and getting the win are the Janitors. Unbelievable move. Shut the door. Have another look at it, and that was a great move by the Janitors. Pretty strong run by Flush as well to stay up there with those top two that clearly had the speed. Almost looked like there was some drafting going on as Flush tried to go from one side to another. And watch right here. You can see cutting a little bit farther in front, just clearing the Trojans. And that's where the Janitors make their move, shut the door, and will win this one. Boy, that was an unbelievable move. We'll see it again from this angle. I mean, you just can't do it better than that. So the Janitors get the win and do it with 1 speed and 2. A great move to make sure that they stayed in front of the Trojans. They are the winners of event number 2, the sprint race. And congratulations to them. A huge win for them, and a show that clearly the Janitors have speed And so you better watch out if you're doing a speed event here in the Marble Champions League in 2021, because the Janitors may just be the team to beat if that's the case. Great run by them. They'll make their way up to the podium, as well as our second and third place finishers. But they're the ones that get the big trophy. Look at the overall standings from today. The results, the Janitors pick up 20 points with that win. The Trojans finish second, Flush third, Vikings fourth, and the Savage Jackal fifth. Go all the way down to Onyx, Lynx Rufus, and Tatu Bola, who finish in the final last three positions. In fact, that fourth last position was actually Swiftblade. So Swiftblade's going to drop to fourth. The Janitors take a 4-point lead. It's a tie for second between the Trojans and Flush. They each have a medal. Gold for the Janitors as they get it done today. And get it done in pretty impressive fashion. It was a show of speed and a show of precision as well at the end, with that move to cut in front of the Trojans and not allow any kind of last-second shenanigans from them. So they get the win. Congratulations to Flush. They pick up 24 points with a third-place finish. Or they're now sitting at 24 points, with a third-place finish. So are the Trojans after a second-place finish. They're now at 24 points. Both are tied for second, but all today, they all aspire to be After an event all about speed, we shift our focus back to the skill as we begin event number 3 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. Hello again, friends. Keanu Bittersiki, glad to be here on behalf of Marble Fubeca for today's event. Our grand arena once again today, as we are 2 events through, and now just one speed event and 1 skill event. We should go back to the skill side of things. There's the cup that they'll be fighting for today and throughout the remainder of this season. Let's have a look at how the teams are doing so far. Right now, the overall leaders are the Janitors by 4 points over the Trojans and Flush. Swiftblade, after a win in event number 1, has dropped to 4th. The Janitors are the leaders. They are ready. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Let's do it. It's event number 3 of the 2021 Marble Champions. This is the soccer dribble. As you have a look at this soccer field down there with the Marble Champions and Marble Fubeca logo, and there are some obstacles to navigate. A couple of goals down at the end, and we'll see what this event is all about. As you can see there, got some scoring opportunities. You know how it works in terms of the setup for today's tournament. As always here in the Marble Champions League, the groupings change, so there are the groups for you. We begin with Group A, which is the Vikings, the Lynx Rufus, the Blue Jackets, and the Steel Brothers. They are off, and we'll see who can get through. And a couple of goals, maybe. There's one, and another! And the Vikings score at the very end. They advance, as do the Steel Brothers. Lynx Rufus and the Blue Jackets, they were the first to get down, but they do not score a goal. And they are eliminated with 2 and 1 points respectively, as you see them go down on either side right there. Have a look. Easy goal for the Steel Brothers, and a little bit of a knock there from the goalie. Almost cost the Vikings their goal. But they are able to advance, as well as the Steel Brothers, into the first semifinal. And here's Group B. This is Tatu Bola, Snow Wolves, the Janitors, and the Speedy Hunters. So our leaders are a part of this group. Let's see where the scoring goes, and nobody will score a goal. The Snow Wolves picked up 4. The Speedy Hunters pick up 2. And so the Janitors are championship leaders, as well as Tatu Bola. They are eliminated here in the group stage. Let's have another look and see how it happened. You can see up at the top of the screen there, even coming out of the lines there, not a good run at all for the Janitors. Not really a good run for anybody. Nobody got close to a goal whatsoever. But good enough for the Snow Wolves and the Speedy Hunters. They are advancing into Semifinal A. And so the group stage moves to Group C, which consists of the Savage Jackal, the Trojans, the Onyx, and the Flush. And let's see what happens. Do we have a goal? Oh, we almost did. The Onyx picked up 2, nearly scored a goal. They'll still advance, as do the Savage Jackal. And the Trojans, by way of the time that it took them to score, are going to be eliminated after a 3-way tie with 2 points. The Trojans did it in the slowest time, as we'll see here on the replay, and so it will cost them their opportunity to advance into the next round. For what it's worth, they were significantly slower, so at least it wasn't a close one there. But still a disappointing end for the Trojans. And in the flush, unable to advance as well as we make our way to the final group, including our first event winner. That's Swiftblade. The rest of the group, Oris 1, the Sphery Spiders, and the Archangels. And will we get a goal? The goalkeeper's going to block that shot. The Archangels will not score. They're eliminated, as are Swiftblade, Oris 1, and Sphery Spiders. They're advancing from Group D. How about that move from the goaltender there? Not allowing the Archangels to score, which would have almost guaranteed, even if they had not gone in the goal, they probably would have scored right off to the side, which was 4 points, would have advanced. Instead, the Archangels unable to score. Wow. And so they are eliminated, as are Swiftblade. And so therefore, Swiftblade and the Janitors both eliminated in this group stage. We will, for the third time, have a different winner here through 3 events. Moving on to the semifinals. First semifinal, it's the Speedy Hunters, the Snow Wolves, the Vikings, the Steel Brothers. 2 advance. Here's a 2. There's an 8. There's a goal. 2 on the side. Let's see. 2 in the middle, and it will cost the Speedy Hunters. So the Steel Brothers, who got down there the fastest by a pretty significant margin, almost a full second ahead of anybody else. And they were, what was that, somewhere around the 4-second range higher than any of the other 3 that scored 2 points. There was their 2. There was the goal. And then the last 2, both scoring 2 points, one all the way on the bottom of the screen. There it is. Other right through the middle, made contact with the post, and it cost the Speedy Hunters. So the Vikings and the Steel Brothers both out of Group A, advancing into the finals, and the 2 members from Group B to advance done in the semifinal. Here is semifinal B. Onyx, Savage Jackal, Oris 1, and the Sphery Spiders. And go down hectically. There's 2, another 2, another 2, and a 1. Onyx, the last of the 2s to get down, they're eliminated, as are the Savage Jackal, the only team not to score 2. They put up just 1 point, and so Oris 1 and the Sphery Spiders advancing into the final for today's event. Again, not super close. In fact, it was the Onyx who were the slowest, despite the fact that they'll finish ahead of the Savage Jackal because they did score more points there. And so the final is set. The Vikings, the Steel Brothers, the Sphery Spiders, and the Onyx. As you have a look at the crowd for these 4 teams, hoping to see something amazing. So here we go. Vikings, Steel Brothers, Sphery Spiders, Oris 1 for the win. Here we go. Who's first down? It might be the Steel Brothers. They've got 2. There's a 3 and a win for Oris 1. They were the slowest, but they score the most. Just got it done at the end. A silver for the Steel Brothers. The Vikings, by virtue of time, pick up the bronze, and the Sphery Spiders will finish in 4th. In today's event, there are the fans. Congratulations to them as Oris 1 advances all the way through and wins this one. Just barely advancing out of the second semifinal. Let's have a look at the replay here, and you can see they're not the fastest, although they weren't the slowest to begin with. Once that contact was made, really slowed them down. There's a lot of contact there with the Sphery Spiders as well. And right there, that contact made with that orange marker may have been the one to kind of set them up for that success. And there they go with the win, across the line, 3 points, and a victory. So congratulations to them, as Oris 1 becomes our 3rd different winner through 3 events. An interesting event here with the soccer dribble. Have a look at our fans again in attendance for today's event, and in just a second we'll have a look at the standings, see where it looked first at the results of today's events, and then what that does with the overall standings of this tournament, the 2021 Marble Champions League. And here are the results from today. So Oris 1 gets the win, the Steel Brothers 2nd, Vikings 3rd, Sphery Spiders 4th, and Onyx picked up the 5th place. All the way down through the rest of that crowd, here are the overall standings. Oris 1 and the Steel Brothers now in a tie for the lead. The Snow Wolves are third, the Vikings are fourth. The Janitors drop from first to fifth after failing to get out of the group stage today, and so they have work to do. As you have a look at the podium today, 31 points now after that third place finish, 31 points on the season for the Vikings, and a tie atop the standings between our top two finishers from today's event, the Steel Brothers at 35 points and Oris 1 at 35 points. Congratulations to both of those teams, but today everybody aspires to be Oris 1, as they're the winners of event number 3 of the 2021 Marble Champions League here on Marble Fubeca. They will look to continue that momentum and now maybe break a tie for that lead, as it is definitely heating up as we get closer and closer to the really meat of this schedule, and then later on throughout the rest of it. We are 3 events in to the 2021 Marble Champions League, and it is anybody's game as we begin event number 4. This is mini golf. Welcome everybody into today's event. I'm Keanu Bittersey, glad to be here with you for today's event, presented always by Marble Fubeca here as we look inside our grand arena. As always, large gathering of fans supporting their teams, all going for that cup right there in the middle of today's event. And there are the overall standings on your side. It's a two-way tie between Oris 1 and the Steel Brothers at 35 points. Third place is the Snow Wolves. The Vikings are fourth. The Janitors and the Trojans are tied for fifth, after the Janitors were in the lead going into the last event. They failed to make it to the group stage, and so they fall back a little bit. Today's event, mini golf. Really an interesting one. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 4 of the 2021 Marble Champions. Welcome to mini golf. You see our greens, if you will. There's point variations depending on where you're going to finish here. And of course, some distance will factor in as well. There's the Plinko board style obstacle at the beginning of this course, just out of the starting gate. You make your way down through a couple of funnels and through, as you have a look at the groups for today's event. As always in the Marble Champions League, the groups change from event to event. We'll start with Group A today. It's Flush, Lynx Rufus, the Archangels, and Swiftblade, and they are off. And the first one down, there's 4 points. There is 7. Let's see what happens with the last one. The Archangels, they will not score. Lynx Rufus picks up 7 points with a distance of 84. 4 more points, as we'll have a look at the replay here. For Flush, they're the 2 to advance. The Archangels and Swiftblade failing to score here. Again, points above all else. You see the first one down were Flush, and they took advantage of it, scoring 4 points, just missing the 2 were Swiftblade. Either way, it would not have been enough, as the 7 points and the 4 from Lynx Rufus and Flush were enough to get them through to the next round. So they're advancing to the first semifinal, and they will take on the 2 advancers from our second group, Group B today. Again, you have a winner of the group stage, and then you also have a transfer spot, able to advance 2 teams. Here's Group B, the Sphery Spiders, the Savage Jackal, the Blue Jackets, and one of our leaders, the Steel Brothers. They are down. We have a 10. We might have another 10. Close to it is the Savage Jackal. They'll fall back. They will not score, but they will advance as the Sphery Spiders pick up 10 points. And the Savage Jackal, by way of distance, are going to advance over the Steel Brothers and the Blue Jackets, who struggled mightily. You can see them all the way back at the initial M at the beginning of the green period. The Greens were not kind that time to the Blue Jackets. Let's have a look at the replay and see what happened. The Sphery Spiders had an uninterrupted view of the 10 points. They score it there. The Sphery Spiders didn't quite score, but you can see there, almost had it, but they finished with enough distance to advance into our first semifinal. So the Savage Jackal through, as are the Sphery Spiders, who dominated. And here into Group C, it's the Vikings, one of our leaders, Oris 1, the Trojans, and the Onyx. Strong grouping here. There's 4 points. There's a 10. Let's see what happens at the end. That looks like 7 more. And no score from Onyx, so they will not advance. Neither will Oris 1. The Trojans pick up 7 to advance, and the Vikings, a second straight team to score all 10 points in this group stage as they go a distance of 135, scoring 10 points and advancing into Semifinal B. We'll have another look at it here. You can see everybody kind of slowly made their way down the Plinko board. And again, first one out, uninterrupted view of the longest target, and it was a perfect shot from the Vikings to score those 10 points. The Trojans rolled into a 7, which bests Oris 1's 4. No points for Onyx, so they were an automatic out essentially there as we make our way into our final group. This first portion of each tournament, the group stage, dropping our teams from the 16 that we start with down to 8, and then the 4 into the finale. Group D will have some at the top, some at the bottom. The Janitors, who have an event win and were very strong, drop back to 5th, and then all the way down to Tatu Bola. They're the worst team out there as well, the Snow Wolves and the Speedy Hunters. The Speedy Hunters are close. They will not get enough distance, though, to score. The Janitors and Tatu Bola advancing. The Speedy Hunters and the Snow Wolves will not advance through this group stage as they will place in toward the bottom of the standings for today's event. Let's have a look and let's see what Tatu Bola, the tan marble, can do here. Oh man, almost lipped into a 2 and ricocheted right into a 7. And the 8 points scored there from the Janitors. So pretty strong run, and then the other two unable to even score any points whatsoever, let alone trying to advance. Pretty easy win there. An advancement for those two teams as you have a look now at our full semifinals, A and B. And the other 8 teams that do not advance from the group stage, so they fall into that bottom tier as we move into the first semifinal. Savage, Jackals, Fury, Spiders, Lynx, Rufus, and Flush. Let's see who will advance into the finale. There's a 7, there's another 7. Do we get more points? No, the Savage Jackal and the Sphery Spiders cannot score. Lynx, Rufus, and Flush advancing. And you can see here, as you look at the replay, they had a chance. The two that were unable to score had their opportunity. There's an easy 7 and another easy 7, but right there, if it was a little bit stronger, the Savage Jackal had a chance. Even on a ricochet, potentially maybe 8 points could have gone for the Sphery Spiders, so they had an opportunity as well. But neither could score, and so they automatically unable to advance here. Which means that our first half of the finale is set. You see it on the big board. As we get ready for semifinal B. And here they are. Tatu Bola, the Janitors, the Vikings, and the Trojans. This is a pretty heavy metal group here. There is 10 points for the Janitors. Does anybody else score? The answer is no from both the Trojans and Tatu Bola. All the way down at the bottom, though, 4 points for the Vikings. They sneak through to the finale. Not a strong run at all for the Vikings. They only went a distance of 54, but they were able to score, which is ultimately that tiebreaker. That's what you want to do, is score points first of all. The Janitors score 10 easily, but nothing from the Trojans or Tatu Bola. They will fail to advance into the final. I said it was easy, but it didn't look actually that easy on the replay there for the Janitors. They had to work with a couple of ricochets to get those 10 points and advance into the finale. So great job by them, and doing just enough for the Vikings to advance into the final, giving themselves a chance to maybe redeem not a great semifinal run there, but a chance to advance into the final and maybe redeem themselves with a win or a strong showing in the final as they'll join Lynx, Rufus, Flush, and the Janitors. They are ready to go. Here is the finale of mini golf. And they are off. First one down is going to be the Lynx, Rufus. They are up there. Let's see if we get any scoring. We might not get any. Here's an 8 for Flush, and it's going to do it. Flush is going to win. They're the only team to score. They take the gold. And by way of distance, it's a silver for the Lynx, Rufus, bronze for the Vikings, and the Janitors, who end up way back at the front of the green, They will finish in 4th. They do not medal after making it into the final, but a strong bounce back for them. Let's have a look at the replay. It was nearly a complete shutout, which we haven't seen at all. This is the first time we've seen 3 fail to score. You can see just a denial there from the flag in the hole of the 2. And let's have a look at a couple of bouncing around and a helpful spin there, a little bit of a twirl from Flush to get into the 8-hole and advance, or I guess not advance, but rather win themselves a gold medal. So Flush really showed themselves to be productive today. They are the winners. Lynx Rufus, the Janitors, and the Vikings all unable to score in the final round, and so they shuffle out based on distance. Here are the results from today's event. 20 points to Flush. Lynx Rufus picks up 17, 15 for the Vikings. The Janitors finish 4th, and the Series Spiders, off of the tiebreakers there, will finish in 5th, all the way down to the Blue Jackets, who finish in last in today's event. As we have a look at the overall standings, new leader, it is Flush. They pick up their first gold. They become the 4th different winner in 4 events, and they take a 1-point lead over the Vikings, who have not won a gold. They haven't won a silver, but they've won 2 out of the 4 bronzes, so they move into 2nd place with 46 points. And as we are 4 events in, things start to get a little more interesting, and not necessarily clearer as you would expect, but rather a little foggier as we go further into this event. 3rd place goes to the Vikings. Congratulations to them. Congrats to the Lynx Rufus. They pick up a 2nd place victory, and they now have 46 points. But today, everybody aspires to be Flush, not only because they won, but because they also take over 1st place overall in the standings. So congratulations to them, as we are now 4 events into the 2020. 4 different events and 4 different winners in the 2021 Marble Champions League so far. This season could not be more wide open as we get into event number 5 of this season. Glad to be here again, folks. Keanu Bittersicki for Marble Fubeca. Everybody competing again for that cup, as always, as we have a look inside of our gigantic stadium. Here's the overall standings. Flush, after getting their first gold, our 4th different winner in 4 events. They hold a 1-point lead over the Vikings, who have not placed better than 3rd, but they've done it twice. They're the only team to medal in the same spot multiple times so far this year, earning a couple of bronzes, and that has moved them just 1 single point behind the lead. As you have a look at our course for today's event, very similar to our event from last time. Have that Plinko-style board. Should be a fun one. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 5 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is pinball. Have a look at our groupings here for today's event. As you know by now, each event has different groups, still the same style, groups A, B, C, and D. Top 2 from each will advance to the semifinals. Top 2 from each semifinal make it to the finale. Groups change every time. We will start with Group A, which today is the Steel Brothers, the Janitors, the leaders, the Flush, and the Snow Wolves. Down they go, making their way. And let's see what the scoring ends up as. You get scores based off of where you're hitting. And you can see there, it's based off of how far you're going. And then if you land in those certain big spots there, that's going to either increase or decrease your score. The Steel Brothers and the Janitors advance. Let's have a look again. And as we kind of make our way through this course and kind of figure out exactly how it's going to run, have a look at the replay and see how we got to where we got. So you can see there, they're going to ricochet off of those barriers in the middle. You want to avoid those negatives and maybe land on the positives if you can. The Flush scored 79 points because of the distance they went. So they're eliminated. As were the Snow Wolves there. So the Steel Brothers and the Janitors advance. So that first group kind of showing you exactly how this is going to happen. The rest of the groups know exactly what to do now. You want to get as far as possible. Group B is Swiftblade, the Fury Spiders, the Trojans, and the Blue Jackets. Down they go. Looks like a big opportunity for the Blue Jackets. They kind of have an issue. And in the corner, we're going to have a couple of scores that will be good. It'll be Swiftblade with 113, the Trojans with 111. They're advancing as the Blue Jackets and the Fury Spiders are eliminated. It's about as far as you can go for Swiftblade and the Trojans. And you can't go a whole lot less than the Fury Spiders did. Nobody landing in either a positive or negative spot. So it's really just based off of how far each marble able to carry its distance. And so far, that's worked out for Swiftblade and the Trojans. Hard contact there for the Series Spiders directly into one of those pylons there, and that really stalled any momentum whatsoever, caused them not only to not advance, but rather to finish in last. So a disappointment for them. They will not advance, and our first semifinal is set up as Swiftblade and the Trojans advance from Group B. Group C today is the Vikings, Tatu Bola, Onyx, and Oris 1. First one down are going to be the Vikings. Can they do something? Yes, they can. Looks like a pretty strong run everywhere. Is there a plus 20? Not quite. And did the the Vikings, did they advance? The answer is no. Tatu Bola with 110 points. 108 for Onyx. They advance over the Vikings 107. Wow, what a crazy round that one is. Incredibly close. A little bit too much in terms of speed there, it looks like, from the Vikings. Actually ends up costing them as at the end there. You can see there's the pass made at the last moment. Boy, is that close. Just enough to eliminate the Vikings and advance the Onyx. They're into the second semifinal. And our final group today, Group D, as always, you know that. Today, Group D is going to consist of the Savage Jackal, the Lynx Rufus, the Speedy Hunters, and the Archangels. Let's see what happens. Looks like a couple of hard contacts made. Uh-oh, maybe a negative 40 for the Savage Jackal. Is it enough to keep them alive? The answer might be yes. Let's have a look. It is. So a loss of 40 points for the Savage Jackal because of where they landed. It's still enough for them to advance. They beat out the Archangels 65-51. Lynx Rufus scores 113. And they advanced pretty easily anyway. It was a score of 105 for the Savage Jackal before you take away the 40 that they lost. As you have a look at the replay here, not close for the Speedy Hunters, ran directly into a pylon. Let's look there. A little bit of contact, in fact. It was the Lynx Rufus that kind of sent the Savage Jackal into that negative 40 spot, but they were able to hold on. Despite losing 40 points, they still advance by 14 into the second semifinal. So our semifinals are set, 8 teams down, 8 teams to go. And the first semifinal here, Swiftblade, the Trojans, the Janitors, and the Steel Brothers. Janitors have been a strong competitor. Can they continue that here? Top to advance. Let's see. Might have some scoring. There's a negative 25. It's going to go back. Maybe they'll pick up plus 30. Will they? The answer is no. But it's still enough to get it done. The Steel Brothers pass the Janitors at the last moment. They advance to the final, joining the Trojans, who scored 113. 94 for the Steel Brothers. They beat them out by 7 points over the Janitors. 43 way back with Swiftblade. We'll have a look at the replay here and kind of see what happened with Swiftblade. Yep, pretty hard contact there with that first pylon. And boy, I'll tell you what, the Janitors and the Steel Brothers all over plussing and minusing their scores. Ultimately, neither landed on a bonus or a negative. And it just happened to be a last-minute pass by the Steel Brothers to advance to the final. So how about that one? Because again, there's a good chance we're going to end up with a first-time winner. Swiftblade, the Janitors, Oris 1, and Flush are the winners through our first 4 events, and so there's a pretty good chance with what we're looking at that you're going to end up with, again, another first-time winner through these 5 events. Here's semifinal B. Onyx, Savage Jackal, Lynx Rufus, Tatu Bola. Who will advance? Hard contact a couple of times there. All the way back, maybe a negative 40 going to come in play. How about that move by Onyx? They will get it done. 113. The Savage Jackal with a score of 112, another strong run for them. Again, they lost that 40 points in their group stage, but again, a strong run down all the way to the end. Tatu Bola scores over 100, yet they failed to advance with a score of 101, and the Lynx Rufus struggling there. They scored just 40 points, and so an easy maybe an easier pill to swallow there. They almost landed on the spot that automatically eliminates you. But either way, they were done, and pretty significantly. They were over 70 points behind the next closest, or behind where they needed to be to try to advance into the final. So the Trojans, the Steel Brothers, the Onyx, and the Savage Jackal, we will have another first-time winner in event number 5 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. There are the winners. See it up on your screen there. And here we go, the finale. The Trojans trying to get it done. They have been successful mostly throughout this year, but they have not had a win. And they're not going to get it here. Who will? Is it the Savage Jackal? Here come the Onyx at the last moment. They are going to run out of room, and it's the Savage Jackal that will win it with 105 points. The Steel Brothers take silver by a single point. 104 for them. Bronze goes to the Onyx. They pick up 98 points, and the Trojans struggling there in the finale. They score just 49. They'll take 4th place in today's event. Let's have a look at the replay and see how it shook out. Got pretty close there at the end. For a second, I thought the Onyx might pull it out and just roll their way to a victory. In fact, they made pretty hard contact with that middle pylon there, but still able to just have a solid, slow roll. The Savage Jackal very nearly landed again in the negative 40 spot, which would have cost them, but ultimately just not enough speed there from the Onyx Marble to be able to continue past the 100 part. So the Savage Jackal, they are the winners. Congratulations to them. They become our 5th different winner in 5 different events, as they win pinball here, event number 5 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. Congratulations to them. Up on your screen now, the results from today's event. They pick up 20 points. The Steel Brothers finish 2nd, Onyx 3rd, Trojans 4th. Tatu Bola kind of picking it up here as they finish in 5th, all the way down to the Sphery Spiders. They do not pick up a point after finishing in last in the overall standings now for the season. After we calculate in today's event, the Steel Brothers, they retake the lead, and it's a 3-point advantage over the Vikings. Let's see what we can get from the Savage Jackal. They move up to 6th. They're just 6 points behind. But it's the Steel Brothers, the Vikings, and the Flush right now all atop the leaderboard in what is still a very tight, very wide open competition. Congrats to the Onyx after a 3rd place finish. They get up to 38 points. Still a long way to go for them, but they're getting a little bit better. The Steel Brothers, after another silver, they are now your overall standings leaders. But today, everybody aspires to be the Savage Jackal. They get the win with a gold medal performance in pinball. And they put themselves maybe in the driver's seat to get further up the leaderboard. We are through 5 events now, and the frontrunners and competitors for this championship making their way clear in the 2021 Marble Champions League. Glad to have you here again on Marble Fubeca. I'm Keanu Bittersaki as we get ready for event number 6 of our series. We're going to look at our championship standings on your screen. The Steel Brothers have moved into 1st place despite not winning. 2 silvers have gotten them to 56 points. 2 bronzes for the Vikings. They're just 3 points behind. Interesting note, but the Flush and the Janitors are the first 2 teams that have a 1st place win, but they sit 4 points behind our current leaders. So getting a win in an event not necessarily going to guarantee that you're going to have success overall in these championship standings, and ultimately that's what you're looking for as you are looking at the screen and you see the course for today's event. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 6 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is Marble Tennis. As we have a look at our bracket for today's event, as you know, A, B, C, and D groupings, top 2 will advance. You see the groups for today's specific event. As we have a look at our tennis court, going to look to score the most points that you can. You have to get through this large structure here, coming directly out of a funnel early on. Here's Group A. It's Oris 1, the Sphery Spiders, the Speedy Hunters, and the Blue Jackets, and they are off. First through looks like it's Oris 1 and then the Sphery Spiders, and the other 2 having a hard time getting through that funnel as the first 2 are through, down onto the course. A 4 and a 3 for the Oris 1 and the Sphery Spiders. Here come the Blue Jackets and the Speedy Hunters, see what they can muster up. And doesn't look like either is going to score. They will not. The Blue Jackets and the Sphery Spiders, the Blue Jackets and the Speedy Hunters eliminated. A 4 for Oris 1 and a 3 for the Sphery Spiders. Scoring early ends up being enough as they advance into our first semifinal. Wow, look at that, some contact there with that net, which could have caused a real issue for the Spheri Spiders, but they're able to get over and have a clear run. 4 and 3, the two opening scores. That's the best you can do. 4 and 3, not too shabby either. So Oris 1 and the Spheri Spiders, they are through to the first semifinal. As we have a look at Group B in today's event, and they are the Steel Brothers, the Savage Jackal, the Lynx Ruffish, and Flush. First one down, looks like it's the Savage Jackal and then the Lynx Ruffish. Steel Brothers and Flush with a slow run early on. Savage Jackal, can they score? They do, they put up 3. There is 2, and I think another 3 for the Steel Brothers. Hard to see where they came out. They do pick up 3, and a 3 as well for the Lynx, or for the Flush, but they, due to their time, are going to be eliminated. So 3 3s and a 2. The Savage Jackal and the championship leader, the Steel Brothers, able to advance from this first grouping. You can see there is the first 3, and it was a pretty significant run, almost over 2 full seconds in between the first and second finishers. That was actually the Lynx Ruffish who were the second fastest, and then the Steel Brothers just behind them, followed by the Flush, who picked up 3 points, but not enough because of their difficult time getting down the court. So it's a speed, both a combination of speed and of point scoring potentially. So the Savage Jackal and the Steel Brothers, they are through into semifinal A. Now let's meet the Group C competitors. It's the Trojans, the Archangels, the Onyx, and the Vikings. Vikings, as we mentioned, they are the second running team, but they're having a hard time getting through that funnel, as is Onyx. Here come the Trojans and the Archangels, and 3 for the Trojans. The Archangels are not going to score. That's going to open up the door for the Onyx and for the Vikings. That's 3 for the Onyx. You're going to need a 4 out of the Vikings. They put up just 2. And the Vikings going home with a slow run and not able to score enough. The Trojans picked up 3. Onyx gets it done with 3 points as well. After the door was opened by the Archangels failing to score, they never really made contact with any of the openings there. Maybe right there, may have made some contact with the opening of the 2. That wouldn't have been enough anyway. And the Vikings very nearly didn't score, but even with the score that they did get, not enough. They needed a 4 because of their time in order to advance. They can't get it done. The Trojans and the Onyx are into the second semifinal. As we meet our final group today, it's the Snow Wolves, Tatu Bola, Swiftblade, and the Janitors. The Janitors come out first. They're in the lead, followed by Tatu Bola, then Swiftblade and the Snow Wolves. Here come the Janitors. What can they put up? Oh, there's a block ball, and they're both going to score 3. Going to need a 4. They're going to get a 4 from Swiftblade. Here come the Snow Wolves. If they can score 4, they will advance. Otherwise, it's over, and they put up 3. And so the Janitors are going to advance based on timing. Excuse me. They're going to rule Tatu Bola out of this competition. Oh yeah, if you hit the net there, you're eliminated. You're disqualified. And so Tatu Bola, despite putting up 3 points, they do not advance. Swiftblade, I don't think they wouldn't have advanced anyway because the Janitors were down before they were. But Swiftblade, you'll see the 4 points for them. Oh man, they made some contact there as well before they put up the 4 points. And so they advance. The Janitors advance as well, and the Snow Wolves put up 3, but they had to have 4 because, again, a slow run really puts you in a bind there of what you can do. You have to have high scores, or you at least have to better the score of whoever you're going up head-to-head with. You can't tie because that does not go your way. And so through are the Janitors. As we move into the semifinal here, Savage Jackal, Steel Brothers, Oris 1, Spheri Spiders. 2 spots in the finale on the line, and the first one through is going to be Oris 1, followed by the Savage Jackal. And the other 2 still struggling to get through. We've seen that happen quite a bit. First one down is Oris 1. They put up 3. Here comes 3 more for the Savage Jackal. They have set the stage as the other 2 make their way down. Looks like a problem for the Steel Brothers. They're not going to get anything. Here's a 2 for the Spheri Spiders. They will not do enough. And the championship leaders eliminated here in the semifinal as they got blocked by the Spheri Spiders. They failed to make it down the large course and onto the court. And so the Steel Brothers eliminated, and that will cost them by way of how many points they're going to earn because they didn't score anything, which is likely going to be a last place finish out of this grouping. And 3 was enough for both Oris 1 and the Savage Jackal to get it done. 2 would have been enough, in fact. All they had to do was score ultimately because of the slow run by the Spheri Spiders and a lack of score in general by the Steel Brothers. And here's a look at the replay where that happened. Oh, just a denial by the Spheri Spiders as they came down at the exact same time. But clearly the Spheri Spiders were carrying more momentum at that point. Blocked the Steel Brothers from having a chance to score, eliminates them. Ultimately, they're eliminated as well because they didn't score enough. They needed 4 points in order to advance. And so, Oris 1 and the Savage Jackal advancing into our finale. The Trojans, Onyx, Swiftblade, the Janitors all now looking for those final 2 spots. Let's see if the Janitors can come back. Who's going to get down first? It's the Trojans, then Onyx, followed by Swiftblade, and the Janitors in a precarious position. First one down is going to be the Trojans. What do they put up by score? That is 4 for the Trojans. And now another 4 and a 3. And the Janitors, although they're going to run this one out, they have no chance to win as 2 competitors score 4. They won't score at all. And so the Trojans and Onyx advance. Swiftblade puts up 3, but it's still not enough. After a couple of 4s, our first time with multiple teams scoring 4 in a single round. As you have a look at the replay, I mean, that's about as well as possible to get it done for the Trojans. And a couple of ricochets there helped out Onyx as they score 4 more points. And by the time the Janitors hit the course there, they really had no chance. They quite literally had no chance. Couldn't have gotten it done with 2 teams scoring 4 ahead of them. They ultimately don't score at all, which will hurt their chances in terms of where they're going to finish in this overall event standing. Into the final, the Trojans and the Onyx, and we have the finale set. Speed and scoring ability is going to come into play here. Trojans, Onyx, Oris 1, Savage Jackal, let's do it. First one down are the Trojans. They've had a lot of success this season, and they are dominating this course right now, but they still have to score. Here they are onto the course. They're going to put up 4, and that's going to do it. Another 4 for Oris 1 will give them second place. The Trojans win it. Here come the last 2. It's a 3 and nothing for the Savage Jackal as they will finish in last. You can give the gold to the Trojans, silver to the Onyx. Oris 1 picks up a bronze. As we have a look at the replay, and it was just an easy, quick one for the Trojans. They got through that funnel, as you can see, gaining that inside run. It looked like they actually may have hit something that may have helped them along the way there. They got down way before anybody else, a little bit of a swirl around effect for Oris 1, and they were already a couple of rungs below by the time that they had gotten through the funnel, and all the Trojans had to do was execute on the scoring, and you cannot execute better than that. 2 ricochets right into the 4-hole, and that's exactly what you needed to do. Not a bad job at all by Oris 1, as they rolled their way into a 4 and a guaranteed second place. And then at that point, it was all about who's going to pick up third place, and it was 3 points for Onyx. They got it done. No scoring from the Savage Jackal. They got really close to a 3, really close to a 2. Either way, they wouldn't have won it after the tiebreaker with the scoring going toward who was the fastest down. They had no chance to take that third place once somebody else had found the hole first. Here are the results overall from today's event. The Trojans take first, second place to Oris 1. Onyx takes third, Savage Jackal fourth, and Swiftblade picks up fifth there based on the way that they scored from the semifinal rounds. And our overall championship standings now, after 6 events, has the Trojans in the lead. They pick up their first gold. It's back and forth about as much as possible. It is, however, a 6-point lead over Oris 1, the Steel Brothers in third, Savage Jackal fourth, and the Janitors run in fifth, ahead of Flush, who are in sixth, as those overall standings may be spreading out a little bit now. A 7-point lead, about as big as we've seen from anybody in this event, really at any point in time in this championship series. A 7-point advantage now for the Trojans. As I said, they got a lot of success this season, and finally they capitalize on it and take home a gold. Third place and a bronze goes to the Onyx. After that, they picked up 53 points. Second place in silver goes to Oris 1. They're at 65 points, but today they all aspire to be the Trojans, a gold, and they take over first place in the championship standings. 6 events through, and still anybody's game here in the 2021 Marble Champions League as we make our way to event number 7 here at our large stadium. Once again, packed with a ton of fans ready to watch the action today. Hello again, friends. Keanu Budrski, as always, glad to have you here. You see on the left side of your screen the overall standings for the 2021 Marble Champions League. The Trojans, after a win, have moved their way into the lead, and they have a 6-point advantage over Oris 1, then the Steel Brothers, the Savage Jackal, and the Janitors, the top 5, all the way down to Tatu Bola, 9 points back to the next closest team. They have really struggled so far this year. As you have a look at our course for today's event, this is a much more traditional style, as we've got a lot of funnels to go through on this course, and it is pure speed. You'll see at the bottom there the finishing platform. That is where you need to get, and you need to be one of the first 2 in our group stage to finish. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 7 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the Quadrilla Funnels. As you have a look at our matchups here, the grouping A, B, C, and D, you know how it goes. Top 2 from each will advance into our semifinals. The groups change each week, but the way that this competition works does not. In our bracket format, as always, we have 8 funnels that these teams will have to make their way through. And you can see they're numbered for you, make it a little bit easier to be able to see where each competitor is at. Group A today are the Speedy Hunters, Flush, Swiftblade, and Tatu Bola. They are off, and the first one through very quickly is Tatu Bola, followed by Swiftblade, Flush, and the Speedy Hunters. Now, this is interesting. You don't want to be the first one through here. You can see Tatu Bola, and then the Flush. Here comes maybe Swiftblade. Yep, there's Swiftblade, and there. Now, in the lead is Swiftblade. As you can see, takes everybody getting through before that funnel's going to tip over for you. But very early, the lead now, not so early, as we're all the way down to the 3rd funnel, is Tatu Bola. They're down to the 2nd funnel, still nobody through. Here come the Speedy Hunters running in 2nd, looking for that final funnel, making their way through, and finishing first is Tatu Bola. They will advance. Swiftblade has an easy advantage now. Here comes to the 2nd hole. Here comes the Speedy Hunters. They're going to try to make a pass at the last moment. They will! Speedy Hunters get it done. Ahead of Swiftblade, and now the Flush will finish last. Unbelievable. At the last moment, the Speedy Hunters make the pass. As we'll have a look at the replay here, they will join Tatu Bola in the first semifinal. You can see Tatu Bola really dominated this event. We mentioned in the Open they are the worst team, and by a pretty significant margin. 9 points separate them, and then the next lowest of the 16 teams. But they had a lot of success here in the group stage, and at the last moment, a pass by the Speedy Hunters advanced them into the semifinal. So an impressive run by Tatu Bola and a last-second pass allow us to have our advancers from Group A. Now Group B, which includes the championship leaders, the Trojans, then Lynx Rufus, the Janitors, and the Archangels. A couple of big competitors. Right now it's the Lynx Rufus in the lead. Let's see who gets through first. It's going to be the Archangels. They will be followed by the Lynx Rufus, then the Janitors, and the Trojans are going to be the last one through. However, it might put them in the lead. Taking their time, they'll finish out 2nd here. As we enter through, it's the Archangels. Now everybody's very close. And now all of a sudden you've got the Trojans in the lead. They're the first to hit funnel number 3. Now they're going to make their way to funnel number 2. Who's in 2nd? All the way down to the first funnel are the Trojans. It's Lynx Rufus running in 2nd. Lynx Rufus gets their way to the first funnel. They're trying to make a pass on the Trojans. They will. Lynx Rufus going to win this one. Now the Trojans are going to get passed by the Janitors at the last moment. And the Janitors advance. The Trojans, the championship leaders, going home, and they will be joined by the Archangels, who will finish this one out very slowly, apparently. Trying to give me as much time to talk as possible at a time of just over 57 seconds. So the Trojans become the 2nd straight team to lose it at the last moment. Lynx Rufus, they made a pass on the Trojans, and they actually set up the Janitors to make another pass as well. There was the pass for the win by Lynx Rufus, and then you see on your screen entering the first funnel were the Janitors, and they just knocked the Trojans right out of the way to advance. Very disappointing from the championship leaders, and the Janitors, again, they're one of the top 5, and they advanced to the semifinals by making that pass on the Trojans. Group C is the Savage Jackal, the Onyx, the Steel Brothers, and the Oris 1. Another big group. 3 of the top 5 right here. It's the Steel Brothers in the lead, followed by Onyx, then Oris 1, and Savage Jackal struggling to make it through. Oris 1 is through first. Finally, here come the Savage Jackal through the 8th
funnel there, they're going to actually make a pass for second, followed by Onyx and the Steel Brothers, who they were in the lead. They now are the last to get through, and they'll end up in second. Let's see who gets through first. It's Oris 1 in the lead. Everybody else still trying to get through. The Savage Jackal. Look at Oris 1 all the way down at funnel number 3. They've got a big lead. Here come the Savage Jackal. Now these two are competing. They've got a pretty big advantage over the other two. Again, you need to finish in the top 2. Here come the others now. Nobody can take advantage. Now the Steel Brothers take the lead. They're all the way down to funnel 1, followed by the Savage Jackal. Savage Jackal make a pass. They're going to win this thing. They're going to be followed by the Steel Brothers. Onyx and Oris 1 will not advance as Onyx makes it through the final funnel. They'll finish in 3rd, and Oris 1 will come up 4th in today's event. From Group C. So those two are eliminated as the Savage Jackal made a pass again at the end to get that win. You have a look at the replay here and see how they did. You saw the Steel Brothers came through that first funnel in the lead. They really struggled after that, but ultimately they got their way into a spot where they could have had the win. But the Savage Jackal made the pass. Steel Brothers, though, still get through on the transfer spot, and ultimately that's all you're looking for, is to be one of the top 2 from your grouping. And again, in the semifinal, you want to be one of the top 2 as well to advance into our finale. So 3 groups are down. We've got one more grouping to go. This is the only group not to feature, or our second group, Group A, and now Group D, that does not feature one of the top 5 in the standings. So Group D, consisting of the Sphery Spiders, the Blue Jackets, the Vikings, and the Snow Wolves, and they are through, and very early it's the Sphery Spiders, followed by the Blue Jackets. And the Vikings and the Snow Wolves pull up the rear. The Vikings get through first, then the Sphery Spiders. Here's the Blue Jackets, and they're very well going to be in the lead. It's the Blue Jackets now ahead of the Snow Wolves. Now the Snow Wolves make a move. They're in the lead after coming up slow early on. Let's see if they can get down first. They will. They'll be the first to enter funnel number 3. Followed by the Vikings. A slow run right now for the Sphery Spiders. They're in some trouble. It's the Snow Wolves down to funnel 2. Now they're down to funnel 1. And they're going to advance. The best time of this first round will belong to the Snow Wolves. Here come the Vikings. They're circling the final funnel. Can they get it done? The answer is yes. The Vikings advance over the Sphery Spiders, and pulling up the rear are the Blue Jackets. The fastest time of 31.87 for the Snow Wolves, who came out slowly at first. In fact, they were the lowest or the slowest to get through that first funnel. They really picked up speed, got very quickly through the second funnel, which helped. And then honestly, a pretty quick final funnel as well. Had a lot of success there on those final 3, which ultimately have clearly shown to be the money-making funnels. Doesn't matter where you are necessarily at the beginning. If you can get through those final funnels quickly, you've got a chance to do some damage. So they are through into the semifinals, and you can see there, Semifinal A and B are set. Our group stages are done. Those 8 that are knocked out will compete, or will rather be situated based on timing as far as their placement in today's event. Semifinal A, the Janitors, Lynx Ruffus, Tatu Bola, and the Speedy Hunters. Big opportunity for the Janitors. They were in the lead. They're going to finish through funnel number 7 in second, which will really probably put them in about 3rd. And in the lead now is the Speedy Hunters. And it's very close right now between 3 of them. Big lead now for Tatu Bola, doing it again. They had a lot of success earlier. Can they get it done? They're falling all around funnel 3. They're going to get through. They're going to get through funnel 2 quickly. Down to the final funnel. Tatu Bola trying to make the finale. They will as they advance. The Speedy Hunters will follow them. And the Lynx Ruffus and the Janitors will be going home in this first semifinal, as the Janitors look like they're going to make a pass. They will. They'll finish 3rd. Tatu Bola does it again. After winning their group stage, they will win semifinal A, and they are in the finale. And they'll be joined by the Speedy Hunters as our second member of the final showdown here for event number 7, the Quadrilla Funnels. You can see on the replay, very quickly making it through Tatu Bola. They were followed by the Janitors, although the Janitors really struggled at the end, unable to do a whole lot after that. And Tatu Bola got it done. They had a big lead and struggled a little bit at the end there, getting through those funnels, but ultimately able to do enough. They didn't win it by all that much. A little less than 2 seconds, despite a pretty big lead initially. So Tatu Bola and the Speedy Hunters are through. And now the Savage Jackal And the Steel Brothers, a chance for them to move up in the championship standings. They're followed by, or joined by rather, the Snow Wolves and the Vikings. And let's see who gets through. First, it's going to be the Snow Wolves. They won their heat, and they will advance first. And they are the first through funnel number 7. That's really not where you want to be. Where you want to be is where the Vikings are. They're going to end up in the lead here, as again, it's the Steel Brothers who take their time getting down. And the Snow Wolves retake the lead. They're followed by the Savage Jackal. Those two are in funnels 5 and 4 respectively. Let's see who gets through first. It's going to be very close, but again, it's going to be the Snow Wolves. Then the Savage Jackal. The Savage Jackal has the inside lane. Can they make the pass through funnel 3? The answer is yes. And now they're going to be followed by the Snow Wolves. The Snow Wolves quickly get through 2, down to funnel 1, and very close to getting their way into the finale. Here come the Vikings out of nowhere. It's the Snow Wolves who take 1. The Savage Jackal advance with spot number 2. As the Vikings made a run, they can't get it done. In fact, they're going to get passed by the Steel Brothers, and they will finish 4th. They nearly made that pass and advanced into the finale instead. Pretty disappointing 53-second time there, finishing 13 seconds off the pace. I'll have a look here very quickly through where the Snow Wolves, they get the win here, and they, for the most part, looked pretty successful. Watch here. You can see the Vikings all over it, nearly had it. Oh, just couldn't get it done. And there a little bit of contact. Oh, man, they really had a huge opportunity to be able to make a pass, not only just for the transfer spot, but to actually win that second semifinal. They can't get it done either way. And so they will not advance. It's the Snow Wolves and the Savage Jackal in the finale. You see the reverse restarting area, which we talked about, funnel number 7. You don't want to be first. You really want to be the 3rd to finish there. That should put you in a good spot. Here we go. Savage Jackal, Tatu, Bola, Speedy Hunters, and the Snow Wolves. It's the Speedy Hunters ahead of the Snow Wolves right now, and the Speedy Hunters will get through first. Again, you really want to be that 3rd team through. Second is the Snow Wolves. Here come the Savage Jackal and Tatu Bola. They will really now fight for the restart lead. And it might be Tatu Bola. It looks like they're circling, and it will be Tatu Bola. They're going to take the lead here. And they're going to be the 3rd team down. Pretty close right now between the Snow Wolves, the Speedy Hunters, and Tatu Bola. Now the Speedy Hunters trying to make a little bit of headway here. They are circling around funnel number 3, as are the Snow Wolves. They're going to quickly get through 2, down to funnel 1. Here's where a championship is won, and the winner of this event is going to be the Speedy Hunters, followed by the Snow Wolves. Tatu Bola is down to funnel number 1. They're looking for a podium finish, which is something you wouldn't think that you'd see from them, but they're going to get it done. They'll finish ahead of Savage Jackal, who will make up the rear here and finish in 4th place of this event. And did it in just under a minute. 59.385, 37.885. That's the winning time for the Speedy Hunters. As we get our last look at the quadrilla funnels. And the Speedy Hunters and Snow Wolves. It's interesting, even with the restart area, where you want to finish 3rd or 4th, that puts you in 1st and 2nd. It was still, for the most part, those teams that made it 1st and 2nd that were still, even after that restart, reestablishing themselves as the leaders in the clubhouse. And you can see it right there. 1st through funnel 6 were the 2 who finished 1st and 2nd in this event. And the Speedy Hunters did what needed to be done, which is quickly get through the funnels at the end. We talked about it. They actually used, it seems, a little bit of a contact there with the Snow Wolves to help them through as they win this one and they take home the gold. So congratulations to them. A very interesting finale with some teams that have had success, some that have not. And the Speedy Hunters, as you have a look at the results from today's event, they will pick up all 20 points. They ran their best time in the finale, so congratulations to them. The Snow Wolves ran the fastest time overall. They'll finish in 2nd, Tatu Bola 3rd, Savage Jackal 4th, and by the timing of the semifinals, it's the Steel Brothers that pick up the 5th place finish in today's event. Overall standings, the Trojans still have the lead, but they have dropped it to just 1 single point over the Steel Brothers. 1 more point back to the Savage Jackal. The Janitors are in 4th, the Vikings are in 5th. Despite the win, the Speedy Hunters are in 11th. They are the worst running out of any of our 7 winners that have medaled with a gold so far in this championship competition. So they still have a very long way. Probably not going to happen for them, but they do get a gold and they are who everybody wants to be today. So congratulations, third place for Tattoo Bola. They take home the bronze, and after that, they're up to 35 points on the year. Second place to the Snow Wolves. They get the silver. They're at 62 points, just 52 points for the championship. But overall today with the gold, everybody's aspiring to be the Speedy Hunters. They take home the gold, and they move their way a little bit further up those overall standings. Again, the Trojans unable to get through the group stage, but today they still hold on to the championship by one single point over the Steel Brothers. It's getting awfully tight at the top once again.
We are on to event number 8 as we hit the home stretch of the 2021 Marble Champions League. And as we begin our 8th event, some of the championship contenders trying to make themselves a little bit clearer as we get toward the home stretch of this championship. There are the overall standings on your screen. As you can see, it's just a 1-point lead from the Trojans over the Steel Brothers, 2 points back to the Savage Jackal. The Janitors sit 5 points behind, and the Vikings in 5th, and Oris 6th. All of those competitors within 11 points of the championship lead. As you have a look at our course for today's event, we have, as we said, 6 teams within 11 points. A great opportunity here on this road course. More of a traditional marble racing event to maybe see if some of those teams that are toward the middle of the pack can make their way back up toward the front, or can the Trojans and company continue to space themselves out from the rest of the field. As you have a look at today, what we have for event number 8, a beautiful course here on this road course. You see some of the competitors' trailers and some fans on the inside infield of this course, as well as, of course, the large group of fans that we have packing this house today for today's event. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 8 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the Daytona 615 meters. As you have a look at the starting gates for today's event, and the luscious green hills on the infield here of this long road course. And again, you can see there's a couple of areas where you're going to get maybe some movement, a couple of those barriers there. And we are ready to go. For the first time ever, all 16 of our teams are on the course at the same time. Here we go. This is a 41-lap race, something we have never seen in the Marble Champions League. And early on, it's the Steel Brothers ahead of the Onyx, and the Blue Jackets, Tattoo Bola, and the Archangels, as we are on to lap number 2. Quick laps here. And we'll see if the Steel Brothers can continue to have success. Nowhere to be seen in the top half of the field right now are the Trojans. It's still the Steel Brothers in the lead with a slight advantage over Onyx. Then the Blue Jackets, Tattoo Bola showing well, and the Speedy Hunters running in 5th. Flash and Savage Jackal running in the top half along with the Lynx Ruffus right now. And Onyx just ran the fastest lap here, and they are closing in on the Steel Brothers, trying to make a pass for the lead as they come across the start-finish line again. It is close, and there's a pass! The Onyx take the lead on a little bit of a mistake there. It looked like the Steel Brothers may have ran into a barrier, but they retake the lead now. The Savage Jackal have moved their way up into 5th. And it's still the Steel Brothers as we are now on to lap number 8, and the Steel Brothers running about 0.3 of a second ahead of Onyx. It is a 2-team race right now, and now a pass by Onyx. They take the lead and will try to lead this lap as we go to lap 10. They do just barely. It is close at the top right now. Here come the Speedy Hunters. They're trying to make a pass on the Steel Brothers for second. See if they can get anything done here. The Janitors, one of our top 5 competitors, they've moved into 7th. And now Onyx has again run the fastest lap. It's a lap 11. They are now in the lead over the Steel Brothers and trying to kind of build an advantage here. Flush has had success this season. They're up to 3rd. Right now, Onyx with a 1.8 second lead over the Steel Brothers. Will have a pretty good advantage over 3rd, 4th, 5th, and so on from there. And now 3rd place is the Janitors as they have moved their way up. Looks like they may get past, maybe not. Here come the Trojans. They're up into the top half for the first time, running in 7th, seeing if they can maybe climb this leaderboard here. Look at the pretty big lead right now by Onyx. Wow, it is a large advantage. They have pulled away here. Oris 1 just ran the fastest lap, interestingly enough, here on lap 17. They're running in 13th, though, so not much success to show for it here. All of a sudden, here are the Trojans running in 3rd.
And they may have just made a pass for second. Yes, they did. The Steele brothers have dropped back to fourth. Disaster strikes as they're trying to take advantage. And now this lead is down to 9/10 of a second. Here come the championship leaders. With the Flush and the Steele brothers, the Blue Jackets all in the top 5. Here come the Trojans. They make a pass for the lead. They're followed by Flush. And the championship leaders are once again in front here at the Daytona 615 meters in lap 23 of 41. It's the Trojans, Flush, the Blue Jackets, the Archangels, and the Steele brothers. Out of the top half are the Onyx. And it's over a second lead now between the Trojans and Flush. Right on their tail are the Blue Jackets. The Archangels, the Spheri Spiders, both up there now. The Steele brothers running in fourth. And now the Trojans with a little bit of pressure. Here comes a pass for the lead by Flush. They're in the lead as they make their way through lap 26 onto 27, trying to build an advantage here over the Trojans. See if they can get it done. It's a 3.5, or a .35, 3.5 tenths of a second. Clarify that right now, the lead for Flush as we enter lap 29. Here come the Trojans again. The Steele brothers have worked their way back up to third. Trying to get closer here, get back in on the action. Again, they come in 1 point behind the Trojans in the championship standings. And right now they're 1 spot behind the Trojans in this event. That lead is less than a tenth of a second. Here come the Trojans again, trying to make a block. Uh-oh, a little bit of trouble there. Jumping over a barrier are the Flush, and they nearly lost the lead because of it. That's a great piece of work by them to stay alive. And again, they make contact. Here come the Steele brothers. The Trojans get pushed into the lead by the Steele brothers, who take over second. Third are Flush. And now they're going to make a pass. Oh, the Trojans get pushed out of the way. Flush back to the lead. Here come the Spheri Spiders into second place. With the Steele brothers running third, the Trojans are fourth now. They switch back again. The Trojans back to third. Meanwhile, it's a 2/10 of a second lead for Flush over the Spheri Spiders, Steele brothers running third. Oris 1 is up to fourth, and the Trojans have dropped back to fifth. All over the Flush are the Spheri Spiders. We're getting down here, folks, as we enter lap 38. Only 4 laps to go in the 615 meters. Oris 1 has taken the lead. Can they come out of nowhere and get this thing done? The Steele brothers are running fourth. The Trojans have just dropped back to 6. 2 more laps to go. Oris 1 nowhere to be found for the majority of this race. Now all of a sudden they've got the lead as we come across final lap at Daytona. Oris 1 the leader. Here come the Flush. They're right up on their bumper coming across the final line. It is Oris 1 that gets it done. They win it. Flush will take second. The Steele brothers will take third. And by the way, they're going to move themselves into the championship lead because the Trojans fell way behind. Oris 1 comes from behind in the last handful of laps to get it done. Winning it by just under a half a second on Flush. The Steele brothers third, Spheri Spiders fourth, Archangels finished fifth. The Trojans dropped all the way back to ninth at the end of that race after pulling away a pretty large advantage. You have a look, there are the full race results of all 19 competitors, and officially there are the overall standings. As you can see, Oris 1 and their fans celebrating a win today. They come from behind win as we have a look at some of the highlights of today's race, and you're not going to see our winner in much of it. You can see even just from the beginning, Oris 1 settled in somewhere, looks like in the double digits, and it was the Steele brothers who got off to a good lead and led for a pretty good portion before Onyx had a dominant stretch. That was really the majority of this race, was a lot of dominant stretches by different teams. The Steele brothers had one. Onyx had another. As you can see, what you're looking at right now is the moment in which Onyx made that pass. They both ran into the barrier, but Onyx got back up to speed there a little bit more successfully and was able to make that pass. But it was the Steele brothers and then Onyx. Flush had the lead for a good period of time, as did the Trojans. As you can see, that's what we're looking at right now. The Trojans having the lead. But then at the end, it was Oris 1. It really comes from nowhere. We saw they ran the fastest lap of the race, which was lap 17 pretty early on, but they were running in 13th at the time. a little bit of a surprise there. As you can see, pretty good move made there by Flush, and then a block of the Trojans. Another point there where the barrier right after the start-finish line caused problems, and there you could see Oris 1 kind of popping their way through at the last moment. And this is where things got to a little bit too crazy there, as it was Flush ahead of the Trojans, and then Oris 1 comes out of nowhere. And right there was the pass into the lead for Oris 1. That was the winning move that got it done for Oris 1, as they were able to take advantage of a mistake by the two teams running in front of them, build a lead, and despite only leading about a handful of laps, they get the gold and win event number 8. So congrats to them. Congrats to the Steel Brothers. They still pick up 3rd place, and after that, they're the new championship leaders with 90 points. 2nd place to Flush, they get the silver. They're at 79 points overall, and Oris 1 gets the gold, and they are now up to 85 points. So an impressive run for them, as today everybody aspires to be Oris 1 in the last few laps. After struggling for the majority of the race, they get it done, come from behind, and they can call themselves winners here in event number 8 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. The Daytona 615 meters goes to Oris 1. Eight events down and 8 events to go. We're officially on the backstretch of the 2021 Marble Champions League here on Marble Fubeca. Glad to have you again here, friends. I'm Keanu Bittersky here for today's event number 9. We are halfway through and still halfway to go. There are the overall standings right now. It's a 5-point lead for the Steel Brothers, leading over Oris 1. The Trojans, Flush, and the Janitors, the top 5. And within 20 points of the lead as well are 6th place Savage Jackal and the 7th place Snow Wolves, going all the way down to the Archangels, who have dropped to last place 16th in our standings. I'll look at our course for today's event. Another more traditional style race. We had that in our last event. We'll do it again today. An oval, it appears, for our event. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 9 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the slalom race, 30 meters. Have a look at, again, a beautiful course here. Green infield. And a very small course, but that can provide, as we've seen on the past year on Marble Fubeca, with some very interesting action, some very fast-paced action as well. And here we go. This is another group staging matchup, so we will again go with our bracket style. There are the groups A, B, C, and D. It's a quick 2-lap race. Tatu Bola, the Vikings, Onyx, and the Archangels. In Group A, top 2 will advance. And right now it's Tatu Bola with a big lead over Onyx, and then the Vikings and the Archangels. We go into lap number 2, a large lead for Tatu Bola, up by 1.7 seconds over Onyx, by about 0.2 of a second over the Vikings, who just made a pass for 2nd place. It is Tatu Bola across. They're going to get the win. The Vikings take 2nd. They transfer, followed by Onyx and the Archangels, who continue to struggle. They will finish in last out of this grouping, and obviously not going to advance into the semifinal, as we have a look at the replay here of this first race. Quick sprints here. The style of event that we're running with today. Provides for not a lot of time to make up any kind of mistake that you might make. As you saw, the Vikings make a quick pass, but not much passing otherwise. As Tatu Bola and the Vikings advance to semifinal A. And we make our way to Group B of this opening stage, and they are consisting of the Savage Jackal, the Steel Brothers, those are championship leaders, the Speedy Hunters, and the Sphery Spiders. Lots of S's all over the place here for this matchup, and right now it's the Sphery Spiders and the Steel Brothers, and it looks like the Steel Brothers are going to make a pass for the lead. It's close right now between the top 2, but they're trying to distance themselves between the Speedy Hunters and Savage Jackal. The Steel Brothers pulling out to a little bit of a lead. It's the Sphery Spiders trying to hold on. Steel Brothers win it, and the Sphery Spiders will advance, transferring over by about 0.6 of a second over the Speedy Hunters, and then the Savage Jackal finishing in last out of Group B as we have a look at our replay. We saw the Fury Spiders actually jump over one of those barriers there. Nothing illegal about it. It's just a matter of whether or not you can make it work for momentum's sake. They did not, as they got passed out of that first corner by the Steel Brothers, but they're still able to advance as the Fury Spiders get that transfer spot and the last spot in Semifinal A. Here's Group C. The Blue Jackets, the Trojans, the Janitors, and Oris 1, another heavy-hitting group. And right now it's the Janitors with a big lead over Oris 1, then the Blue Jackets and the Trojans. They're all pretty close, but it's a gigantic lead for the Janitors who'd have to really mess it up if they don't advance. Here we go, it's the Blue Jackets still in the lead. They're trying to gain a little bit of momentum and maybe upset this group. Across the line, it's the Janitors, and the Blue Jackets do get it done. They advance over Oris 1, and the Trojans with a rough run there as they struggle. Have a look at the replay. And that was a pretty easy win for the Janitors, winning it by 1.2 seconds over anybody, all the way back almost 4 seconds before the Trojans crossed the line after the Janitors did. A pretty dominant run there by the Janitors. They grabbed the first spot along with the Blue Jackets in Semifinal B. And our final group, the Lynx Rufus, Flush, Swiftblade, and the Snow Wolves. And they are off, and it's Swiftblade in the lead right now, but here comes Lynx Rufus. They're going to take the lead, followed by Swiftblade, then the Snow Wolves, and Flush falling behind a little bit. Let's see if there could be a pass, maybe. They're right up on the bumper. Swiftblade trying to get to Lynx Rufus, cannot get it done. Here comes Flush with a nice move. Can they make a pass? They're into third, but you need to be second in order to transfer, and they're not going to be able to have enough to get it done. It's Lynx Rufus and Swiftblade advancing from Group D. And you look at the replay here, and again, not a lot of passing really going to be done. As you can see, Lynx Rufus made that pass by going over a barrier. We saw one of the teams try to do that earlier. It didn't work. I think it was the Fury Spiders maybe that had attempted to make that move happen. They got it done, but they didn't they weren't able to hold the spot. This time, Lynx Rufus does hold the spot. They're able to take a more traditional turn around the track. In their second lap, they grab a spot in Semifinal B. Joining them are Swiftblade, and that is the end of the group stage. So you can see on the left side, those are the teams failing to advance to the semifinals. 8 down, 8 left. As we make our way into the semifinals, we'll start with Semifinal A. Again, this is just 2 laps. It's the Steel Brothers, the Vikings, Tatu Bola, and the Fury Spiders. Couple from the top, couple from the middle to bottom of the standings, but that's not going to matter necessarily. It's the Vikings and then the Fury Spiders. Here's a pass for third by the Steel Brothers. They're going to have to get up into second, though. It's the Vikings in the lead. The Fury Spiders have pressure all over them from the Steel Brothers, who make that pass. They go into second place as we come around for the final 2 turns. Here we go. It's going to be the Steel Brothers holding on. They take second. The Vikings get the win. The transfer go to the Steel Brothers. They're into the final as well. The Fury Spiders put up a tough fight there, but they're unable to ultimately get it done against the Steel Brothers, who advance into the finale, joined by the Vikings, who win that one by a little over a half a second in Semifinal A. And on the replay here, you can see a pass had to be made. The Fury Spiders very nearly spoiling the party for the Steel Brothers, but ultimately they're able to make that pass, which is not easy. We've seen here it has not been easy to pass, but they get it done to advance into the finale. Here's Semifinal B. Lynx Rufus, the Janitors, Swiftblade, and the Blue Jackets. The Janitors had an incredible run in their first matchup, but they are struggling early here, really far behind the pace. Right now it's the Blue Jackets and then Swiftblade and Lynx Rufus and
a pretty significant portion behind are the Janitors. They are not going to be able to get this thing done. The Janitors will fail to advance. It's the Blue Jackets. Can Swiftblade do it? Yes, they can. They take it rather easily. Nearly a second between second and third. It was not an awfully close race there. 1.2 seconds from first to second, and then about 9/10 of a second from second to third. So a pretty easy advancement there for, obviously, the Blue Jackets with that win, but also pretty easily done there for Swiftblade. And so our final is set. It's the Vikings, the Steel Brothers, the Blue Jackets, and Swiftblade. Couple from the top, couple from not the top. In fact, I would even call it the bottom of the standings. But that is what's so great about this tournament and the way that this Marble Champions League works. Everybody's great, so anybody could do it at any point in time. Here comes the finale. Again, just 2 laps. It is a quick sprint. Right now, in the lead are the Blue Jackets, followed by Swiftblade. Then your championship leader, the Steel Brothers, and the Vikings taking on 4th. The Blue Jackets really trying to stretch out that lead. They lead by 1.3 seconds over Swiftblade. Coming around to that last propelling system, and they are going to get it done. It's the Blue Jackets who take gold. 2nd place and a silver to Swiftblade, and the Steel Brothers take bronze. 4th place goes to the Vikings. As we have a look at our replay, that one again, not close. Won it by 7/10 of a second, as it was a pretty easy run there. And for the Blue Jackets on that 2nd lap, it's all about just coasting at home, to be honest with you, as they were able to really build a lead on that first one. They're the winners of this event number 9, the slalom race 30 meters. As you have a look now at our official results from today's event, Blue Jackets take 1st, 2nd place to Swiftblade, 3rd to the Steel Brothers, 4th to the Vikings, and the Spheri Spiders end up in 5th, then Tatu Bola, Lynx Rufus, and the Janitors rounding out the top half of the standings, all the way down to, yet again, a very bad run for the Archangels. They continue to struggle. As we have a look at the updated overall standings, it's still the Steel Brothers, and they are now pulling away with a 14-point lead over Oris 1. Now, by the way, the Steel Brothers still yet to win an event, but they have 2 silvers, 2 bronzes, and have been far more consistent. 3rd place, the Janitors. 4th place, the Trojans, who struggle a little bit in that event, and then Flush right now running in 5th. So maybe we're starting to see somebody try to pull away with this thing. We're a little more than halfway through now with this overall championship, and now it's a 14-point lead. Congratulations, 3rd place to the Steel Brothers. They've now got 105 points. They're the championship leaders after a bronze today. 74 points for Swiftblade after taking silver, but today they're all aspiring to be the Blue Jackets. They take gold at the slalom race 30 meters, and really definitely something maybe that will allow them to turn around their season as we go into the 2nd half of the 2021 Marble Champions League. Until next time. After a couple of heat races and real speed-based tournaments in our last couple of events, we are back to the more interesting events here, as we've got a brand new event here for today's number 10 event of this season. This is the 2021 Marble Champions League. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bitterzuki. Glad to be here with you. As you see your overall standings on the left side of your screen, the Steel Brothers advancing their lead a little bit further, up to 14 points now over Oris 1, and then the Janitors running back in 3rd, and then the Trojans and Flush, your top 5, as they were able to take 2nd place in our last event, the slalom race. We again ran a more traditional marble race, but we are back to some of the more interesting events. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you guys ready? This is event number 10 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is Collision Soccer. You have our course here. You can see it's a very interesting one, a mix of a couple of different styles here. You've got that rail racing that's going to start out. This is not, by the way, going to be a group event. This is going to be 8 different runs of 1-on-1, which will advance us into the quarterfinals, then we'll go into the semifinals, then down to our finale. This is a round of 16. We'll start with the Savage Jackal and the Archangels. This is a full team event. We've got a couple of goals going on. Looks like it's 3-2. and everybody else is going to hold still. 3-2, the Savage Jackal knock out the Archangels. And the first two were the Savage Jackal, or excuse me, were the Archangels. So a great job by the Savage Jackal to put in a couple of scores there at the end, because they were down 2-0 quickly against the Archangels, as you can see there on the replay. But the Savage Jackal into our first quarterfinal. They'll face the winner of this next matchup, which is the Steel Brothers and the Lynx Ruffus. And they are off. Down the rail they go. Going to try to get down first. That's going to be your tiebreaker in case of a tie. There's a goal. There's another one for the Steel Brothers. And that's all, I believe. Yep, everybody's going to hold still now. The Lynx Ruffus unable to score. Steel Brothers pick up 2. And they advance to take on the Savage Jackal. Not a ton of scoring early in that one. Took a little bit of time before the Steel Brothers were able to score, and obviously we didn't get any scoring whatsoever. On the other end from the Lynx Ruffus. First quarterfinal is set, and our next matchup is the Snow Wolves and the Speedy Hunters. It looks like the Snow Wolves have spread out a little bit. You want to stay as close as you can. There's a couple of goals. There's a third. There's a fourth for the Snow Wolves. What a run. The Snow Wolves are going to score everything they can. Only one on the board for the Speedy Hunters. And so it's the Snow Wolves coming off of a pretty strong run in the last event, keeping that momentum up. Now look how quickly they scored. Yeah, wow. Got a couple of them, and really, they all went down pretty easily and pretty quickly, but 2 of those scores were incredibly fast. The Snow Wolves advance, and they'll take on the winner of the Onyx and the Sphery Spiders in this round of 16. Sphery Spiders, the white, the black of the Onyx, and there's a couple of goals, maybe just one. Yeah, just one so far. There's a second for Onyx. That's going to seal the deal. They're going to pick up a third for good measure. There's one at the end for the Sphery Spiders. But 3 on the board for Onyx. They get it done to advance. So far we haven't had to use that tiebreaker, but you'll see up on the score bug there at the top of the screen, that time that's going to pop up is what time it was that they made it down onto the course, onto the soccer field here. That's going to be your tiebreaker in case we happen to have a couple of teams score the same. Haven't had to use it yet, and in fact, every time so far out of the 4 we've run, the first team down scores the most points. Let's see if that holds up here between Oris 1 and the Trojans. If it does, it bodes well for, I think, the Trojans. Here comes 1 score for Oris 1. There's 1 for the Trojans. A second for Oris 1 is going to get them the win. Pulled it out at the last second there. I think we may have lost one of the... Yep, you can see on that replay, one of the Trojans' marbles came back up and out of the course. So I was going to say, I only saw a couple on the playing surface there and then 1 in the net. So Oris 1 put at an advantage there because they had more marbles on the course, as you'll have like one more replay. There it is, right back up and over the fencing there for the Trojans, who continue a not-so-great streak. They're knocked out in the first round here again. And Oris 1 will take on the winner of Swiftblade against the Vikings here. Off they go. Swiftblade looks like they're in the lead early. There's 3 goals for the Vikings. Swiftblade trying to make something happen at the end. They will pick up just the 1. And the Vikings pick up 3. They continue their hot streak. They're advancing into the quarterfinals. And they just became the first team to get to the bottom of the field second, but still advance. A 4.345 on their time to a 4.128 for Swiftblade there. Doesn't matter, they get it done. The Vikings will take on Oris 1 in the quarterfinals. Now it's the Janitors against Flush. How fitting there, this matchup. The Janitors have been successful all season, but they're in some trouble here. 3-1, that's it. It's Flush that will get the win. And a second straight time that the first team down is not going to advance. Have a look at the replay, and just nothing happened there for the Janitors. They just didn't have anything really going. Able, after a little bit of contact, maybe they would have been able to pick up 2 if their 2 marbles on the left side hadn't made contact, but even if that happened, that's not enough to get it done, because there were 3 points on the board for Flush. So they're advancing into the quarterfinal, and they will set up our final matchup, which is the winner of this last matchup of the first round. That's Tatu Bola against the Blue Jackets. Blue Jackets coming off of a win, and they have 2-3 points, and that's enough to get it done. Blue Jackets advance, and they will take on Flush 3-1, the win over Tatu Bola. As we have a look at the replay, there was the one pretty easy for Tatu Bola. Then there is a quick one for the Blue Jackets. There's another one and another one after that. 3-1, they get the win to advance to the quarterfinal. And we go back up to the top of the bracket. It's the Savage Jackal against the Steel Brothers. Savage Jackal trying to do everybody a favor and knock out the championship leaders. There's 2 points for the Steel Brothers. Nobody else is going to score, and they will advance into the semifinal. Go the Steel Brothers with a 2-1 win. How close was that? Look at the timing. 4.258 to 4.263. So if they had tied, still would have been the Steel Brothers on what would have been awfully close. Look at the replay there. There's the winner. It goes in for the Steel Brothers with their second point. They nearly added a third, and you can see none of the Savage Jackal marbles really anywhere close. As we move our way down to our second quarterfinal, the Snow Wolves against Onyx. For the second straight time, white versus black when Onyx is involved. There's a couple of scores for the Snow Wolves. Onyx will have to make something happen. There's 3, and it's a 3-0 shutout for the Snow Wolves to advance into the semifinal, where they get the Steel Brothers. Forward now with the Vikings against Oris 1. Oris 1 second place. They really need this to keep it going. 1-1. Here's a second for Oris 1. Close off the side of the net there. Made contacted one of the Vikings marbles, but they cannot get it done. And Oris 1 advances to the semifinal. So they're trying to stay step by step along with the Steel Brothers. They have to make up points. They're 14 points now, but you definitely can't be eliminated when you see the other team that you're chasing continuing to go further and further into the tournament. Steel Brothers making it awfully tough on anybody. They continue to have success into the final last time. They're in the semifinals at least here today, which is the equivalent of the final from every other event with the grouping. As the Blue Jackets look for a second straight win, there's 2 points for them, and the Flush aren't going to get it done. The Blue Jackets into the semifinal. At the replay here, the Blue Jackets now trying to get on a hot run as the second half of the season is underway. And this is a 16-event season, our 10th event here. As we make our way to the semifinal, the Steel Brothers and the Snow Wolves. Can anybody knock off the championship leaders? Trying to get it done. There's a goal for the Snow Wolves. There's their second goal. There's their third goal. There's 2 for the Steel Brothers. They cannot get the last one to go. The Snow Wolves advance into the finale. They knock out the Steel Brothers, who still will finish with an impressive run in today's event, but they're unable to get into the finale as 1, 2, 3, about as quick as possible for the Snow Wolves. Just unable to get that third marble to go. The Steel Brothers, you can see right there is the second one that falls, and then on the left side of the screen you see hovering around that goal, close, made contact with the side post, but unable to score. And so the Snow Wolves advance into the finale. And they'll take on either Oris 1 or the Blue Jackets. The Blue Jackets trying to win a second straight event. Oris 1 trying to get to the finale again. They've won 2 events already. They're the only team to win more than 1. There are 2 goals for Oris 1. There's a second for the Blue Jackets. Did we get a... Nope, there's a third for the Blue Jackets. There's a fourth for the Blue Jackets, and they get it done. Their time was slower than Oris 1, so they needed to score more points. They did, and they advanced to the finale again. What a run in the last couple of weeks by the Blue Jackets. Winning in event number 9. And now
trying to do it again. What a great run by them. They'll take on the Snow Wolves in the finale. As Oris 1 is going to best out the Steel Brothers just barely, just by one spot. Not going to do a lot toward the championship points, but it will at least help them get just a tiny bit closer. But now the finale and everything that we have worked for today comes down to this. The Blue Jackets on the left, the darker blue, the more of a white color with the blue is the Snow Wolves. They are off. The finale is underway. There's a couple of goals there. The Snow Wolves again with 3 more, and that's going to do it. There's a second for the Blue Jackets. They will not score a third. And the Snow Wolves, again with that quick attack, which is exactly what they did in the semifinal. Got it done so quickly in a blink of an eye. You're already having to score 3 or 4, and just barely the Blue Jackets were down first, so they would have only needed 3. They get 2, but could not pick up that final one they needed. They're both close to the goal. Neither would go in, and so it's the Snow Wolves that win this event in our collision soccer. Congratulations to them as you have a look at the results for today's event. And it's 3 points that Oris 1 is going to make up on the Steel Brothers. From 3rd to 4th place, they take that bronze medal. Silver, of course, goes to the Blue Jackets. Gold to the Snow Wolves. Steel Brothers 4th, Vikings 5th, Savage Jackal and Flush and Onyx are 6th, 7th, and 8th, the top half of our bracket from today. In this 1 versus 1 matchup, the lead for the Steel Brothers is down to 11 points. 117 to 106, and then another 12 points back to the Snow Wolves, who get their first win. They're in that win column now, as we've got a bunch of winners. Only one multi-time winner in 10 events, but it's an 11-point lead for somebody who hasn't won at all. The Steel Brothers continue to be stopped from getting their first event win, but they continue to hold a double-digit point lead when it comes to the overall standings, which is ultimately what you're going for. Congratulations to Oris 1. They pick up 6 goals over the course of the event, taking a bronze. They're up to 106 points. The Blue Jackets picked up 7 goals en route to a silver. 10 goals for the Blue Jackets, for the Snow Wolves. They deserved it, as they got it done in a pretty impressive fashion with 10 goals, well more than anybody else, and they do it with 3 in a matter of a second, coming down in our finale. So congratulations to them today. They all aspire to be the Snow Wolves as they get it done in event number 10. We are on to event number 11 of the 2021 Marble Champions League as the second half of our season continues. Glad to have everybody here. Well, again, friends, I'm Keanu Bitterzycki for today's event, the 11th, as we're back into a basketball-style event. Here's the overall standings as they stand at the moment. It's the Steel Brothers up by 11 points on Oris 1, then 12 points back from there to the Snow Wolves in 3rd, then the Janitors 1 point behind them, a 2-way tie for 5th between Flush and the Vikings, as that is the top 5, well 6 technically, with that tie for 5th place, starting to spread out a little bit. The Steel Brothers, despite still not winning an event through 10 events, holding a commanding now 11-point lead heading into today's event, trying to maybe stretch that out even further, maybe win their first event, take home their first gold of this season. As you have a look at the course for today's event, there's the starting gates. The teams are ready, the fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 11 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is basketball. As you have a look at the back portion of the course, there is the basketball hoop. You see 9 options on where you can score. As you see at the bottom there, 2, 4, 3. Those are the potential points you can score, depending on which hoop the marble fits through. We are back to our group style. And so we have A, B, C, and D are groupings. You see there they are. We'll start with Group A, which is the Janitors, the Vikings, the Flush, and the Speedy Hunters. They are off through the propelling system. They go, and it looks like we're going to get 2 scores. It's a 2-pointer for the Vikings, a 3-ball for the Flush. They're going to both advance. The Janitors, who needed a good run to try to get back in this championship race, they failed to score, and same can be said there for the Speedy Hunters. Actually, you can see they had too much speed going there, ended up dropping off the course and down into that gutter ball, if you will,
unable to put up any points. Have a look one more time. That's a pretty solid run there by Flush, and then the Vikings able to rim out of one and into another, and those 2 points enough to get it done for them. So they both advance into our semifinal A from our Group A. Vikings and the Flush advancing from our first group. This second group is going to feature the top 2 in the championship standing. So Oris 1 in second, then the Spheri Spiders, Tatu Bola, and of course the Steel Brothers. Looks like the Steel Brothers didn't score. No, they did not. Oris 1 puts up 4. The Spheri Spiders will transfer with 2, and the Steel Brothers opening the door for the rest of the contenders here, unable to score. And so obviously not advancing into the semifinal. Oh, they rimmed out of what would have been 3 points. That would have been enough to knock out the Spheri Spiders. Look one more time right here. Oh, it was a beautiful shot there. Just couldn't get it to fall. And that is going to cost the Steel Brothers and put them in a precarious position. Oris won second place in the standings, advances. And so they put themselves in a spot where they can definitely pick up quite a few points. Coming 11 points behind, they're going to make up quite a few as they advance into the semifinal, knocking out the Steel Brothers in the group stage. That's a huge group decision there as we move to Group C. And looks like we got 2 more scores and an easy advancement for the Snow Wolves, who pick up 4. Lynx Rufus picks up 2. The Onyx and the Archangels, who continue to struggle mightily as we have a look at the replay, neither able to score. Look one more time. First up was the Onyx, and did it cost them? They were pretty solid off the backboard. Oh, they made contact with the Snow Wolves. That's what cost them. And looked like a little bit of contact as well, as we'll have a look one more time, maybe between the Archangels and Lynx Rufus. Let's see, did they? Nope, actually it's a clear miss by the Archangels. Didn't make any contact with any of the openings there. Just a lot of contact with the blue surface, unable to put up any points. They are eliminated as well. That's a disappointing end for Onyx there, as they made contact with the Snow Wolves and were unable to advance. Kind of get knocked out of their course. Final grouping, Savage Jackal, Trojans, Swiftblade, and the Blue Jackets. They are off, they are up, and... Uh-oh, did somebody get stuck? Yes, Swiftblade is going to get stuck and not put up any points. The Trojans don't score. Oh, wow, I don't even know how that happened. 2 points for Savage Jackal, 4 for the Blue Jackets. They advance, but I think that would have been 2 more points for Swiftblade there. They had the slowest time, so they likely weren't going to advance, but let's have a look and see if we can figure out what happened. I don't know. I guess the kind of test tube bottom portion of the rims here kind of lend itself to potentially something like that happening, but that is a pretty shocking outcome there. And obviously a disappointment for Swiftblade, as they will not advance through our group stage here. And probably the strangest outcome you're going to see in today's event. They're knocked out, as well are the Trojans, and our semifinals are set. We're from 16 down to 8. First semifinal, the Spheri Spiders, Oris 1, Flush, and the Vikings. And everybody's going to score except for Oris 1, and it's 3 4s. And the tiebreaker by time is going to knock out the Spheri Spiders. Let's have another look at something we haven't seen yet. There is 1, there is 2, and oh man, if the Spheri Spiders hadn't rolled around the rim for a little bit, they very well may have been able to get in ahead of that second score, which was by the Vikings. Right there, yeah, if they had gone down, it would have been nearly simultaneous. Not the case. Meanwhile, Oris 1 unable to score at all, and so they're not able to pick up as much as I think they would have liked on the lead from the Steel Brothers. That's going to be a disappointing semifinal run for them, as they didn't score any points either, which means they're likely looking at probably an 8th place finish in today's event. On to semifinal B. We'll see who gets through. And a couple are going to score, a couple are not. Snow Wolves and Blue Jackets are eliminated. 3 points for the Savage Jackal, 2 for Lynx Rufus, as they will transfer on. And the 2 with the more unique names here from this semifinal B able to move on. Savage Jackal with 3 points on the board. Lynx Rufus picks up 2, both transferring into our finale. As you have a look, there was the 3. Oh, rimming out for the Snow Wolves, as they very nearly came up with some points and probably a chance to transfer. One more look, let's see. Oh yeah, they actually, it's very similar to what we just saw from the Steel Brothers in their group run, where they almost were able to, maybe the equivalent of nothing but net there, almost swishing it. Unable to get it done were the Steel Brothers then and the Snow Wolves now, both eliminated in the group stage and now in the semifinal, sending us to our finale. Final 4, and we have some top teams in there. The Vikings and the Flush both trying to make up some of those times, or some of those points that they are trailing back from the Steel Brothers. They're joined by the Savage Jackal and Lynx Rufus. Savage Jackal not all that far behind either. First one getting a chance is Flush. They're going to pick up 2. It's a tie there, and we're going to give the win to Flush on the time tiebreaker, a 2-2-7-9, beating out the 2-5-8-1 from the Savage Jackal. They'll take silver. Bronze for the Lynx Rufus, or excuse me, for the Vikings, the time of 2.710. They did not score a point, but they beat the time of Lynx Rufus at a 3.183. I don't think Lynx Rufus finished on the course. So we have a look at the first replay. There was the first score. Here's the second. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but as you can see, Lynx Rufus never even made it to the court. See if we can find out on the second replay what happened here. I don't know. It just seems like there was no speed. Yeah, there's just no speed coming off there from Lynx Rufus. I don't know what could have possibly happened there in that propelling system to stop Lynx Rufus from being able to at least have a chance, but they were given no opportunity, although they would have had to score either a 3 or a 4 to make it happen. But then again, if they score anything, they would have gotten that tiebreaker over the Vikings, and they'd be sitting with a bronze. Either way, what happens, happens, and what happened today is a win for Flush. That's a big one. A lot to kind of talk about here at the end of today's video, as you see the fans from Flush celebrating their gold medal today, their first place finish in event number 11. As we get closer and closer towards the home stretch of this season, and the standings from today's events, here are the official results. Pop it up on the left side of your screen. They pick up 20 points. Savage Jackal picks up 17. Vikings 3rd, Lynx Rufus 4th, Fury Spiders 5th. Oris 1 ends up in 6th place, and the Steel Brothers end up in 14th place. They pick up 8 points on the 11 that they were behind. So a big gain there. The Janitors pick up just 1 point. That's going to hurt them. And as we now bring in the overall standings through 11 events, the Steel Brothers by 3. It's just 7 points back to Flush, who become the second team to win 2 events. 11 points back to Savage Jackal, and 12 points back to your 5th place team, the Vikings. The Snow Wolves move into 6th, as they are the final team over 100 points, passing the Janitors after just 1 point in this event. The Janitors severely struggling here today. Rough for them. Congratulations to the Vikings after 6 points today. They are going to, scoring, 6 points. They're going to pick up a 3rd place. 2nd place goes to the Savage Jackal. But today, they all aspire to be Flush. Not only do they pick up the gold and win the event, they become the second team to win a second event through 11 here in the 2021 Marble Champions League. They also really close the gap, as they are within just 7 points, moving up to 3rd in the championship standings. Still a lot to go as we are through 11 events. We are heading back to our roots for event number 12 of the 2021 Marble Champions League, with an exciting mixed-style event of classic marble racing. Hello again, friends. Glad to be here. I'm Keanu Bittersicki for today's event. We'll look at the beginning of that course. As you see the overall standings popping up on the left side of your screen through 11 events, the Steel Brothers lead has closed to just 3 over Oris 1. Getting in on the action now after their win in event number 11 is Flush. They're just 7 points behind. Just 11 back to Savage Jackal, 12 back to the Vikings. Those are our top 5. And as we said, there are 6 teams over 100 points now through 11 events of our season. Glad to be here for a more traditional style. We've kind of been jumping back and forth between the more unique events and the more traditional style marble events recently, which I'm sure these fans here inside of the arena today have really enjoyed, as we hope all of you have as well. You see the course laid out for you, funnels and mixes, backs and forths. Lots of opportunity for passing, definitely, in today's event. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 12 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the mixed race. So look at the finish line there. Really going to have to make a lot of those passes, one through that portion of the course, as you can see, where you can kind of switch back and forth. And of course, the funnel's a big opportunity for passing, as you see just about every time that you get one of these events. But definitely an interesting event, interesting style with this mixed event. Group staging, as always, are back. A, B, C, and D. You see them on your screen on the left side. And as always, we'll begin with Group A, which today are the Onyx, Sphery Spiders, the Vikings, and the Speedy Hunters, one of our top 5. And the Vikings representing, let's see who gets through the first funnel in the lead. And the answer, eventually somebody's going to have to do it. It's going to be the Sphery Spiders. And the Vikings come out last there. Here comes Onyx taking over the lead, followed by the Speedy Hunters. And then the Sphery Spiders. The Vikings still running in last here, but everybody's in the same funnel here. That's really the opportunity. There go the Vikings, just what I was about to talk about. You can still get there. If you make a mistake, it can cost you everything, though. Oh, gotta get bailed out there a couple of times by the Speedy Hunters. Were the Vikings. Back in the lead now are the Sphery Spiders. Here come the Vikings trying to make another huge comeback. Lots of contact being made, and it's going to be the Sphery Spiders, and the transfer is going to go to the Speedy Hunters. The Vikings are knocked out in the first round, and they will finish third in this event. Fourth is going to be Onyx. That was a back-and-forth battle, and ultimately, it's about a 6-second, almost 7-second difference between second and third. Let's see how we got there. First of all, right there, Onyx nearly knocked out the Vikings for good, but the Speedy Hunters kind of came in from behind and got a little wild and a little bit too generous, it seemed, there, as they made a couple of contacts, and then they did it again, making contact with the Vikings. Ultimately, though, they're still able to advance along with the Sphery Spiders, and a big opportunity missed for the Vikings. They need to go deep into these events as we get later and later into the season. Here's Group B: Swiftblade, Flush, Savage Jackal, and the Snow Wolves. Flush, of course, coming off of a win. They are now in third place in the standings. They're trying to get through this funnel first, and they will. And they're going to be followed by someone eventually. It's going to be Savage Jackal, then Swiftblade. Here come the Snow Wolves very slowly. Everybody kind of taking their time here through this one. Snow Wolves going to get out to the lead now, followed quickly by Flush. And now they start to pick up speed here. Everybody's into that funnel. Now another lead change. It's going to be Swiftblade, followed by the Snow Wolves. Savage Jackal and Flush still running up in that second funnel. Now all the way down to the third funnel and really kind of putting a distance between themselves. It's Snow Wolves now in the lead, followed by Swiftblade. Here comes Flush, trying to make a pass. They can't get it done yet. Now it's the Snow Wolves in the lead. They're going to get the win. They'll advance. Let's see if Swiftblade can do it. Savage Jackal trying to make a pass. Not going to happen. And Flush, again, a top 5 team eliminated. They'll finish third, and Savage Jackal will come home fourth. And that is the fastest time so far on the course through 2 groups. Belongs to the Snow Wolves with a time of 42.227 seconds. Part of the way they got it done was maneuvering quickly through that portion of the course, the graphing portion, which is very difficult. But you could see they didn't do all that great of a job with it. Able to really navigate those funnels very quickly, and they are into our semifinal A, as you can see now set on your screen. Here's Group C. It's Orus 1, the Archangels, the Steel Brothers, and the Trojans. So the Steel Brothers needing to come back. Orus 1 hoping that they can advance, and the Steel Brothers won't again. That would give them a championship lead. Meanwhile, the Archangels, who are in the lead here, have been just about as pathetic as anybody could imagine so far in this season. And the Trojans have been kind of back and forth so far. Here are the Steel Brothers first into that funnel. First out of the funnel, though, are the Orus 1 and the Archangels. They're in the lead. Archangels first down to that final 2 set of tunnels. Here comes Orus 1. They're going to try to make a pass. Everybody else pretty far behind right now. Orus 1 down to the final funnel. Here come the Archangels as well. Steel Brothers have to make up time. Archangels are through. They're going to win the grouping with the fastest time we've seen. Here comes Orus 1. They are through, and the Steel Brothers fail to advance again. Let's see if they even finish third. I don't think they are. Looks like the Trojans have the inside line. They do. They get the win.
And the Steel Brothers struggle mightily in that final funnel, had a chance to advance. Instead, they finish 4th, and they are in significant danger with a very slow time. That was nearly, what is that, over 18.5 seconds slower than the Archangels, who, as I mentioned, maybe it took me calling them out to get it going. They run the fastest time so far, a 40.335 second time. Like I said, over 18.5 seconds faster than your championship leaders. The Steel Brothers not going to be able to say that after this event because the Oris 1 are through, the Steel Brothers are not. That's going to cost them enough points that no matter where in the grouping they finish, they're going to have the lead at least over the Steel Brothers. Here's the final group. Atubola, Lynx Rufus, the Janitors, and the Blue Jackets. You can see this first funnel awfully slow. First one through is Tatubola, then the Janitors, who need a really good run because they struggled mightily, picked up just 1 point in the last event, and they are through that second funnel in the lead. Let's see if they can get through the third funnel. Everybody's in that third funnel right now. First one to drop is going to be Tatubola. They're going to be followed by the Janitors, who got stuck for a moment. They're going to drop the third, make contact. They're in all sorts of trouble right now. Down to these final 2 funnels, it's still anybody's game. Blue Jackets and Tatubola down to the final funnel. Here come the Janitors. Let's see who can make the pass. It's Tatubola. They're going to get the win. There goes Lynx Rufus, who ran in last for the majority of this race. They're going to get the transfer spot. The Janitors will finish 3rd, but again, that's not enough to advance. Blue Jackets will be last in Group D. A little bit of a surprise there. You can see the Janitors really struggling with the graphing portion of this course. Just couldn't get anything going there. Really, really struggled. And right there and there. A couple of good moves. And Tatubola learned to maneuver the funnels pretty well. That's going to treat you well throughout this event, as it did in the group stage for them. And here comes Lynx Rufus. There's the move that everybody wished they could make every single time. That was an impressive run at the end by Lynx Rufus after struggling through the majority of the course. They're able to get it done. And we'll advance into the second semifinal. So again, a chance for these middle of the pack or even lower portion, bottom half, to potentially, again, make some big moves in the overall standings. We're getting late, and so it's hard. You have to kind of string a lot of those together and hope for continued struggles from other teams. First semifinal featuring a lot of these teams that are not necessarily at the top of the standings. So this is a big one for all 4, trying to really maximize what they can when the leaders struggle. First through is the Sphery Spiders, then the Snow Wolves. Sphery Spiders quickly through the second funnel, and they are trying to get through this third funnel maybe before anybody gets to it. Almost did it. They're going to get through pretty easily here. They're down to the graphing portion of the course with a large lead. Can they handle it quickly? Down to the fourth funnel here. There's 5 funnels in this course, and right now it's not close. The Sphery Spiders have now been joined by Swiftblade in the 4th funnel. Now it's the Sphery Spiders down to the 5th and final funnel. They're again joined by Swiftblade. Those two are going to probably advance. There is a nice run by Swiftblade. They're going to end up getting the win. And at the last moment, the Sphery Spiders starting to struggle, but they're still going to get it done. Second place will advance them through into the finale. Speedy Hunters will take 3rd. And 4th place in this one for the Snow Wolves. Boy, that's going to be a disappointing run in the sense that you didn't win this semifinal if you are the Sphery Spiders, because they dominated this one for almost the entirety. But this is an entire course race. You have to do well for the entire portion of it, or at least what Lynx Rufus proved in their group stage. You have to do well at least at the very end, because that's what ultimately is going to matter, and that's what Swiftblade did there. Got to the inside lane, made that move on the Sphery Spiders. They got the win, but still enough to advance for the Sphery Spiders as they're into the finale, joining Swiftblade, knocking out the Speedy Hunters and the Snow Wolves, and they'll join the top 2 finishers from our second semifinal. Oris 1, again, did not advance to the finale last time after getting knocking out the Steel Brothers in the group stage. They really want to do that here, and they can start out with a good run if they can do that, but that's not what's happening. They're going to start
into the second funnel last. And meanwhile, the Archangels, who really showed me up after I called them out for performing poorly, off to a good start, but now they're starting to struggle. Oris 1 still running last. It's Tatu Bola in the lead, followed by the Archangels now. Tatu Bola really picking up the speed in funnel number 4. They're down to the final funnel. Oris 1 still in the graphing portion, trying to get through. And here come the Archangels. They're in a transfer spot right now. It's Tatu Bola who gets it done. The Archangels will join them in the finale. Lynx Ruffus couldn't pull off the final funnel pass this time. They'll finish third, and Oris 1 again struggling in the semifinal for the second straight event. They cannot advance to the finale after the Steel Brothers, who they are chasing in the standings, are knocked out in the group stage. However, that time was better than either of the teams that did not advance from the first semifinal, so it won't be a complete loss, just not as good as it could have been. But it will still be enough to pass the Steel Brothers in the standings. So certainly a positive event for Oris 1 as you have a look at the replay of this event, but certainly not as well as they would have liked. If they had been able to do just a little bit more, they could have really maybe started to put a little bit of separation between the top two teams in the standings. But that wasn't to be, as was Lynx Ruffus pulling off another last-second pass, unable to do it. As Tatu Bola and the Archangels, what an interesting final grouping we have. Swiftblade, the Sphery Spiders, Tatu Bola, and the Archangels. Certainly going to be a lot of celebrating from one of these fan bases and one of these teams, whoever comes out on top here of this final group. Here we go, let's find out. In the first funnel they go. First one down looks like it was Tatu Bola. Archangels trying to make that pass. Who's going to get it done? It's going to be Swiftblade, followed by the Sphery Spiders, and Tatu Bola, and the Archangels the final one down. Everybody's in funnel number 2, and the Archangels make a pass to get into funnel number 3 first. They're followed again by the Sphery Spiders in second, and Tatu Bola down into the graphing portion first, followed by Archangels. And then I think, no, they're both still up in that funnel. Here comes Tatu Bola. Archangels trying to make a pass, and they almost got stuck with each other. Here we go into funnel number 4. Tatu Bola makes the pass. They've had a strong event. Archangels following in second. Can they do it? Archangels circling. They're going to get the win. Archangels takes gold with a 44.206. The Sphery Spiders second. Bronze to Tatu Bola, and Swiftblade, when they finish, will take home fourth. What a run by the Archangels in today's event. That is unbelievable. Let's look at the replay. Oh my goodness. As the Archangels, who didn't do all that terrible very early in the season, have really been on a very significant slide recently. And that is, when I say recently, been the majority of this season. Right there, I thought they had the pass, and then there they nearly caught each other up, which could have been a disaster. I thought Tatu Bola might be able to get it done, but the Archangels got that inside track, and right there is the one that got it done. Congratulations to them. As the Archangels go ahead and take a screenshot of that, folks. The Archangels, an event winner in event number 12, trying to get their season back on track for the final few races of this season. Congrats to them. There are the results. They ran the fastest time, by the way. It happened in the group staging. They picked up 20 points. The Steel Brothers picked up 0. That is huge. Oris 1's going to gain 10 points on them. And the Flush going to gain 7, which should put them in a tie, shockingly enough. Boy, that's a huge event with some huge ultimate overall implications. New leader by 7 points. It's Oris 1. Flush moves into second. A tie, technically, with the Steel Brothers. Vikings are 4th. Snow Wolves are in a tie for 5th with the Savage Jackal. By the way, still 6 points out of 15th place, even after the win, are the Archangels. But they'll try to carry some momentum into events number 13, 14, 15, and 16, and see if they can't do something about it in the final portion of this season. Congrats to Tatu Bola. They're up to 77 points after a 3rd place finish. Congrats to the Sphery Spiders. They get over 100 with now 102 points total. But today, everybody's aspiring to be The Archangels, believe it or not, they get the win in event number 12. The mixed race certainly provided a lot of fireworks, a lot of passing opportunities, and proved very, very clearly you have to learn how to navigate a funnel if you're going to have success in a marble race, as these teams you could see who could and could not navigate that funnel well. Still a lot left to be determined, and after we thought maybe just a few events ago that it was all coming together for the Steel Brothers, they've combined to score just 1 point in the last couple of events, and this thing is awfully close now. It's a The 2021 Marble Champions League rolls on into event number 13 of our first season of this new series, the Marble Champions League. See a large crowd here once again, everybody packed in to see their teams compete. As you see the overall standings, we're getting closer and closer to the end of the 16-event season. Oris won, if you missed it last time. They took over the lead overall. They've got a 7-point advantage. It's now a tie for second between Flush and the Steel Brothers. The Vikings sit in fourth, and it's a tie for fifth between the Snow Wolves and the Savage Jackal. Those are the real championship contenders that are within 15 points of each other for our overall standings. As we are in for another more traditional, not exactly a traditional race all the way, but a more traditional race from what we've seen early on in the season. It is a couple of funnels involved in today's event. A lot more of those portions of the course where it's almost like a switch. Depends on where you're going, which side you're going to head to as you try to maneuver your way down the course. As you see the fans, as we said, packed in. They are ready to go. There's the finish line, and we'll see who makes it down first. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 13 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the Maze Race. Again, a large course, and as always with these courses, we'll start high in the altitude there and work our way down not only the course, but down closer to ground level as well. As you see, where we'll have a lot of chances for passes. And again, today's event, like most of these events, are group events. We've got 4 groups of 4, then to our semifinals and our finale. We'll start with our first grouping. This is Swiftblade, the Steel Brothers, the Blue Jackets, and the Snow Wolves. Into their first funnel, and first down looks like that was the Snow Wolves. Now it's the Blue Jackets in the lead, while the Steel Brothers and Swiftblade still struggling to get through that first funnel. Down to the second funnel are the 2 blue marbles, Blue Jackets and Snow Wolves. And looks like the Blue Jackets, nope, it's going to be the Snow Wolves who take that lead. They're down to this Plinko portion of the course, which can really cause a lot of problems for these teams. It's the Blue Jackets in the lead. Meanwhile, the other 2 marbles, the Steel Brothers and Swiftblade, struggling to get through a funnel. A little bit of contact there, and it looks like a pass. It's a lead now for the Snow Wolves. They're trying to make their way down. Again, you want to be one of the top 2. It bodes very well for these 2 blue marbles. Down for the final time. There's a pass, maybe? Nope, it's going to be the Snow Wolves, followed by the Blue Jackets. They'll advance through the group stage. And again, the Steel Brothers failing to advance. They struggled mightily in the last couple of events. They're struggling again today. Let's see if they take third out of this group. They won't advance. They will take third, as Swiftblade will be the final to finish with a 68-second run. 20 seconds slower than the leader. Snow Wolves and Blue Jackets, they are through. As we'll have a look at the replay here. And it was really not close between the Snow Wolves and the Blue Jackets and then everybody else. It was just a matter of who was going to win and who was going to get the second transfer spot. They're into the first semifinal. And into Group B, Tatu Bola, the Archangels, Flush, and the Janitors. The Archangels, the ultimate underdog story. And they won an event recently. Everybody going to be keeping an eye on Flush. They are second in the point standings. Currently in that second funnel along with Tatu Bola. The Janitors running in third right now, trying to get to that funnel. There they are. Flush trying to advance the lead here. Trying to build a large portion of the lead. They're down into that orange portion now of the Plinko portion of the course. Making their way down a slide. Down to another portion of this back and forth area of the course. How about the Janitors making up time? They've moved into second. And they've moved into the lead. Down to the final portion. Here come Flush. They make a move. They're blending in a bit with the stadium there, or with the course, I should say. Flush is going to get the win. The Janitors come across with an easy advancement in the transfer spot. The Archangels and Tatu Bola, who got off to a strong start, they fall apart here towards the end, and they finish in 4th. Along with the Archangels, they're eliminated from the competition. A little bit of a surprise there. Tatu Bola got off to such a strong start. Look at the large lead they had going into the first funnel, and ultimately just couldn't keep that success going. And there are the Flush and the Janitors into the semifinal. We go to Group C now. This is the Trojans, the Spheri Spiders, the Onyx, and your championship leaders, Oris 1. First event for them as the leaders. And the second into the funnel, and the first through the funnel. Down to the first portion of this course that involves the twists and turns. In the lead right now, followed by Onyx, then the Spheri Spiders. Here come the Trojans. And down to the second funnel now are Oris 1. And they'll be joined in that funnel by Onyx. Did Onyx get the inside lane? Looks like they did for a moment, but it's still going to be the lead for Oris 1. They're followed now by the Spheri Spiders, who may have made a pass, couldn't complete it though. Oris 1 going to try to take a slide job, and they will take the lead back after getting passed momentarily by the Spheri Spiders. They're pretty well ahead of the Trojans and Onyx, and it's a matter of who's going to take first, who's going to take second. It's the Spheri Spiders back in the lead, and they'll get the win. And they've got the best time so far. Here comes Oris 1. They advance. Now the Trojans will try to make a pass on Onyx. They will. Close at the end between those two. That was just all about positioning there after Onyx and the Trojans will be eliminated. Let's have a look at the replay. And you can see early on the Spheri Spiders had the lead. Missed it there. We didn't quite see it on the funnel, but a very quick funnel maneuver by Oris 1. Back and forth between the Spheri Spiders and Oris 1. And ultimately it's the Spheri Spiders who get the win. Oris 1 advances anyway to the semifinal with that final transfer spot. On to our last group. As you know, it's going to be Group D. There they are. Savage Jackal, Lynx Rufus, Speedy Hunters, and the Vikings. A couple of our top 5 are involved. Savage Jackal and the Vikings get into it again. They're really going back and forth trying to get to that second funnel. It's the Vikings who get there first, just ahead of the Savage Jackal, and we'll see who gets out of it first. It'll be the Vikings. And they both get out before the Speedy Hunters or Lynx Rufus entered that funnel. They've got a pretty large lead again. Hasn't been awfully close between second and third yet. Large lead now for the Vikings. Savage Jackal trying to come back, and they're going to come back and get into maybe the lead. Yep, they will make a pass for the lead. And in the final portion of the course, it will be... It's the Vikings, and then Savage Jackal. They'll advance. The Lynx Rufus crew will come in third, and the Speedy Hunters really struggling there. By the way, best time so far, and it now belongs to the Vikings. They run the fastest time of the group stage at a 47.216. If you look at the replay of this final group stage, a lot of back and forth between the Vikings and the Savage Jackal. As you can see, they just kept going back and forth and didn't seem like either wanted to let the other one get ahead. Ultimately, it is the Savage Jackal that get the win. The Vikings, excuse me, that get the win, but the Savage Jackal to advance as well. They'll have a chance to avenge that second place finish. As we move on to our semifinals, 9th through 16th will be based off of their times. Well, that's how they'll award points, or for one unlucky team, no points. Meanwhile, we're down to 8. First semifinal, it is the Janitors, Flush, Snow Wolves, and Blue Jackets. And again, those two blue marbles, just about everybody's blue in this event. They got off to a fast start. However, it's the Janitors that get through the first funnel. They're followed by the Blue Jackets, then the Snow Wolves, and here come Flush. But everybody's in this same portion of the course right now. It's awfully close. And look at the move by Flush. They get to the funnel first. followed by the Vikings. Now here comes everybody else. They're all in the second funnel at the same time. With the Blue Jackets that get out first. And they're a little bit of a mistake from the Snow Wolves. They got stuck for a moment. They get unstuck by the janitors there. And now again, it's Flush who comes out of nowhere. Last out of the funnel. First down into the next portion of the course. And they maintain the lead, followed by the Blue Jackets' final portion. Contact all over the place. Flush is in trouble now. Here comes the Blue Jackets. They're going to get it. Flush is going to come up in second, just ahead of the janitors. As contact was being made all over the place, and it's Flush tied for second in the standings, and a huge advancement there. They're into the finale. And you have to have a look at the replay. What a fascinating event that one was. We didn't have any really very close ones between second and third on who was going to advance in any of the group stages. That's not the case here today in Semifinal A. The win in that semifinal goes to the Blue Jackets. The all-important transfer spot goes to the Flush as they're into the finale, and they'll join the top two of this group. The Vikings, the Savage Jackal, Oris 1, and the Fury Spiders. Oris 1 trying to have a lot of success again. They've won 2 events, and they are in the lead now. Only team out of the funnel. They're joined now out of the funnel by the Fury Spiders. But Oris 1 trying to quickly get down to the second funnel and build a big lead. They're in the second funnel. Here comes a couple more. The Savage Jackal and the Fury Spiders are there. The Vikings starting to fall a bit behind. And again, first out is Oris 1. They have really done well in this event so far. Here comes Savage Jackal. A little bit of contact there between Oris 1 and the Vikings. And it is going to be Oris 1 that will come in second there out of that portion of the course, down for the final portion, the final green area of this course. It's Oris 1 and Savage Jackal. They're both trying to slip their way through. They are both down. It's Oris 1 with the win. Savage Jackal advances, and the Fury Spiders and the Vikings are going to settle for somewhere between 5th and 8th. Look at the replay here, and I'll tell you what, Oris 1 might be awfully difficult to beat, trying to be the first team to win 3 events. And they look good in this event. Went back and forth there with Savage Jackal, but ultimately they made the pass at the end that got it done. You can see how close they were all the way down to the end. Luckily for them, that's just between who finishes first and second. And they both advance into the finale to join the Blue Jackets and Flush. Into the finale. Look at this gigantic stadium, and it is packed to the brim with fans. We saw the Oris 1 crew earlier, and I believe we saw Flush there right next to each other, the cheering sections for those two teams. Let's see who comes out on top, or will it be the Savage Jackal or the Blue Jackets? They are underway in the finale. First down was Flush. First out of the first funnel, though, is the Blue Jackets, joined by Oris 1. Oris 1 again having a lot of success. And again, it's the Flush who are going to be the final team out of the funnel. Into the first funnel now, second funnel, are the Blue Jackets and Oris 1. Who's going to be first down? Is it Oris 1 again? Looks like they might have the angle. It is. Oris 1 gets down through the second funnel once again. They're joined now by Flush. They're close as we make their way down through this portion of the Plinko course, down onto a slide. Is it Oris 1 first? The answer is yes. A little bit of a bobble there by Flush. They're going to have a little bit of time to make up in this second portion of the Plinko course. Got one more to get through. You see that green slide. That's where you want to go. Now here comes the Blue Jackets, and they've gotten stuck. They're in trouble. Blue Jackets going to be pushed by Flush. That gives a huge lead to Oris 1. Can they get it done and become the first 3-time winner? No, out of nowhere. Here come the Blue Jackets. They'll get it done. Flush finishes second. Oris 1 takes the bronze, and Savage Jackal in fourth. You have to watch this. What a move at the end by the Blue Jackets, who were momentarily stuck on the course. They're able to come back from that, and you're going to see it right there. It was a momentary loss of any kind of movement from the Blue Jackets. They had to be rescued there by Flush. It gave a huge lead to Oris 1, and how did the Blue Jackets pull it off? They got stuck there too. Went right through the middle, and right there, wow, just waited for Oris 1 to make a little bit of a rocking motion there, and they just took the advantage, slipped right through the hole, and the Blue Jackets take home the gold today. What a run by them. That was a very impressive finale and a very nice move, the winning move there made by the Blue Jackets as they get the win in this event. On the left side of your screen, the official event scores and the results for today. 20 points for the Blue Jackets. Flush is going to make up 2 points on Oris 1, but Oris 1 will maintain the lead all the way down at Swiftblade today, who doesn't pick up any points, as it was Blue Jackets, Flush, Oris 1, Savage Jackal, and the Janitors who finish in the top 5 of today's event. Which means now, through 13 of 16 events, it is a 5-point lead for Oris 1. They win their second bronze as they now hold a 5-point lead, and then it's 13 more points between Flush and Savage Jackal. The Snow Wolves are 4th. The Steel Brothers have dropped back to 5th. So now it may be more of a 2-team event, or 2-team championship showdown as we get to the final portion of the season. However, we've seen a lot of big jumps in points one way or another. Congrats to Oris 1. They're up to 141 points after a 3rd place finish. Flush picks up a couple of points on the championship lead as they're now up to 136 points after their silver. But today, they're all aspiring to be the Blue Jackets. A winning move for the ages gives them the gold as they look to build on that for the last couple of events here in this season. An impressive run by a couple of different teams, and again, Oris 1 and Flush showing that they may very well be the 2 teams to beat for this championship. It is crunch time in the 2021 Marble Champions League season. Just 3 events to go in this 16-event season. We have come a long way, but still a lot to be determined. Left side of your screen showing you the overall standings. It's a 5-point lead for Oris 1 over Flush. It's then an 18-point lead over the Savage Jackal, Snow Wolves in 4th, and the Steel Brothers in 5th. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bittersweet. Glad to have you here for today's event. You can see a very large course for today's event. The 14th of 16 in the Marble Champions League. As we said, kind of coming into this event, could change, but right now it seems as though it's a 2-team race between Flush and Oris 1. Those are the 2 teams that have won multiple events so far this year, and they are the top 2 in the overall standings. So we will see how they do today. The teams are ready. The fans are ready. Are you ready? This is event number 14 of the 2021 Marble Champions League. This is the halfpipe. And there are 5 sets of halfpipes to go through. All of them those orange halfpipes that you'll see, and they're numbered there 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that you can see how far down the course you are. There's the finish line. As always, this is a group event. And we're going to really pay attention to groups B and C. That's where the top 2 stand. Oris 1 in Group B, and Flush is in Group C. But first, we'll start with Group A. This is the Snow Wolves, Tattoo Bola, the Fury Spiders, and Swiftblade. Quickly down to the second set of half pipes are 3 of the 4. Now everybody's in their second half pipe. Who gets down first? The answer is going to be both the Snow Wolves and the Fury Spiders. Now everybody's down to 3. Now all the way down to number 5. Here we go. And it's Swiftblade and the Fury Spiders. Here comes Tattoo Bola. It is Swiftblade. It is the Snow Wolves. Tattoo Bola comes in 3rd, and the Fury Spiders really hurting what's going to be a low-scoring day for them. 28 seconds the time there, and let's have a look at the replay. You can see these ones go very quickly here. Tattoo Bola got through the first half pipe first. Ultimately, they weren't really seemingly in it that much. Although as you got down to 3 and then 4 and 5, things really tightened up. So an advancement for the Snow Wolves and Swiftblade as they'll advance into the semifinal. Here is Group B, the Janitors, the Vikings, Oris 1, and Lynx Rufus. Let's see what Oris 1 does. They're the last one out of the first half pipe. They're going to be the last one out of, or the 3rd out of the second half pipe. However, here they go, down to the final half pipe. Oris 1 and Lynx Rufus going side by side. They are both through. They both advance.
And the Lynx Roughest runs the fastest time at a 15.567. That happened in a hurry. Vikings take third, Janitors are fourth. But even with a fourth place finish for the Janitors, that was 6 seconds faster than our last place finisher from Group A. That was a whirlwind of an event there. And Oris 1 able to advance after Lynx Roughest picks up the win. And there at the bottom of the course, we wondered if they were going to knock each other out. The answer was no. Pretty easy there for Oris 1 and Lynx Roughest to advance into Semifinal A. So down to Group C now. This is where second place running Flush is, along with Savage Jackal, the Archangels, and the Speedy Hunters. And right now it's the Archangels in the lead, followed by Flush. They're both down to funnel number 3. Now it looks like a pass is made. That's Archangels and Flush. Here comes Flush. They're down to number 5. They're in the lead. Can they hold on? Who's going to get down first? Uh-oh, here comes everybody down to the final portion. Flush and Savage Jackal advance. The Archangels go into the 5th set of half pipes in the lead. They will come out third and will not transfer. Obviously a disappointing end for what was a pretty solid run by the Archangels, and they have really been full of disappointments for the majority of the season. They have an event win, an extreme surprise there. However, for the most part, it has been disappointment. As you see, there was the winning move by Flush and the transfer spot for the Savage Jackal. So they are in the semifinal B, and they will face the top 2 finishers of our final group. And we'll see, can the Steel Brothers, who have really struggled, can they finally get back out of the group stage? They're joined by the Trojans, the Blue Jackets, and Onyx. Right now it's Onyx and the Blue Jackets, joined now by everybody. And Onyx is going to come out of that one last. Everybody's down on to number 4. Now Onyx is in the lead alone in the 5th set of half pipes, trying to get this win and do it without any kind of drama. Here come the Trojans. Now here comes the Blue Jackets and the Steel Brothers. Everybody through, and it will be Onyx, followed by the Steel Brothers. And the Trojans and the Blue Jackets going to make up the rear here, and they're going to have the slowest time, so they will not pick up any points. Wow, that's really disappointing coming off of a win. The Blue Jackets will score no points. The Steel Brothers finally advance again. It has been quite a while for them, as they had that lead and had a pretty big cushion in the championship overall point standings, but they gave all of that up. They've fallen out of the top 5. Excuse me, into 5th, I should say, coming into this event. They will advance after Onyx wins the final group. So they're in the semifinal B. Both of our top 2 advancing into the semifinals, which again for Flush continues to cause some problems because they are not picking up enough points. Trail by 5 coming in, picked up 2 points in our last event. Although they're down 5, and if they were to pick up 2 in each of the next 3 events, they would be the champion. Semifinal A, this includes Oris 1 along with Lynx Roughest, the Snow Wolves, and Swiftblade. They are off. And Oris 1 is still in the first set of half pipes. Now all of a sudden they are making a big move. They're down to number 3. Down to 4 are Lynx Roughest and the Snow Wolves, trying to advance into the finale. They're down to the 5th funnel. Here we go. On to the final half pipe. It's going to be Lynx Roughest getting the win. Transferring is the Snow Wolves. Oris 1 knocked out in the semifinal. They'll try to take 3rd place here. Get down as quickly as they can to gain as many points as they can, but the door is open for Flush. And it will be a 3rd place finish for Oris 1 with a time of 33.929. Keep an eye on that. They can finish no worse than 7th. Obviously, since they finished 3rd in this event. Swiftblade with the slowest time, a 35.047, but they were 15 seconds slower than either of the first 2. That was not close at all. Oris 1 had a lot of success the first time in the group stage, not so here. So they're knocked out in the semifinal, opening the door for
Flush to continue to pick up points. They could end up in the lead. You never know what happens. Obviously, we'll see what happens here in Semifinal B, and if they can at least get into the finale and really pick up some points and make it very interesting for the final two events. Here we go. Steel Brothers, Savage Jackal, Onyx, and Flush. Savage Jackal is third place in the standings right now. They're a little further behind, 18 points back right now, but if they could win an event maybe, really make it interesting. They're still in the first set of half pipes, though. It's Flush in the lead. Flush is down to number 4 along with Onyx. And they've got a pretty big lead. Nobody's in 3 yet. And down to 5 goes Flush. They are just inches away now from making their way to the finale. Onyx is in the final set as well. Here is Onyx to get the win. Flush will advance. And a huge, huge transfer there by Flush, as Savage Jackal will try to take third. And they will. The Steel Brothers finish 4th in this one, and they'll finish 7th and 8th respectively, which means a 5th place finish for Oris 1. So we'll see how many points can Flush make up. They get the transfer there as we look at the replay. That wasn't close by any stretch. It was easily the top 2 and then the bottom 2. With a pretty big gap in between seemingly there. And into the finale. Here we go. In event number 14. Could we get our first 3-time winner? Not Oris 1, but rather Flush. These are the 2 that have won 2 events. They have an opportunity to really do something big here. Snow Wolves, Flush, Onyx, Lynx Rufus. What can Flush do to try to make up the lead? They are second as we make our way down quickly into the third set of half pipes there, and Onyx is all the way down to number 4 already. Onyx is all the way down to the 5th. They might run the fastest time. Yes, they will. Fastest time belongs to the champion, Onyx. Wow, what a move there. A 14.191. Here comes Snow Wolves. They're going to finish in second. Flush is trying to medal here and see if they can get through. Now here comes Lynx Rufus. It'll be Lynx Rufus that'll pick it up. And a disaster strikes for Flush in the finale. They'll take 4th, but it could have been a whole lot better than that. And if you are Oris 1, thank you very much. You've got to be saying to Onyx, the Snow Wolves, and Lynx Rufus. How about Onyx? That's an impressive run there. A 14.191. Wins it by over 8 seconds and wins it by nearly 20 seconds over the 4th place finisher Flush. That was absolute pure dominance by Onyx in the finale to take the win and the gold today. Impressive on so many facets there. As we'll have a look at the results with a quiet course behind us now. Onyx takes first, second to the Snow Wolves, third to Lynx Rufus, 4th is Flush. As we said, Oris 1 ends up in 5th, so just 1 point gained for Flush. It could have been a whole lot better. They could have gained 9 points and the lead if they had won that event. Instead, because they finished 4th, they get just 1 point on Oris 1. And so Oris 1 remains the championship leader. You look at the overall standings, it's down to a 4-point lead. It's now a 14-point lead over the Snow Wolves, who are in 3rd, Savage Jackal 4th, Steel Brothers are 5th. Onyx picks up their first win. They're in a 3-way tie for 10th after their first event win of the season. We are 14 events down with just 2 more to go. Congratulations to Lynx Rufus. They're in that 3-way tie, up to 102 points after a 3rd place finish. The Snow Wolves are into 3rd place after a 2nd place finish. But today, they all aspire to be Onyx. An impressive run in the finale. They run the fastest time, and they saved it for the final time. They get the win in event number 14.